what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can take your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your back. Open your heart you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night? Maybe you can keep your radio by. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
Oh my god, chat. You had me worried. You had me worried. All right, people are like talking about like my notifications not showing up, talking about here, let me read chat. But I actually went on a little bit of a deep dive. What is a little bit of a deep dive? Is that a shallow dive? Irene has appeared, and Waluigi too. And also I've turned into a VTuber apparently. Omega Star, thank you for the 100 bits. Hi. How are you doing today? Yeah, no, you had me worried, chat. I'm sorry, I took like a little extra getting onto stream because people were like, you know, I haven't been seeing your notifications. She's being suppressed. She's being suppressed by the algorithm. And I had to like look up like what is how do you tell if you're shadow banned? And apparently YouTube refused to show me the video today. What does that mean? Refuse? Like you clicked on it? I got it this time, the notification. Yeah, so I guess everybody turn your bells on, just in case. I don't know if you want to. Like, I'm not telling you what to do. You're all adults. And I'm not here to tell you what to do with your lives, but I suggest, as your streamer, I suggest that you turn those notification bells on. Just in case, right? But yeah, when I checked to see, like, what is it like if you're shadow banned, right? They said that you don't... Anyway, there's a Reddit article, and you know, we can always trust Reddit. Yeah, Reddit's really trustworthy. But anyway, the thing that came up for search was that if you're getting views from, what is it, search or suggestion, you are not shadow banned. And I'm getting those views, so... Twitch is really good about sending notification. That's good. How do I put on... There we go. All right, so yeah, I mean, hopefully we're okay. All right, if anybody knows anything about YouTube and wants to help me out, YouTube is so weird, says Eric's Blue. Yeah, it is. All right, let's see if we can get to the bottom of this mystery. Look, if nothing else, it's content. Break down the tune. Wait, you mean break it into its elements of like drums, bass, organ, vocals, that kind of thing? So yeah, chat, let's hope that I'm not being suppressed, but thanks for people noticing and letting me know when stuff is different. Because, like, look, I can't see anything. Like, I'm on this side of things, right? I see my videos no matter what. But for you, it might be different. Oh, Soul Life went away at just the wrong time. Just okay. That's okay. It's okay. I'm just trying to read what people were saying. Yeah, so I ended up, like, looking into... YouTube seems to be suppressing this video, is what Soul Life said. So Soul Life's like talking about this stream, this video. You know what's weird though is like when we started off, my views were extremely low, and then they seem to be moving up. Hopefully that's a good thing. I think YouTube is restricting NCC because I've been seeing her streams less often in my feed. Okay, so what can you do about that, right? If you're having that thing that Timothy Jones is talking about, you're seeing my streams less in your feed, you can definitely like this video. Check the sub button to make sure you're still subbed, because sometimes I've heard YouTube unsubs people, and maybe think about clicking the notification button. And are there like several different levels of notification too? That's one thing that you can do that might make sure that you're getting... She did take a day break or two and has come on a little bit late. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, look, I'm less late today, so good for me. I'm only 1 hour late today. I thought I'd have notifications on, but maybe not. Also, streaming later might make me miss it because my work. Okay, so it might be for some people, they're just like, yeah, it's my fault. It's not YouTube's fault. It sounds like. Reunited, and it feels so good, yes. I'm just reading through everybody's chat here. Also, engage with the channel, like leaving a comment. That'll correct the algo. I mean, it's worth a try. It's worth a try. Look, I always appreciate comments. Even though I'm no comment chick, I do read your comments. And sometimes I answer them. And sometimes I answer them in a sassy way. So, I mean, if that's something that you appreciate, then... I did have the notifications on. I don't know why YouTube is being so finicky. It is finicky. I don't know what we can do, chat, other than like engage. But thanks for letting me know that this was an issue, and I'll see what I can do about it on my end. I definitely don't want to get lower numbers, and you don't want to miss me. Omega Star says, I assume that's a lyric no one will recognize. Wait, which one? The bass, the rhyme, the mic, the treble. Just, I like my coffee black just like my metal. Actually, I don't know. Is that Beastie Boys? That's just a guess. That's a pure guess. What else would it be? Okay, the bass, the rhyme, the mic, the treble. I like my coffee black just like my metal. Is it mindless self-indulgence? Oh shit, chat's got it. YouTube's chat's got it. Look, I only know a few songs by mindless self-indulgence, and none of them are appropriate to quote on stream. None of them are appropriate to quote on stream, but I don't know. Looks like you got 20 subs since yesterday. Yeah. We are growing, so I mean, like, I don't know. So there was something that happened, chat, and I don't want anybody to worry about this, because like this is for me to worry. I'm the YouTuber. It's my life that's potentially getting ruined here. But so for a month or two, I think YouTube Shorts was really pushing my channel, right? Whenever I'd come on and I'd talk about anything to do with Trump, or maybe less so like Kamala or election stuff, like it was pushing my stream out to like 1,000 people, right? We'd have like 1,000 people in chat. And so my numbers like surged, and that's when I crossed like the 2 million views barrier, right? So we had like a little while of that, and then it just like it was like, here was what it was. Day 1 of the DNC, good numbers. Day 2 of the DNC, crashes, and I don't know what that is. I really don't know what that is. Shorts live streams are a new thing, and so they're implementing it. Maybe they're changing things around. Somebody suggested, like, you know, there's things like there. So, and it's really weird, like with shorts in general, and probably particularly with live streams, what it's looking for is, do you have a topic mentioned in your title that a lot of people are interested in? And, you know, if so, are there a lot of people streaming about it? And if the answer to the first question is yes, and the answer to the second question is no, then YouTube says, we have a content gap that we can fill using your channel. And they're like, shop, views, right? So, I mean, that's all I know. That's how it works. It doesn't find users to suit a video. It finds videos to suit a user, right? So people that are interested in topics that are being, that it groks are being covered in my stream, I think mostly by the title is how it would be. Then it sends me lots of viewers, and if not, or if let's say that I cover something and it's a very popular topic, but there's a lot of people already streaming about it. So, like, here's what's weird to me, though. It was like a on-off switch. It wasn't like a on, less on, less on, less on. It wasn't like a slow, like, do-do-do-do-do. It was a quick boom. Like, right? So 1,000 views to 100 views, right? 1,000 concurrents to 100 concurrents. And I don't know what that would be other than a straight up algorithmic change. I don't know. I know that they want to get people on live, so they're trying to make it worth our while. And maybe they got enough streamers to go live. They pulled off enough TikTok streamers or something like that off of TikTok onto YouTube. And so then they're like, all right, we got what we want. Now let's like shut down the valve or something. But if that was the truth, then everybody would have experienced that at the same time. And I have talked to other shorts live streamers who experienced that differently, who were getting a lot of views at one point and then just kind of got shut down at some point. And it was a different point than with me. So that's weird. That's weird. And I can't figure it out. But I'm just going to keep on trudging across the tundra mile after mile, right? All the way to the parish of St. Alfonso. Because I've heard they've got a pancake breakfast going on at St. Alfonso's that is to die for. You know what I'm talking about, chat. Damn it, YouTube. Well, we're not going to worry about it too much. All right? We'll do what we can. And if anybody's got an idea, if anybody knows anything, if anybody knows any kind of YouTube, you know, savants, yeah, for a pancake, St. Alfonso's pancake breakfast. Is there any way to see which shorts, which tags on shorts are trending? They're so light and nice and fluffy white. We'll raise a fortune by tonight. They're so nice and fluffy brown. They're the finest in the town. I can't imagine she does. Oh, Oprah. Does anybody... Wait, I'm sorry. I'm, like, trying to read chat. DNC Day 2 sucked. You could be right, Speedrunner. That's kind of what I thought at first. At first, I thought that what it was that there was a lot of interest in the Day 1, and then when Day 2 came around, people were like, they were waiting for Kamala to come on. And so I thought, okay, maybe it'll pick back up on Day 4, but it didn't. And it hasn't. I mean, like, the most we've done is 200 since then. And so that's like 1/5 of, like, the views I was getting. And look, I was lucky to get those views in the first place, right? It's kind of weird to go from a streamer that's got, like, overall, I don't know, 100 to 200 concurrents, you know, to being a streamer that's got, like, over 1,000 concurrents across all the platforms. But, you know, it was cool while it lasted. I don't know. Maybe adding related hashtags will work. Well, if anybody thinks of a related hashtag, what are we covering today? We're talking about Tim Pool. And Tim Pool got himself into a little trouble. He's a member of a company called Tenet Media, and it turns out that Tenet Media was... Well, let's just read it from the actual... I've got the indictment right here. RT, formerly known as Russia Today, is a state-controlled media outlet funded and directed by the government of Russia. After Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, RT was sanctioned, dropped by distributors, and ultimately forced to cease operations in the US, Canada, and the United Kingdom and the European Union. In response, RT created, in the words of its editor-in-chief, an entire empire of covert projects designed to shape public opinion in Western audiences. One of RT's covert projects, as described herein, is its funding and direction of a Tennessee-based online content creation company. In the indictment, they're calling this company One, but I am to understand, or at least as far as I understand, we're talking about Tenet Media, right? So it's funding and directing Tenet Media. And Tenet Media has got Tim Pool, Lauren Chen. Actually, look, yeah, this is, I mean, it's a little bit more complicated, right? Because some of these creators knew about what was going on. Some of them knew that their money was coming from RT or from Russia. And then some of them did not. Right? So I don't want to say that somebody, you know, knew when they didn't, but over at least the past year, RT and its employees, including Konstantin Kalashnikov, aka Kostya, and Elena Afanasyeva, aka Lena, the defendants have deployed nearly 10 million laundered through a network of foreign shell entities, covertly funding and direct U.S. Company One. U.S. Company One publishes English language videos on multiple social media channels, including TikTok, Instagram, X, YouTube, using multiple fake personas. Afafsiana edited, posted, and directed the posting by U.S. Company One of hundreds of videos. Many of the videos published by U.S. Company One contain commentary on events and issues in the United States, such as immigration, inflation, and other topics related to domestic and foreign policy. While the views expressed in the videos are not uniform, the subject matter and content of the videos are often consistent with the government of Russia's interest in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions in order to weaken U.S. opposition to core government of Russia interests, such as the ongoing war in Ukraine. So that's what we got going on, right? So for the record, it's not Tim Pool or Lauren Chen or anybody like that is actually indicted, right? These are two, I would assume, Russian nationals or Russian immigrants. Konstantin Kalashnikov and Elena Afansyeva are the indicted people. But yeah, I mean, this is basically... It's just Tim Pool getting money from the former RT. And really posting a lot of stuff that does seem to be in the interest of the Russian government. So we're going to look into that. We've also got a gang from Venezuela that's shown up in Colorado. Or not, chat. This is the weirdest story I've ever covered. I gotta be real with you, okay? This story, as we start to scratch the surface of it, it's gonna peel apart, right? At first it sounds like, oh my gosh, there's a gang from Venezuela in Colorado taking over apartments, shaking people down for their rent money, scaring off the landlord, and the cops can't do anything about it, and the FBI can't do anything about it. Nobody's doing anything about it. They're just letting it happen, right? And look, if you're a fucking boomer on Facebook, this probably makes a lot of sense. You don't really question it. Well, yeah, because the Biden administration, they love immigrants. They want to bring Kalashnikov, like the arms manufacturer. I kid you not, today, we're going to be talking about some names that sound like they got to be fake, right? If I was to write a fake Russian character, I might have, and make it really, like, blatant, make it really, you know, transparent, I might have their last name be Kalashnikov, right? It's just like the easiest. It's like Ted Chevrolet and Jerry America. I don't know. Like, it's just like the most stereotypical thing you could think of for a Russian name, to the point where I'm like, wait, is anybody... The eponymous AK-47, yeah. Reminds me of Red Dawn, Latin communists in Colorado. Yeah, basically. Well, I don't know if they said they were communists, but, like, I don't know. I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if that got added onto the story, because this is, like, kind of a whale tale, right? And it's something that went viral because of an image, right? The image, maybe you've seen these images. It's a bunch of young men standing in a apartment stairwell with pretty decent sized assault weapons, it looks like. I don't know if they're actually assault weapons. I always say something's an assault weapon, and then chat corrects me and says, that's not actually an assault weapon, Irene, because you don't know what assault... It looks pretty assaulty. And they show up there in tracksuits and stuff, and they're, like, you know, opening the door and going in. Right, it's a ring camera footage, right? It's ring cam. Yeah, oh, there we go. Mrs. Smirnov and Mr. Stolichnaya. You can't blame the ladies for good taste. No, you cannot, Yolkio. Speaking of good taste, here, let me see. I want to see if these, we're at a weird place, chat, with the dono goal. I gotta be honest, alright? I'm not talking about today's dono goal. I mean, we're just starting out and we're at 1% already, so I'm not complaining, right? But, oh my gosh. I gotta erase the yesterday's stuff. So, like, the dono goal works like this. There's, like, 4 topics that I have. I put them in a poll. People vote on them in the poll. I add the poll numbers together. And then when people donate, the dono goal goes forward, right? If it goes to 100% by the end of the stream, then we get extra bonus content. If it doesn't, then we don't get extra bonus content. And, but when you donate, you're able to put your money towards whatever topic you want to see as the bonus content. But what we've got is a system that, I don't know, maybe I broke the system. Because we're now at 145 on Fallout New Vegas. That means in order for content to win, so, right, say that chat really wants to see Brianna Wu turn on Chud logic, right? That's your interest. That's what everybody wants. Everybody votes for that. A bunch of people donate for that. And it ends up with a total of like 100 points. Now, 100 points is a lot of points, right? It'd be like 50% of people voting for this, plus people, you know, altogether like donate 50 towards that, right? That would get it to 100 points. But look at this, Fallout New Vegas 145. It would have to be like 50 points plus like 95. So it would have to be like everybody, like literally everybody that donates is like Brianna Wu turns on Chud logic, and that would get us that content, right? Because right now, what is really set to fall out of the vending machine is Fallout New Vegas, right? Because it accrues. So what's the difference with Fallout New Vegas? You can't vote for it, right? So it doesn't get any points from the vote, but when people support it, it goes up and it doesn't come down. It only comes down when I play Fallout New Vegas. And since we haven't hit the sub goal since it's been this high, we haven't played Fallout New Vegas. And so it just keeps on getting higher, meaning that people are donating and they're supporting all these things, but they kind of know that, like, unless everybody, like, coordinates and they just, like, blitz this shit, it's going to be Fallout New Vegas. So I don't know. I put my 1% towards Fallout. So yeah, it's now at 146. Thank you for letting me know that, Omega Star. And yeah, when you donate, as always, so I don't know what to do, chat. The only other thing I've got is this President Sunday goal, where we have like the theory possum, which actually could be, wait. A news capybara? So Sunday's thing is different, right? It's like, basically if I start out on news, then you can donate and you can either say like news capybara or you can say drama weasel, and whichever one you feed, it gets points. And if the drama weasel gets 100 points, then I immediately drop whatever news I'm covering and I go straight to the sun tent. Right? Which we've got some more because Sunday he cannot leave Tyler alone. He's making more content for me to have to cover. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Plus he uses the Doom guy without permission from, well, I think it's technically the Sunday guy. Doesn't he change the Doom guy to be his face, at least? Is that what his name is? Literally just Doom guy? But yeah, what this would mean is, and then like the drama weasel proceeds, right, until it gets 100%, and then we switch from news to drama. But here's the confounding variable. If somebody's like really feeling the news or really wants to do a theory stream, they could donate 100 points to the news capybara. And what that does is that brings the drama weasel back down to like 50%, which it seems kind of harsh. And like I said, I feel like Sunday's dono goal is like purposefully extractive. Like he's really leaning on his chat. And like, I understand like needing money because, you know, when you're a full-time content creator, it's not easy, and you definitely are not. Sunday's not getting enough ad money, not anywhere close to enough ad money to survive. So, but at the same time, like I also understand that you all have lives and you all have needs, and I know it feels like if you lean on your audience too hard about a dono goal, the people that donate are the people that should probably keep their money for themselves, right? The generous people out there are the people that maybe need to be generous to themselves, right? And think of themselves first, right? And so yeah, this is something I never want to encourage, you know, people donating money that they need for themselves, you know, because they're worried about me. Maybe because he's losing his damn mind. I mean, basically, hello, I am debate. Where did you get that? What is that? Echoplex. Oh, interesting. Echoplex has hello, I am debate as an emote. You're eating pizza right now? Oh my god. You know what? I have something. I have pizza potatoes, which is just what happens when you pour spaghetti sauce on potatoes. But I didn't have enough spaghetti sauce. So it's actually It's actually like molasses and spaghetti sauce and tahini on potatoes, which is really nothing like it's really nothing like pizza or spaghetti in that way. But yeah, we got to talk about a lot of things, so I don't want to like drag this out too long, but I just wanted to express those concerns and try to figure out what to do. I also, talked to some people about what to do about things like, so for instance, right now it's September on Twitch, which means that you get 25% off of any sub. So normally subs cost $6, right? But if you take 25% off of that, that means that right now it's $4 to get yourself a sub on Twitch. That is if you don't want to see the ad break, right? That's the big benefit of subs on Twitch. There's a 3-minute ad break that happens every hour on the hour. It's going to happen in like 10 minutes again. And the only way to get out of that is to get yourself a sub. You can do it for, I was going to say $6, but I actually think it's $4. I think they take 25% off of it right now. You can do it for $4 or for free using a Twitch Prime sub. Or you could possibly be gifted a sub, although that kind of thing, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. But some people, because it's September, they're getting multiple months. So that's the other benefit of September, is that Twitch lets you kind of stock up on those. So in other words, right, if you want to get 6 months of a sub, but only pay like a fraction of the cost, right, then you can do that during this month, right? It's like, you can buy them for future months. Does that make sense? And some people are doing that. And they're like asking me, but wait, how does this work, right? Because like I am contributing like this amount every month. Is that going to get added to the dono goal? And I'm told that yes, it should be happening that way, right? It should re-up, it should re-trigger, it should give you another alert every month, right? Every month when you're renewing it, or it'll like automatically renew, and this thing will play, and then I'll put $6 like for you on the board. So I think that should work. Now, I did have last time somebody sign up for, I think like 6 months of, sign up for like a 6-month sub, and their alert didn't play. And so I didn't know what to do. I was like, wait, what's going on? I wasn't sure even what they were asking me, because like I didn't see an alert, and I'm just like, wait, what's going on? Right. But I do want to make sure that for people that are like a Patreon is one that somebody brought up, right? Patreon, when people sign up for Patreon, usually they it like rolls over to the next month unless they like cancel it, right? And so what about the people whose like Patreon is re-upping, right? I want to make sure that I'm counting their Patreon, like, right, because I count the Patreon signups, but somebody reminded me that there's also like Patreon renewals, and I'm not sure if I'm even seeing those. So I guess for now, if your Patreon is like renewing, if you get charged or something, I guess that's the best way to see it. Let me know so that I can put your money where your mouth is, and I can move this dono goal forward. Because yeah, I don't want to leave anybody out, especially people that are signing up for my Patreon, right? That means a lot to me. Can patrons choose 1 day per month to use their membership towards the goal? I mean, that would be okay with me. I just take your word for it, generally, right? I mean, I hope nobody, I mean, it's on the honor system, and I don't think anybody would like take advantage of that, but I think it's actually more complicated than that. Somebody post on, been spending a bunch of time on Twitch recently. There's no discount for mobile subs. Oh my god, they fuck over mobile users, don't they? Even the mobile app on Twitch is kind of, right, I've been told, I haven't used it in a long time, chat, but I've been told the mobile app is more like TikTok. So instead of going on mobile and finding your favorite streamer, which is of course going to be NCC, and just going to her stream, sometimes you're turning on the app and it just is like, here's a stream, here's a clip, here's a story, and you're just like, I didn't ask for this. Where's NCC? Where's NCC? Somebody bring me to NCC, right? So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do about that, but I'll keep my eye on it and see if I can come up with any solutions, because I definitely don't want anybody, especially anybody who's like, signing up for multiple months and like renewing. to like not get their to not be able to affect the dono goal or something like that. I don't want anybody to feel like, well, you signed up for a 6-month sub, you silly. You only get like, you know, that only counts once for you. Haven't tried this Twitch website yet. I mean, yeah, that might be different on there. AC gifted Twitch subs are still the same. Oh, okay, so Omega Star, that's correct. That's correct. Gifted Twitch subs are still the same. Gifted Twitch subs are still the same. Now, speaking of Twitch, right? Like I said, this month, because it's September, I'm trying to build up my Twitch presence. I'm trying to talk to more Twitch creators. I'm trying to do all the things to try to grow the Twitch community a little bit. Because it'd be nice if that thing was like, you know, kind of self-sufficient on its own. And we've been getting more views. We've been getting more views on Twitch, which is great, which is amazing. I didn't even expect that, right? I kind of thought that Twitch was dying, but the more I look into it, maybe not. Twitch is still kind of head of the class in terms of live streams. And it shouldn't surprise anyone because YouTube's live streaming software, like they just haven't really developed it that much. And Twitch is, you know, obviously where streaming lives. So so I want to concentrate on Twitch. I also said that I wanted to there's a thing called the channel points. There's a thing called channel points, right? When you're in my Twitch stream, just sitting in chat, you accumulate channel points. When you chat, you accumulate more channel points. When you do other things, you accumulate even more. There's a lot of things that you can do that accumulate channel points. And theoretically, the channel points let you do cool things. But I haven't got enough cool things. I think I've got like make Irene bounce, which would make me drag out the trampoline, and then I would bounce on the trampoline. And cat ears. I think that's like the only things. Twitch is always evolving. That's right, Twitch Schmegley. You know about the meta. You know about the meta. But yeah, sometime I want to go through and just ask people like what they want for Twitch channel point goals, and also maybe try to add some sound alerts. Now the whole thing about sound alerts though is going to be that they're going to either be really slight and short and not distracting. Toggle cat ears, okay. Or they're going to have to be. Where are my cat ears? There they are. So, or they're gonna have to be expensive, right? Because the one thing that I can't have is more like long, like even like the communist invading radicals. Dingus Gambit as a sound alert. Wait, speaking of which, let's get into the.
Dingus Gambit.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. Dingus Gambit would be a good sound alert because it's short enough, right? Something like this.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
It's too long. It's too long, right?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh.
That would be a fun one. Weasel. That's pretty short. That's distracting. Although I like that as my sound alert for super chats because it gets my attention. Oh shit. It's kind of loud, right? It's a little bit loud. But yeah, I gotta focus on short stuff because like when I'm adding fun stuff for Twitch, I don't want to make it so that it makes my stream hard to watch because some people are watching it for the politics, some people are watching it for the drama, and they don't want to be distracted by a bunch of like random stuff going on Twitch. So I'm trying to balance all that out. I always like the communist invading radical one. I do too, but my problem with that is it's too long. It's a very long sound alert. It's a very good sound alert, but it's probably too long to have as the sound alert for every time somebody subs on YouTube because people are subbing like all the time, right? If it's a good day in what's it called? If it's a good day in Shorts chat, then there's like it's communist invading radicals like just constantly going off. A little void coffee. Okay, so I gotta do one. It's not just the channel. My YouTube is jacked. Oh shit. Well, Soul Life, I hope you get that fixed. Yeah, YouTube's been doing some slightly strange things for me too. I don't know. It's probably punishing me. YouTube is just punishing me. It's constant punishment. Oh my god, all the cat pics. That's really cute, Moenope. That is really cute. Oh my god. Wait, what? Do I even know all these? Galactic Space Lord, is that Adrian's cat is good. Wait. Some of these streamers I need to get to know. TRRS Momo. I'm not sure I know who TRRS Momo is, but I need to know because they've got cat emojis that are very cute and that I enjoy seeing in chat. So, yeah, like I said, chat. Okay, so look, oh my god, so many things that I need to do. All right, let's do something really quick, okay? Like watching the time. Oh god, I gotta say it again. One thing that's not quick, though, is the top of the hour ad break. That sucker lasts for 3 minutes at a time, and it happens every hour on the hour, and your only hope to miss that is to do so for $4 if you're buying your sub on the website. It's a 25% off right now, or for free using a Twitch Prime sub, or possibly by being gifted a sub, which is more likely to happen if you're active in the chat, right? And that's going off in about 2 minutes. I was gifted some subs in my sleep, not super familiar with who Rob Rousseau is. I feel like I think I've heard good things about Rob Rousseau. I'm not sure. Kitties, yes, kitties. So what am I doing? I am trying to open this. So I'm gonna open really quickly. Okay, so now I showed you the other day how to clip in Twitch. If you were not there for that, go to my Twitch channel, look at the featured clips, and you should see 2 clips that say how to clip, right? If you want to become a clip master on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly. I appreciate it when people make clips. It really helps me out a lot. I can't overemphasize how much it helps me out for people to make clips of me. And, you know, if you do, you might actually find your clip becoming a TikTok, becoming a YouTube short or something like that, right? You know, I would definitely be open to using a clip if it's good enough and giving you that credit in the description. But let's see, what we got? Okay, so we're going to look for a video of mine. All right, here we go. Here's the channel. Here's the channel. All right, so this is my channel. Why does it say there's 2 lives going on when there's like 1? That's super weird. I don't understand that. But so yeah, this is my channel. You scroll down. These are what YouTube is recommending for you specifically. These are all the videos. These are the top community clips, right? And the reason I'm showing you these is that these don't have many views, which means that there is a space for somebody who wanted to clip on YouTube to be able to make, if you make a good clip, it'll probably go straight to the top, right? Because some of these are just like random clips and you could beat them easily. How do you clip, you ask? Well, let's take a look here. Let's take a look. So there's a video of mine. This is Sunday and Tyler live stream. Let's just advance it to a random place. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. YouTube, you're so slow. Oh, weird. I can't clip this one. Huh, I wonder... So I know, chat, if I have a stream that's, like, marked as politics, it won't let me clip. Let's try this one.
Have I had Sunday on before?
There we go, clip. Okay, so look at this. So here's a video. It's a live stream of mine. I just bumped Waluigi. If I go down here, you see this button right here. Hopefully you can see it. Here, let me actually change to being easier to see.
Oh my gosh. Alright.
There we go. Alright, see this button right here? Oh, you can't. You can't see it because it's not showing my, But you see how I'm highlighting this? That's the clip button, alright? So if I press this, it's out of screen. It's out of screen. God fucking damn it. Basically, it's to the right of the screen. You know how, like, when you watch a video, there's the video and then there's the recommended on the side. it pops up where the recommended are. All right.
Not too loud.
And when I click this, it grabs the last 15 seconds
Sunday has entered the building. Okay, so
and it makes a clip out of that, right? And I just type in testing to be you can type in any name. You name the clip, and then you click share clip. Now, if you want to, chat, if 15 seconds isn't long enough, if you want to go back further, you just pull it back. I think you can clip like up to, let's see, how much can you clip? Yeah, up to 60 seconds. So you can clip up to 60 seconds just on Twitch, and you just slide the things around. Oh my god, you're not even seeing this, right?
I'm so sorry. Did I?
And then you click share clip,
Sunday has
and it gives you this little code. And look at that, YouTube/clip/your own special code. You copy this, and then, I don't know, maybe go to Stream Clips. Maybe go to the Discord and go to Stream Clips.
The right audio source here. In fact,
And then, boom, share it there.
give me 1 sec. Let me.
That's how you do it. Anyway, that's not nearly as good of a tutorial as the one for Twitch, but I just wanted to do that, and I wanted to mention that clipping is possible on YouTube as well as Twitch, and I appreciate those, right? Obviously, like, the Twitch clips are more useful for me, but I know not everybody fucks with Twitch, and I don't want to like push that on you if you don't like the Twitch app, right? Or you don't mess with Twitch, right? You can also clip on YouTube, and there's less that I can do with the YouTube clips, but like I said, they're useful, and you have a very high chance. You have a very high chance if you clip me on YouTube of getting your clip in the top community clips, because like none of these are especially good clips, right? And so if you make a good clip, it'll probably rise to the top. I don't know. So give it a try if you want to. Only if you want to. Anyway, there's my lesson for the day. How to clip on YouTube. And with that, chat, I feel like I have definitely edged you for long enough. Yeah, YouTube is kind of... Oh, that's not what we're looking at right now. We're gonna have to get to that one.
Former President Trump.
League. How let's describe his penis.
No! No, Tyler, let's get off of this.
Pour through all of his videos. Look how.
No, I don't want to see. I don't want to hear about that.
God, he's so fucking sweaty. He's so sweaty.
Please, please, please get off of this. Oh my god. Come on, please, YouTube, work for me. Oh my god, there we go. I hate YouTube's playlist function. It is truly reprehensible. Okay, so we're gonna start off with Trump pleads not guilty to fresh indictments. The other thing I thought about the performance of the short stream is that it's possible, I guess. Oh god, I haven't even given you the poll, have I? I need to do that. I need to give you the poll. Here, I'm gonna try to start two things at once. Start that. And then start the poll. Here we go. Start poll. Bonus content. Question mark. Add option, add option. All right, we got Brianna Wu turns on Chud logic. That's one that people have seemed to want for a while now. Again, chat, you're really gonna have to sort of bury the needle if you wanna get one of these topics, because right now Fallout New Vegas is kind of in the driver's seat, right? You're gonna have to vote the hell out of one of these options and donate the hell out of one of these options. Otherwise, we're just going to end up playing Fallout or playing nothing at all if we don't hit the dono goal. We're at 1% right now. We need to be 100% by the end of the stream. It advances every time you donate, and also every time you donate, whether it be through Super Chat, Super Sticker, getting yourself a membership, or giving the gift of weasels to others, or whether it be through signing up for Patreon or donating to my Throne account. Any of those will allow you to put your donation as a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice, right? And yeah, if you want to see something other than Fallout, that's going to be a necessity for one of these to get just like a massive amount of donos to overcome the head of steam that Fallout has built up. This is at 146 right now, right? So it's going to be it's a little bit of an uphill battle, but it's possible. It's possible. Okay, so just know that that's there. All you got to do is make sure to let me know in chat, either through your super chat itself or after you donate, that you have donated and that you want that money to go to X topic. Go to Brianna Wu turns on Chud logic. Just a tip, just the tip. Oh my gosh, is that a vote for tipster? Is that a vote for tipster? That brings us up to 3%. Which is definitely some progress. You can also say Vox Populi, which is what you say if you want to, if you want to like roll it back to the choice of the users, the choice of the voters. So let me hit that bonus content thing now. There it is. There's the poll for you all. Whoa, what just happened? Oh my gosh, Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Speedrunner. Wait, I gotta press the button. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. F-bombs for you. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. The Shag. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Boots. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Wolf Tickets. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. I never vote. It's too complicated. I'm a millennial. Yeah, we gotta make it less complicated. That's one of my goals. But that pushes the dono goal up to 18%. So it's now at 18%, almost a fifth of the way there. So, I mean, so far, so good. So far, really good, actually. Sasha G says, Brianna Wu turns on Chud logic. All right, so that's now got 15%. So that's the kind of thing that we need to see. If it's gonna be towards Brianna Wu turns Chud logic, it's gonna be like people voting for that and people donating for that, right? It's definitely possible. It's like literally if everybody voted, if everybody who donates votes for Brianna Wu turns on Chud logic, and we hit the dono goal, then you'll overcome the fall. At least what's right now for Fallout. Right now, people might donate for Fallout and change that, but that's where we are right now. Look at all the beautiful green names, right? Also, Speedrunner, did you have I never vote, it's too complicated. Okay, well, if you don't want to vote, you don't have to. I'll allow it. Aren't I gracious? I'm exceptionally gracious. I'm so gracious. Okay, one thing that's not gracious, though, right now is the, top of the hour ad break. No, just kidding. That's a great debate. Oh my god. Okay, let's make sure this is actually working. Like that. You're voting now? What are you voting for, Speedrunner? I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is as far as the dono goal. Come on. Click that off. Click that on. Just trying to get started on all cylinders here, chat. I am voting now. I vote for Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu, I choose you. I mean, I don't choose you, but Speedrunner sure does. Brianna Wu, you're popular. You're popular in my chat for once. You should come and hang out. Liz F says, I feel like I used to know how to make it so I could accept gift memberships, but I can't seem to find it anywhere now. Anybody want to offer advice to Liz F? I know it's complicated, especially on mobile, right? Isn't it like especially complicated on mobile? I feel like it is. Well, there we go. There we go. All right. So we're going to start off with Trump pleading not guilty to some fresh new indictments. We got fresh new indictments. Babe, fresh Trump indictments just dropped. I feel like I don't say that right. I feel like there's more pleading in the voice. Babe, fresh new indictments just dropped. Anyway, chat, I gotta get in my head in the game because we're about to get going here. I hit that button. I hit that button. I feel like there's only one more button I need to hit, and it's this button. Oh my god, I did not like that. Let's try that again. It's not doing it for me, chat. It's not doing it. Let's try that. That's more like it. All right, so we got fresh Trump tent that just dropped, right? Trump has pleaded not guilty in an election interference case. Judge's trial schedule is coming. So they're going to schedule this. They're going to put it on the schedule.
After Vice President Harris during a pre-taped town hall on Fox News last night.
Yeah, and specifically, Trump criticized Harris's economic policies, then turned his sights on the ABC network, which is hosting the upcoming presidential debate.
If she gets in, I think we will have a depression, 1929 style depression. That's what I think will happen to our country. They are the most dishonest network, the meanest, the nastiest, but that was what I was presented with. I think a lot of people are going to be watching to see how nasty they are, how unfair they are.
Meanwhile, Trump is also dealing with more legal troubles while on the campaign trail. His lawyer entered a not guilty plea on his behalf today in response to the new indictment stemming from his federal election interference.
So I assume he's talking about ABC there, ABC News.
Washington, D.C. The former president wasn't there. He waived his right to appear.
CBS News campaign reporter and attorney Katrina Kaufman joins us now. Katrina, you've been following this case as you followed so many as it relates to the former president. Talk to us about today's arraignment and what kind of timeline we may look at with this case as it's happening in the shadows of the election and the campaign.
Errol, as you guys just mentioned, the judge, Tanya Chutkan, began by making sure that Trump understands the charges against him in this new superseding indictment that came from Jack Smith and that he's pleading not guilty. And then we moved on to talking about the timeline of
So this is the election interference indictment.
how this case is going to move forward. Both parties had submitted a proposal last Friday, and they have very differing views on how this should proceed. But the sense from today is that Judge Tanya Chutkan seemed to be leaning towards something that was proposed by the prosecution, where they would first brief the issue of presidential immunity. The special counsel's team said they need about 2 or 3 weeks to put that together and that it will be very comprehensive. The judge seemed to feel that that would also give the defense time to work on their arguments, because in the defense's proposal, they wouldn't even get to the issue of presidential immunity until December. And what the judge said is that this is really the issue on which the Supreme Court remanded this case to her courtroom. It was also notable that any time a reference to something related to the election came up, she made it very clear that she is not working on the electoral calendar, so that she is a trial judge, and that is not something that she's going to factor in here. Now, she didn't rule from the bench, but she said it was likely that we will get a schedule by the end of today on how this case is going to proceed.
Very interesting. And interesting, too, Katrina, given that this is the first time that Trump's team and special counsel Smith are actually returning to court since that Supreme Court's presidential immunity ruling. Given what you were just saying about how that is the big issue at hand, did we learn anything more about how that is going to play into this case now?
Yeah, it's going to play in a few ways. One, of course, we already have this new superseding indictment from Jack Smith where he accounted for the Supreme Court ruling, went back to a new grand jury, and trimmed down these allegations against Donald Trump, even though he retained the same 4 counts against him. Now it's up to Judge Tanya Chutkan to...
So the whole trimming down thing has to do with the Supreme Court's decision, right? They made a decision based on immunity, which everybody thought was going to be the most obvious thing. No, being president doesn't make you immune from crimes. But this Supreme Court, they had a different idea, right? Remember, 3 of these judges were appointed by Trump himself. The majority of these judges are members of the Federalist Society. This is essentially a group that has taken over the Supreme Court. And not just taking over the Supreme Court, but with like judges that have massive conflicts of interest, judges that are receiving, gifts and vacations and all kinds of stuff from parties that have interest in the outcome of their case, right? The Supreme Court is supposed to not only not have a conflict of interest, they're supposed to not even have the appearance of a conflict of interest. And if there is the appearance for a justice of conflict of interest, in other words, if a justice deems that that it might look from the outside like they would be conflicted on a case, they're supposed to sit that one out. They're supposed to recuse themselves. They don't do it. They don't do it. And this Supreme Court has gotten actually, has essentially, they've politicized the Supreme Court, right? From being one of the most trusted branches of government to being one of the least trusted branches of government. And so as a result, there might actually be reform to the Supreme Court. And indeed, there's going to have to be.
To apply that ruling. She's going to look at the superseding indictment, look at the arguments from both sides, and decide what can be retained as the case moves forward. One thing that the defense brought up today is the fact that former Vice President Mike Pence was even brought up in the indictment. They say that he is immunized under the Supreme Court ruling, and on that basis alone, the entire thing should be dismissed. The judge didn't seem to agree with that interpretation. She wants to see briefing on this issue. And the other aspect of the Supreme Court ruling that came into play.
So essentially the demarcation between things that the president can be charged with, can be held responsible for, and the things that he's got immunity for, it breaks down between official and unofficial acts. So things like a conversation that the president had with his cabinet would be an official act. So that's, if he could say, he could divulge his intent to commit a crime or try to pull other people into a conspiracy, and apparently that's his official duty. So he's off the hook for that. This is why people are calling sus on this Supreme Court. This is why people think this is bullshit, right? But if the president does something that's completely unrelated to his office, then yeah, like anyone else, they are potentially, again, some of these, things haven't been tested out in court yet, but they're potentially liable for anything that they do in an unofficial act. And it's pretty clear to most of us, I think, that an attempt to bully, the attorney general in Georgia into helping him steal an election, setting up fake electors, et cetera, the whole fake electors plot. You'd be hard pressed to say, no, that's an official act. That's an official act, right? But what they're trying to do here is because the vice president is mentioned, right? Say, well, that's an official act, right? I don't know. Like the idea is that like he's supposed to be immunized for anything that happens with his cabinet, and I guess that includes the vice president. And so since Vice President Pence is mentioned, somehow they're trying to have it thrown out, but on the basis of that. Probably will not work, though.
There was a concurrence from Judge Clarence Thomas where he talks about the lawfulness of the appointment of Jack Smith. And the defense is also trying to use that argument to get this case dismissed, as he did in Florida.
And Katrina, just...
Okay, so yeah, the case in Florida is the documents case. That's the case with Judge Eileen Cannon. And Judge Eileen Cannon dismissed that case based on, after kind of dragging it around for a while, based on the idea that the special prosecutor was improperly selected. And that case is being appealed and will very likely be overturned. It might even result in Judge Cannon, a Trump appointee, being taken off the case. So that more on that later.
Quickly, none of this has hit Trump's poll numbers. He's competitive in battleground states. What is his schedule?
That's a weird thing to say. Look, Trump's poll numbers are a moving target, and that target is moving downward. So did this affect it? I don't know. I don't think that this is not something that you can, unless you've got polling data where it's like we asked the people polled, did the new indictments affect your vote at all? And they were like, no, right? Then maybe you could say it's, but I mean, you'd have to have like, 95% saying it didn't affect my decision to really say that it's not affecting his poll numbers. Anyway, it's the media doing what the media does. They can never say this looks bad for Trump. Even when this looks bad for Trump, they've always got to say, well, on the other side, his poll numbers are okay. He's not like completely getting stomped in the election. Okay.
This week.
Look, those are cicadas. You hear those?
So this afternoon, Trump is talking about the economy in New York. He's also supposed to deliver some virtual remarks later to a Republican Jewish coalition. Tomorrow, he's heading to Charlotte, North Carolina, where he's speaking with the National Police Group. And then I'll be with him in...
Wait, that's not Charlottesville, right? That's a different town.
Wisconsin on Saturday for...
Wait, Charlottesville is in Virginia. Okay.
A rally.
All right, Katrina Kaufman.
All right, there we go. So I'm going to take a look at this. This is Mehdi Hassan on Zateo, which you should definitely follow if you're not following already. And he's talking about the thing that I've been constantly complaining about, right? Trump supporters that will tell you that one of the reasons that they support Trump so much is that he's an anti-war president. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all.
Keep meeting people in left-wing circles, in Muslim circles, in Arab American circles, who tell me that they're voting for Donald Trump because he isn't a hawk. He didn't start...
That's the other thing is like, look, people, I don't know, are those people really left-wing?
Any new wars.
Or are they just saying that they are?
Killed fewer Muslims than Democratic presidents do. This argument is doing my head in.
So the only way that this is true, right, is if these people have listened to Trump supporters and they're buying one of the most dubious things that they're saying, which is that Trump is an anti-war president, and if you are against the military-industrial complex, it's your duty to vote for Trump.
Because it just isn't true. It's total nonsense. So when it comes to Trump and war and killing Muslims in particular, it's time for a debunking. Number one, he didn't start any new wars, they say. Well, it's not like he didn't try. We just got lucky. In his first year in office, he picked a fight with nuclear-armed North Korea. He called Kim Jong-un Little Rocket Man, called him short and fat, and threatened him with fire and fury. Trump's own Homeland Security officials were so shit-scared that he'd start a major war with North Korea that they had multiple meetings to prepare for a nuclear attack, a North Korean nuclear strike on American soil. In his last year in office, Trump illegally assassinated Iran's top general, Qasem Soleimani, via a drone strike, and the only reason we didn't have a full-on war with Iran is...
For the record, attacking and assassinating like high military officials is an act of war. That's what Mehdi's on about, right? When he says it's a miracle that we did not have a war with Iran, because that is the that's definitely a pretext for a war.
Because the Iranians chose to show restraint and not respond in kind. Had Iran, say, assassinated General Mark Milley, America's top general at that time, we would have been instantly in World War III as a result of Trump's actions. Let's be clear about that. In fact, Milley says Trump wanted to attack Iran after he lost the 2020 election. Trump also reportedly wanted to attack Venezuela. And now for his second term, he's considering airstrikes on Mexican soil. How's that for a new war?
Yeah, it's not just Trump either. It's a lot of the Republican Party that's been talking about this.
War, not far away in the Middle East, but on our own southern.
Isn't that wild too? Because they'd be going after the cartels, but like when you move your army into a sovereign country, right? That's an act of war, not against the cartels in that country, but against that country, right?
Border. By the way, this very specific and annoying claim that he was the first president to start no new war, that's just not true. Former president and Nobel Peace Laureate Jimmy Carter would like a word. And look, this whole not starting new wars thing is a distraction from the fact that Trump expanded and escalated pretty much every war that he inherited from Barack Obama. Remember.
So Obama's war that he started would be the attacks in Yemen?
Obama famously didn't bomb the Assad government in Syria, but Trump did in 2017 and again in 2018. Obama didn't drop the single biggest bomb on Afghanistan, the mother of all bombs, the Moab, but Trump did.
This is one of those things that seems to be memory hold, right? There's a bomb that the U.S. has that it's keeping in case it ever has to bomb some, militant group that has like dug like way underground, right? It's this big, it's not nuclear, but it's huge. And they call it the mother of all bombs, or the Moab, right? And Trump, after hearing that we got this really cool big new bomb, was like, I wanna press it, like a kid in the elevator. I wanna press the button, he had to press the button. Trump literally bombed Afghanistan with this giant bomb because he thought it was fucking cool. Right? He's a man baby.
In fact, the number of...
But people have forgotten about this. This was what, 2016? Sorry, no, 2017. When did this happen? When did the actual bomb get dropped? Oh, this is the news article is from December 7th, 2020.
Afghan civilians killed by airstrikes on Trump's watch.
That's I can't tell when the
went up 300.
Here, let me look this up. Moab, when was it dropped? When did Trump drop the Moab? April 14th, 2017. Okay, so yeah, no, sorry, April 13th, 2017. That's when this mother of all bombs was deployed. Was it deployed in Iraq, though? Mother of all bombs in Afghanistan.
30%. And as writer Ben Krause points out, quote, there were more civilian deaths from airstrikes in Somalia under Trump than under Bush and Obama combined. Trump also...
April 13th, 2017, American forces in Afghanistan dropped one of the largest non-nuclear weapons ever used by the U.S. military. The mother of all bombs hits an Islamic State tunnel complex with the power equaling 11 tons of explosives. More than 90 Islamic States militants died. The strike was the first time the GBU 43/B Massive Ordnance Air Blast. Oh, okay. So the official name is Massive Ordnance Air Blast, right? But they nickname it Mother of All Bombs. Very cute. Was used by the U.S. In combat by the U.S. military. The weapon targeted a complex where the Afghan affiliate of the Islamic State group was operating near the Pakistani border. Then White House Secretary Sean Spicer said ISIS fighters used caves and tunnels to launch attacks against the U.S. military. Sorry. And Afghan forces. The Moab created a blast radius stretching a mile in each direction, weighing 22,000 pounds. The bomb must be deployed from the rear of a cargo plane with the help of a parachute. No standard U.S. warplane is large enough to carry it. Jesus Christ. So they don't even have a bomber for it, right? It's a bomb that's too big for a bomber. The Pentagon commissioned, and obviously if you're in a situation where you're able to bomb somebody with a cargo plane, it's not like a war, setting. It's not like a war zone where the United States is afraid of, it shows how much control of the area the United States already has, which kind of makes, you think, like, was this really necessary? And the answer most likely was no. They told Trump, we got a new bomb. It's really cool. It's really big. And he's like, I want to drop it. I want to drop it. And they're like, we don't need to drop it. They're like, I want to drop it. I want to drop it. I'm the president. I get to drop the bomb. I get to see the firework go off. Trump is a fucking man baby. Holy shit. Pentagon commissioned a review of the weapons compliance and the law of armed conflict in 2003 and found that although the Moab leaves a large footprint, it is discriminate and requires deliberate launching towards the target. It is expected, so as far as it being a war crime, I guess, it's expected that the weapon will have a substantial psychological effect on those who have witnessed it. Okay, I mean, I guess so, right? I guess so. Anyway.
Oversaw a 200% increase in airstrike deaths in Iraq.
Okay, so here's Yemen.
And Syria.
So far we have a provocation against North Korea, right? Just an unnecessary provocation, right? A puerile, you might say, provocation, where, you know, people say that Obama's immature or being ridiculous by, like, you know, doing this thing, like kind of talking about Trump's crowd sizes, right? But people are like, that's immature. You're obviously trying to say his thingy is small too, right? But Trump started it. Trump literally like had a dick measuring contest with Kim Jong-un, sorry, not the father of Kim Jong-un, but and so there was that. There's the war. There's the active war against Iran. There is the continuation of our forever war in Afghanistan. Actually, I would say an escalation in terms of the ordinances that he's using and in terms of the number of civilians that died during his term in Afghanistan. That ramped up. He ramped up the civilian deaths in Afghanistan, right? So he continues a war that had been lasting for like 20 years, a war that he should, you know, it was time to pull out. He didn't do it. Honestly, Obama should have done it too. I'm not trying to let Obama off the hook. You know, Afghanistan probably should have never been invaded in the first place, right? But we were still there, and Trump kept the U.S. troops there. So we've got that, and then we've got this last thing, Yemen. Yeah, airstrikes under Trump increased sixfold as in Yemen, and there were more civilian deaths from airstrikes in Somalia under Trump than under Bush and Obama combined. Trump oversaw a 200% increase in the airstrike deaths in Iraq and Syria.
In Somalia under Trump than under Bush and Obama combined. Trump also oversaw a 200% increase in airstrike deaths in Iraq and Syria. Number two, well, at least he wasn't a drone president, they say, like Obama was. Look, Obama was indeed a drone president who killed a lot of innocent people with drone strikes. But you know who was a bigger drone president? Donald Trump. Yeah. You just haven't heard about it because much of our media is a joke and because both Muslims and the left, for some reason, have given Trump a pass on this issue. Here are the facts that you need to know. Donald Trump did more drone strikes in his first 2 years in office than Barack Obama carried out over 8 years in office. In fact, Trump didn't just do more drone strikes, he loosened all restrictions on drone strikes, making it even easier to kill innocent civilians. And it was Joe Biden, for all his sins on Gaza, who came along and almost ended the drone war without much fanfare and without much credit. Number three, well, at least Trump didn't do a genocide like Biden did in Gaza. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. In Yemen. How have we just forgotten the Yemen?
I feel like there's a lot of stuff under Trump that got memory hold, right? I don't know if it was like a traumatic experience for the country and that it's somehow the memories are being suppressed or something, but yeah, there's just so much shit that happened under Trump's presidency that people have just completely forgotten, and they give him credit for stuff that he never did, and they don't hold him accountable for stuff that he did do.
Genocide with tens of thousands of deaths, thousands of kids killed, and a man-made famine. It started on Obama's watch, yes, but in 2018 it was President Trump who oversaw the Yemen war's deadliest and most violent year up until that point. It was Trump who was in charge when a US-made bomb was dropped on a school bus full of Yemeni kids. And it was Trump, like Biden with Israel, who bypassed Congress to get weapons and bombs to his pal MBS in Saudi Arabia, which were then used to kill even more innocent Yemenis en masse. So when you say Trump didn't do a genocide, didn't mass kill Muslims, you're erasing the people of Yemen, and you should really be ashamed of yourself. To be clear, Trump did try and start new wars, expanded old wars, increased drone strikes, and helped do a genocide in the Middle East. He also supported the invasion of Iraq, wanted America to steal Iraq's oil, and pardoned and praised American soldiers convicted of war crimes in Iraq.
Yeah, Trump's feelings, his statements on the Iraq war were like Dick Cheney on steroids, right?
He's the president who ramped up the defense budget and surrounded himself.
Like in the Iraq war, if you aren't aware, Dick Cheney, the vice president, had connections to a lot of military contractors. Those contractors kind of got the job of bringing the oil back online. So in other words, the United States and really it's military contractors, really companies, American companies, like made money off of Iraqi oil. They didn't do though what Trump was saying, which was just like to straight up steal the resource, like, right, to invade Iraq and start stealing oil.
With neocon hawks like Mike Pompeo, Mike Pence, Nikki Haley, and John Bloody Bolton. And he's the presidential candidate now who is surrounding himself again with hawks, China hawks, who would love nothing more than a new America.
And that's the other thing about Trump, right? People talk about him as being a peace president in that he doesn't seem as willing to confront Putin. He seems to be more permissive. He talks about wanting to make a deal between Zelensky and Putin. He implies that, if this had happened under him, he would have led negotiations and settled some sort of deal. The only deal that you're going to do that's going to stop Russia from invading is essentially to partition Ukraine and give, the Russians a chunk of that. So, for all of his dovishness when it comes to Russia, he more than makes up for that with his hawkishness towards China.
War with the nuclear-armed People's Republic. So, Donald the Dove? No, that's ridiculous. It's perhaps the biggest, most annoying, and most demonstrable lie in American politics right now. Don't fall for it.
Yeah, and there's entirely too many people falling for it. And listen, the Democrats give you reason to do that, right? The Democrats are not great. The Democrats are wrapped around the finger of the military complex. Maybe not quite as tightly as Donald Trump is. Maybe not quite as tightly as the Republicans are. But there's not enough difference. The biggest thing that the Democrats could do to improve their odds would actually be to heighten the contradictions between them and the Republicans. However, they've been on a...
But now they're a freaking communist invading radical.
They've been on like a 20-year tear of doing the exact opposite, of trying to be more and more like the Republicans. Yo, welcome in, communist invading radicals. So yeah, that's what's going on. And look, this is something that I hear from chat way too often. This is something that I hear from a lot of people way too often. This is something that you'll hear from like the Jimmy Dore type of former leftists, former Bernie bros that are becoming more and more MAGA. And this is part of that pipeline. Is that they're anti-war, which is great, and they know that the Democrats don't have a great record in terms of in terms of like war, and that's also true. But that causes them to underestimate the support for the military-industrial complex among Republicans, and yes, also under Trump. So yeah, I'm trying to decide what we're gonna go for next. We do need to get to this Tim Pool story. Oh, let's watch Trump fall asleep. How about that?
This, I'll get to what makes it just such a complete and total nightmare to me, but let's start off with something a little bit more lighthearted. I won't specify who. It definitely wasn't anyone around this office, okay? But some people out there, or in here or somewhere, was saying that Trump, in certain parts of this interview, looks quote unquote baked. I couldn't speak to that. I don't know. Or high as a kite. It's totally inappropriate.
I feel like we saw this one.
The speculation, but he looks funky, we'll say, for sure. Something in his face.
I mean, he is a funky old guy. Remember, chat, his favorite song is two of his favorite songs are Macho Man and YMCA by the Village People. Like he was cool. The last time Trump was cool was like in the disco era, so it sort of makes sense that he's a funky guy.
Strange. So,
He's a funky old man. Yeah.
so you'll take note of that. But first, again, on the more interesting questions that were asked, because a lot of it was way too much of a softball interview.
Did I see the Some More News video about Ronald Reagan is the reason why we have Trump? Hey, actually, that's a good point. So Squall Leonhardt's talking about Some More News. That's Cody Johnston that does that. And why libs are no longer libs. Yeah, I actually talk about this a lot. You know, the reason that libs are no longer libs. What Squall means is that that there were certain assumptions that were taken for granted during the post-World War II period, during what we will call like the New Deal consensus, right? There were certain things that were taken for granted. And when the U.S. Supreme Court changed some election laws around campaign finance, it allowed somebody as radical as Ronald Reagan to win the presidency, even though he wasn't taken super seriously as a candidate. He ends up winning. And after that, after losing 2 elections to Reagan and then 1 election to his vice president, George H.W. Bush, the Democrats became scared of their own shadow. And even before that, you'd seen the Democrats kind of going back on some of those like Keynesian economic policies, even like, you know, during Jimmy Carter, there's like a thing called the profitability crisis. Look up stagflation if you want to. And Carter's answers for stagflation were not good. And it's what started the deindustrialization of the United States of America. That, along with Reagan's anti-union policies. Remember, this is a guy that broke the airline strike. He had striking airline, oh my God, not airline, but air traffic controllers, right? He had striking air traffic controllers who, wanted a better deal. And instead of negotiating with them, Ronald Reagan fired them all, fired everybody, and replaced them with like military air traffic controllers just to break the strike. So, you had labor really eat shit at that point. And the Democrats, instead of like saying, well, we got to do something about this, right? Labor's our most important constituency. We got to do something. We got to fight that. No. They didn't fight shit. They didn't fight shit. They asked themselves, how can we be more like the Republicans? Because we're never going to win again unless we are. And they got spooked and they got scared of their own shadow. And because of that, they turned into Republican light. And they've been Republican light. This is the biggest problem with the Democrats. People come in here, they say, oh, you're in the tank for the Democrats. You hate the Republicans. You've got Trump derangement syndrome, right? And in actuality, I am very critical of the Democrats. And my biggest criticism of the Democrats is that there's not enough difference between their policies and the Republicans' policies. They fail to heighten the contradictions. Americans need to know that you are standing for workers, which the Republicans are beating down workers. The Republicans have been beating down workers, right? And when the Democrats' policies are like, we're going to beat down workers just like a little bit less, just a tad bit less, people don't see the difference. And there's no justification for voting for you. So yeah, the Democrats are their own worst enemies. They have been for about, 40 years now. And if they ever want to get out of that malaise that they're stuck in, where they're losing elections to fucking clowns like Donald Trump, they need to change their path. You've seen a little bit of an inclination towards this under the Biden administration. You've seen his student loan policies. You've seen his labor policies kind of be a little bit different. But at the same time, look at his foreign policy. I mean, it's garbage. It's actually worse than Obama's. So the Democrats are kind of lost in the woods right now. And I, as much as I see a difference, I see a value in using your vote as a weapon to deny Donald Trump another term in office. I also sort of understand why people aren't that excited. Why people, why there's a lot of people out there that can't see the reason, that can't see the difference. And I think in order to really get those voters to show up for you, you've got to heighten the contradictions between yourself and the Republican Party. And it shouldn't be hard because, God damn it, that threshold is like in the basement, right? That bar is so fucking low. And yet time and time again, you see the Democrats scared of their own shadow. You see Kamala Harris, afraid to actually raise capital gains taxes, even like with a weaker capital gains policy than Biden has, right? This shit needs to stop. The Democrats are actually their own worst enemies.
Epstein was asked about. Take a look at this.
If being a moderate Democrat got you elected, Hillary Clinton would be president right now. Let's be real. Let's be real. You have not had a more conservative Democratic candidate than Hillary Clinton in a fuck long time. If that was what got it for you, if that's what impressed the American people, if that's what allowed you to win, Hillary should have had no problem. But she did. She was incredibly unpopular, and that is because she is too close to, she's flying close to the Republicans' policies.
A moment where you had some hesitation about Epstein, releasing some of the documents on Epstein. Why the hesitation?
Oh yeah, we did see this one.
I don't think I'm not involved. I never went to his island.
Nobody asked you about the island. Geez, now I wonder if you went to his island.
Fortunately. But a lot of people did.
Why do you think so many...
But, come on, Lex, ask him the real questions. Why were you friends with this guy? Why'd you hang out for this guy? When did you realize that this guy was sus? At what point did you recognize that this guy was sus? There's so many pictures of him. He's complimented the fuck out of Epstein, right? He talks about Epstein being, known to be seen with lots of beautiful women, many of them incredibly young, right? Why did you say that? Come on, ask him the real questions. And you're not going to get it out of Lex Friedman, because Lex Friedman is just glad to have Donald Trump come in for an interview.
Smart, powerful people allowed him to get so close.
He was a good salesman. He was, was a hale and hearty type of guy. And he had some nice assets.
He's a hale and hearty type of guy. He can't stop from complimenting Epstein even after Epstein is dead. Even after everything's been revealed around Epstein. This is the guy that when he was told about Ghislaine Maxwell being sentenced, he said he wished her well. Epstein's recruiter, the person that procured victims for Epstein and his friends, right? And he wishes her well.
That he'd throw around like islands. But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately,
I would love to have a list of them.
I was not one of them.
It's just...
Even if it's not you, Donald, even if it's like Bill Clinton, people, seriously, fuck Bill Clinton. Right, that dude's a creep too. I gotta say, I think Bill Clinton is probably a creep, right? If Bill Clinton's on that list of people that went to the island, he should be exposed, right? The Democrats should not be inviting this fucking creepazoid to speak at their national convention.
It's very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients...
But I am very sure that the list of clients includes a lot of Republicans too.
...that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Probably will be, by the way. Probably.
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago.
He's switching, he's pivoting, right? And this is what he did during this interview. This is what I noticed during this interview. Now, chat, my assessment of why Trump is pivoting, he'll get asked a question about one thing and he'll change the subject. Usually he changes the subject to immigration or to Afghanistan, to one of the issues that he feels like he is winning on, right? I think that he's been practicing this because he's going to have on September 10th, September 9th? Oh my God, chat. No, September 10th, right? Is the next debate, Trump versus Kamala Harris. And a lot of what this debate is, as much as it's a debate, a lot of what it is it's like an interview with your opponent there, right? So you get asked a question, Mr. Trump, what do you feel about XYZ? Trump answers, and then Kamala says, I'd like to say that blah, 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 or Kamala gets asked a question, and then Trump, comments on it. Right, that's essentially what the debate is. So what Trump is practicing doing is when he's getting asked a question that he doesn't want to talk about, when it's a bad look for him, he's pivoting, right? And he's trying to pivot to his strong suits. He's trying to keep the topic on the stuff that he wants to talk about. He wants to talk about immigration. He wants to talk about Afghanistan, apparently. And when there's so many questions that when Lex Friedman asked him, he would pivot to one of those subjects.
Do that for danger too.
It's so many years ago,
What's worse than Bill Clinton's creepiness is his terrible sax playing. I've never actually heard him play sax, I don't think. I agree. Clinton's become conservative, lost the Clintons, both of them, lost the unions. Bill balanced the budget, but that wasn't enough. And just understand, the balancing the budget thing, it's a bit of a canard, all right? It's a bit of a distraction. The budget is there as an issue for the Republicans to have an excuse to cut services that benefit workers, right? So things like, things like food stamps, things like unemployment, like anything that benefits workers, anything that the capitalists in this country don't want the government spending money. Because remember, the government can spend money on American corporations. The government can spend money, and often does, on corporate welfare just as easily as they can spend money on the welfare of the people in the country, right? And they would much rather have it going to them than going to us. And so the budget gets used as a reason to justify sort of a panic that gives them the pretext to cut programs that we actually like, that we actually need, that are actually like beneficial to regular people. And then to cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires. That's the game. That's the game that the Republicans have been playing ever since Reagan, and they've been playing it goddamn fucking successfully. But yeah, the budget is used as a distraction. In reality, all right? It's going to blow your mind a little bit, but because of the US's unique position in the world, because of the primacy of the dollar, every dollar borrowed by the United States brings multiple dollars back in return. So yeah, I mean, the budget's not that big of a deal, but you do have this tendency, right, for Republicans to spend, or Republicans to cut taxes. In other words, Republicans raise the deficit, and then Democrats tend to cut the deficit, tend to, if it's Bill Clinton, move us towards a surplus, right? And that looks good on paper. That would be good if we were talking about the budget of a family. That would be good if we were talking about the budget of a business, but we're not. We're talking about the budget of the government. And essentially, those surpluses, those cuts and deficits actually represent missed opportunities of the United States to actually grow the economic base, and certainly to help out working people, right? These are missed opportunities. These are investments that could have been made, but they're not made because the Republicans boogeyman the fuck out of the deficit. But yeah, like I said, most of the time you'll see Republicans raising the deficit, raising the debt in order to justify further cuts, and you'll see the Democrats trying to pull those numbers back by enacting cuts, by and so it's like they talk about this ratchet effect, right? When you've got the Republican Party and you've got the Democratic Party, and the Republican Party, when they're in power, they tend to pull that ratchet down, and the Democrats, instead of taking the ratchet and twisting it the other way, and like turning on those pumps, turning on that economic engine that is the United States government. And we've known this since the fucking 40s, all right? We've known this, the power that there is in unleashing the power of big government to actually grow our economy. That's what got us out of the Great Depression. And instead of ratcheting that, ratcheting it back, the Democrats will kind of like hold it in place, right? And then the Republicans come in again and they ratchet it up even further. And that's why shit is getting harder and harder. Every year it gets harder and harder. Let me see if I can find a graph for you while I let this play. I want to show you the productivity of the American worker versus the pay rate, inflation adjusted, of the American worker. Some of you may have seen this graph before, but it's worth a look.
I don't want to mess with anyone's lives currently alive who had a really good relationship with Epstein.
Because, endangers certain people, et cetera, et cetera. So Kennedy is very different from the Epstein thing. But yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
That's great to hear.
Oh, wait. All kidding aside about the, whatever, how he looks, and he does look extra disheveled. You can see sort of it's fine. The makeup's not always put on.
All right, so this is a graph. This is kind of boring, but stick with me, right? This is 1975 here, right? And I think that the real change that we see, the real disjoining of these two numbers comes in like the late 70s, right? So if you look back here, this is like 1945 would be the next number. That's when the New Deal policies went into effect, right? That's when Keynesian economics became the presiding economic theory, not just with Democrats, but of Republicans too. We had one of the highest top rate income taxes, right? Under a Republican president in the 50s, that being Dwight Eisenhower, right? So this wasn't controversial. This is just the way that you grow the economy. And if we look at it, right, you've got this yellow or orange line here. That is major sector productivity. What does that mean? That means American workers, how much value are you building through your labor, right? How much money are you earning? Or how much money you're essentially are you earning? Your boss, your company, right? And the red one is real wage goods producing. So I don't know what the goods producing part is about, but you see that these two numbers, they track from the 40s to the 50s to the 60s. Remember when people, you know how people always talk about the 60s and the 50s are really good, and they usually have some, some weird homophobic or racist or misogynistic reason for saying that. But in actuality, things were good in terms of that when American workers produced more value, they got paid more in accordance, right? They're not getting paid what it's worth. You're never going to get paid what your labor is worth. That's part of capitalism. That is key to how capitalism works. Your boss is always going to pay you less than what you're producing, right? And if he doesn't, then some other boss is going to come along and beat his ass in the industry. But you've got up to 65, up to 75, and yeah, then in the late 70s we see this getting disjointed, right? So whereas before these had moved in alignment, right? When the workers were producing more for their bosses, they were getting paid more. And then you get to the late 70s and you see, look at that, it flattens. It even goes down a little bit, right? That's your pay rate, inflation adjusted. And it's gone flat. And you're still, look at this. You're making more shit. You're creating more value for your employer. And you're getting paid the same or really even lower than what you would have gotten in like 1975, right? 1976. So, I mean, and that's the difference that you're seeing right there, which is unfortunately not just a Republican maneuver, right? People always blame Reagan for this. And yes, Reagan had a big hand in this, but they never realized, like, look at this is Jimmy Carter right here, where it starts to break up. That's Jimmy Carter. That's a Democrat. That's our first neoliberal president, right? And neoliberalism is liberalism, but they're being liberal, in other words, generous to the rich, not to you. That's neoliberalism. And that became the consensus, right? That's how American elected officials fought stagflation, fought the profitability crisis. And the casualties were our wages. Anyway, back to this.
Correctly, but that's all right. But more so, look at how he just eyes go completely shut
But
here.
yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
That's great to hear.
He's asleep. So much for Sleepy Joe. We are in the home stretch.
Yeah, we got Sleepy Donald now.
Yeah, I would. All right. I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because it's a lot of phony stuff.
Okay, so remember, this is him talking about Epstein.
With that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the other.
And then whoever made this edit in.
We got Bart Simpson for no reason, yeah.
There, but yeah, it's very strange, and you might remember that moment came right after he said, absolutely, I declassified JFK, absolutely 9/11. Epstein, I don't know about Epstein, because there's a lot of phony stuff in there. Oh, how do you know? Well, I mean, just in the whole world. Like there's a lot of phony stuff, and if...
The idea is that maybe this is, this is stuff that, when he says a lot of phony stuff, you wonder if he's saying, like, stuff about him? Stuff about Trump?
If you just release a bunch of information about all the people that he had a relationship with.
Carter wrote a great pro-Palestine book. look, I said before that actually Obama was better than Biden in terms of the Palestine policy, right? Biden is like remarkably bad, but Biden is historically one of the greatest U.S. Presidential allies of Israel, and particularly the right-wing factions that are in control of Israel right now. So, like I do point out the good things that Democrats do. I do point out that as much as there isn't as much contradictions as I'd like to see, that it's still worthwhile to weaponize your vote if you live in a swing state and use it to help defeat Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump's going to be worse than Kamala Harris. But I also want to make sure that we're pushing Democratic candidates to be better, right? I mean, you've heard it from Democratic candidates themselves. FDR said something like this. Obama said something like this. They need to be pushed. In other words, they need a reason to justify progressive policies. And if they've got a lot of static from the donor class, if they got a lot of static from the lobbyists saying, you better not do that progressive policy, you better not do that, they need to be able to be like, I'm sorry, my voters are making me do it, right? So never forget to do that, because like your job isn't over when you pull the lever to vote, all right? If you really want to make the policy better, which is what you should care about if you're not just here for team sports, if you're not just like rah-rah Democrats, right? You should be caring about the policy. If you want to make the policy better, you got to pay attention to what's going on in Congress, and you got to call your congressperson, right? That actually does have an effect. People think that it's, it doesn't, or that it's all about lobbyists. No, like if they get enough calls, they tend to vote different. And that's where people really fall off, right? Is they're great at cheering rah-rah Democrats and getting, their candidate elected, at least when the candidate's not Hillary Clinton, right? When the candidate's reasonably, likable, right? They're all there to support the Democratic candidate, but they drop off when it comes to the actual policy, and they feel like it's disloyal somehow. No, you're not disloyal for expecting your Democratic candidates to keep their campaign promises. They're disloyal for not wanting to fulfill those promises. All right, it's not you that's to blame.
We're gonna have the wrong idea about certain people who didn't do anything wrong, who were on his flight logs 7 times. So now we get to, as we enter into this next question, what's less fun and silly. Not that that's fun, but the first chunk maybe. But it connects to that, which is that, as you noticed there, Epstein didn't cite the 7 flight logs appearances of Trump with Epstein. He didn't ask a follow-up question like that. And this is what, to me...
You want to see the graph again? I want to see how bad that hit. So like a low-resolution version of the graph. Let me see if I can get you a better one. Oh, that's World Economic Forum. I'm kind of not so sure about that one. Yeah, the thing about economics is it's a field that's largely been taken over. Now, like, who else was an economist? Karl Marx, right? But when you're talking about economics, usually you're not talking about Marxian economics. And there's some things that Karl Marx brought up that capitalism needs to, at the very least, deal with, right? There's some fundamental contradictions. There's some fundamental, you could see in his work the seeds of the destruction of capitalism in things like overproduction, in things like falling profits, right? And that puts us in a situation where the capitalists are always going to be tightening the reins on the workers ever more and more and more. And in Karl Marx's mind, that indicated to him that this thing was doomed. This thing was fated to be replaced by a better mode of production. Now, I am not an orthodox Marxist by any means, and I think that that's one of the. I feel like that was a little too much confidence on the part of Karl Marx, right? Marx genuinely believed, like in seeing the beginning of the end of capitalism in his lifetime. And, you can see why he might have thought that, but obviously it didn't come to pass. Let me see if I can find a better graph here. What else do we have? Axios? Do I trust Axios? There's an American Enterprise graph here that's like... Okay, so now let me just... I'll show you another version of this graph, right? It's got a little bit slightly different trajectory. right? This one's a little bit more hopeful. But again, this gap does not represent your surplus labor, right? We can talk about surplus labor another day, but that's not what we're showing here, right? You've got, there's surplus layer in this part, right? In other words, you're doing more for your boss in terms of adding value to their products than you're getting paid for, and that's just how capitalism works, right? If you don't want that, then you don't want capitalism. But here is a gap in the correspondence of the in essentially, so what we had in the New Deal, the post-New Deal consensus was a pie that the workers got a certain percentage of, right? Does that make sense? So the pie is the value that you're adding as a worker, right? And you don't get to eat the pie. You get a part of the pie. But the part of the pie, when the pie got bigger, your part got bigger too. Does that make sense? And it kind of stops in the late 70s, right? The pie keeps getting bigger, and you look at that. Look at how big that pie is getting. Look at how big that pie is getting, and you're not getting your piece is proportionally smaller. And you know, in some cases, like not even like larger in the, like, I mean, in this graph, we do see like a rise between 1975 and 2017. So your pie is, you know, slightly bigger, but it's not keeping up proportionally, right? So the promise that was made, and why was this promise made? Why did is it that Roosevelt really likes the poor? Is it Roosevelt's a secret socialist and he was trying to move us, kind of get us used to that, get us closer to that? Roosevelt was a wealthy dude. Roosevelt was not reforming capitalism. Roosevelt was not nerfing capitalism. Roosevelt was saving capitalism from itself, because during the Great Depression, people realized that capitalism did not work for them. It works for big business because big business keeps a lot of extra cash around. So when there's a crisis, they ride it out. And then their competition goes out of business. They buy that competition. They make more money after it, right? They're fine. Capitalism works for them because it's designed to work for them. Capitalism doesn't work for workers. And that became apparent during the Great Depression. So in order to save capitalism, Roosevelt and John Maynard Keynes proposed a new deal, proposed a new way of operating, would fight for the unions instead of against the unions. And you know, increased tax rates to control the amount of accumulation that could take place, right? Accumulation is what happens over time in capitalism, when the exploitation of generations stacks up and stacks up and stacks up. Remember, it's not just that they are, you know, getting, you know, the better part of the value that you're adding to your company. They're getting the better part of the value that you add to your company time after time after time after time, and they're accumulating, they're saving, they're investing, they're growing, right? And their power in the society is growing, and it grows to the point in the late 70s where they're able to say, hey, you know what? We should be able to buy politicians. Now, they're already buying politicians, they're already influencing politicians, but they want to buy politicians more efficiently. And they get that. They get that through the Supreme Court. They get that through, you know, campaign financing, etc. And once they've got that, now they're buying your democracy. This is why I say that having a capitalist democracy, which we sometimes conflate those two things. Like when we think of democracy, well, yeah, capitalist democracy, right? That's what it is, right? You freedom. You gotta have freedom. You gotta have the freedom to exploit each other. Otherwise, it's not really capital, or otherwise, it's not really democracy. But the combination of capitalism and democracy is like a combination of a chicken house and a pet fox. All right. And look, foxes are great. You ever watch Save a Fox? They're adorable. They're so adorable. And chickens are great too. You know, they're really, they cluck around, they eat worms, they're awesome, right? But if you got a fox and a chicken, it's only a matter of time, chat. It's only a matter of time, but before that fox makes its way into the hen house and goes nuts, right? So yeah, it's really hard to have a fox and a hen house, and that's what you've got with capitalist democracy. And look, over time, right? You know, you had a time when they're worried about capitalism failing, when they're worried about revolution, when they're worried about people demanding a fair share, a fair shake, a truly fair deal, in terms of owning their means of production. That's when they're more generous. That's when you get the Franklin Delano Roosevelts. That's when you get the John Maynard Keynes, right? This is the smiling face of capitalism, like the old school Democrats. And then when they accumulate enough, when they get enough power over time, they fucking take back over, and you have another Gilded Age. And you get the angry, the mean, the predatory face of capitalism. But that's the same thing. It's just bookends of the same thing. Anyway, chat, I'm making this too much about economics, because I'm an economics egghead. I love economics.
It makes this interview a disaster of an interview, which is to say that Trump, okay, he's going to go on MAGA networks constantly. He's going to go on Fox News and Newsmax and OEN, and they're going to say, oh, Mr. President, I have a tough question for you. How do you do it? Every day you get up and you put your pants on, and that inspires me. And while that's shameful, we expect it. Whenever you sit down with someone, or whenever we hear that Trump's going to sit down with someone who's not necessarily obligated by the type of audience they have to do a softball with them, like Lex Fridman, there's an opportunity here for a more meaningful discussion. It's so sad to me when still Trump's allowed to just go through his normal talking points that everyone knows he's gonna go through, with no pushback, with no fact checks, with nothing new being presented. And to be clear, before showing you an example of this, if Kamala Harris sat down with Lex Fridman, he should also, if she started rattling off a bunch of verifiably false statements, he should also be prepared to fact check those. But throughout this whole interview, Trump was able to do his normal thing as if he were on Fox News. And I do, that Lex Fridman's whole style is that, right? Just sort of, and I don't say that in an insulting way, because with a lot of people, it yields really interesting conversations. You give them the mic, you prompt long-form answers and dive down any road they want to. And so that might be Freeman's defense. He's not here to...
So what Luke Beasley is kind of dancing around here is something called access journalism. And on some level, all journalism, especially of the interview type, right, is access journalism. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you want to talk to a major political figure, they can talk to any journalist out there. And so it's incumbent upon you to make them feel like they're getting something out of it, to make them feel like that interview went well, it went decently well. Maybe I got asked some hard questions, you know, maybe there were some bumps in the road, but I'm getting something out of this, right? And because of that perverse incentive for the because what do you want journalists to do, right? You want journalists to go ask a powerful person an uncomfortable question. Those are the questions that are interesting, right? You don't want to hear the, you know, questions that they want to answer. They're going to answer that anyway in a speech or something, right? They're going to talk about that stuff all the time, right? You want to ask the president, the former president, the large political figure, the candidate, whatever. You want to ask that person questions that they're uncomfortable with, right? And they don't like that. So there's that contradiction there in, you know, a journalist serving their readers, serving their viewers, and a journalist being able to get access. Because, like, who's going to get watched, right? The guy that gets the Trump interview is going to get watched over the guy that doesn't get the Trump interview. And so Lex Fridman, as much as we'd like to get better questions asked to Trump, is trying to be that guy that continues to get the Trump interview.
Debate or to challenge, but instead to just evoke
interesting. Good call, Narwhal.
Discussions. But when you sit down with the person that every media outlet wants the chance to sit down with, and who wants to be the most powerful person in the world, and who is on the record being one of the most dishonest figures in American politics, verifiably false statements, 10,000 or tens of thousands on the record throughout his presidency, and he's really predictable on what lies he's going to tell. You have to, right? Don't you have to? If you're going to do the interview, or you could choose not to, but if you're going to do it, you have to be ready to push back on some of those things, so that you're not just giving your platform to someone, giving your credibility to someone who's using that for really malicious purposes. But here's the 2020 election question.
Tough topic, but important. You said lost by a whisker. I'm an independent. I have a lot of friends who are independent, many of whom like your policies, like the fact that you're a deal maker, like the fact that you can end wars, but they are troubled by...
Wait, did you say you can end wars? Wow. Wow, he had a chance to end a war. The war in Afghanistan. What did he do? He dropped the mother of all bombs.
What happened in the 2020 election, and statements about widespread fraud and this kind of stuff, fake electoral scheme. What can you say to those independent voters to help them decide who to vote for?
Right. I think the fraud was on the other side. I think the election was a fraud. And many people...
So this is weird, chat, because we watched this whole interview yesterday, I think, or the day before, and he does get asked this at one time, and he says, and we lost by a hair, which sounds like an admission of something that he's been unable to admit so far, admitting that he lost the 2020 election. It sounds like he said lost by a hair, but then, you know, he answers this way. Actually, the fraud was on the other side.
To those independent voters to help them decide who to vote for.
Right. I think the fraud was on the other side. I think the election was a fraud. And many people felt it was that, and they wanted answers. And when you can't challenge an election, you have to be able to challenge it. Otherwise, it's going to get worse, not better. And there are lots of ways to solve this problem.
And then he goes on to say a bunch of the things we've heard a bunch of times. I'll skip forward to when Lex Freeman, after a big classic Trump ramble about all these different things we've heard a gazillion times, and they're coming from jails and they're coming from insane asylums, and that's why it was justified for me to try to steal an election. Who knows? Then the follow-up question is this.
Into the United States of America, we can't let that happen.
So a lot of people believe that there was some shady stuff that went on with the election, whether it's media bias or big tech, but still the claim of widespread fraud is the thing that bothers people.
Well, I don't focus on the past, I focus on the future. I mean, I talk about how bad the economy...
The media bias thing I find truly funny, right? The idea that the media is biased in favor of the Democrats. So chat, when we talk about media bias, it's not going to come from nowhere. It's not just going to be because those so fucking media people, they're so liberal, right? It's going to be because of an incentive. Where is there an incentive? Like, right, who is, and we're going to talk about those incentives in a second. We're going to talk about some kind of astroturfed, media bias towards Russia. But in this case, when we're asking about political parties and media bias, right, where's there more likely to be media bias? Towards a party that wants to cut taxes for the wealthy, or a party that wants to raise taxes for the wealthy? And like I said, the Democrats are gutless, spineless cowards most of the time, right? When they raise a tax, they only raise it this much. They're very reticent to do that. Oftentimes they find themselves emulating Republicans in their policy. But there is a difference. There is a difference between Donald Trump, who literally wants to abolish the income tax in favor of a tariff that falls mostly on workers, that mostly just raises prices for workers, right? So where's the bias going to come, right? In terms of the money that can reach out there and influence media. Where's the money going to come from, right? Where do people grift towards? Look at the TYT. Did TYT start off as like middle of the road progressives, and then get more and more left wing until they became communists and anarchists? Or did it go the other way, where TYOT started off as progressive and became more and more centrist, right? They follow the money. They follow the money. And the money is always on the right.
Is how bad inflation is, how bad things like, which is important. Afghanistan was, in my opinion, the most embarrassing thing.
And then on to more talking points.
Yeah, he keeps on changing the subject. He was asked about the election, and he's right on to Afghanistan.
Spent hours addressing on the show, so I'll stop that there. But do you see, that's the extent of the follow-ups. You know Trump's gonna say the fraud was on their side. He's not gonna go, oh, you're right. The reason people are bothered that I say false claims about the election and tried to block peace, transfer, power based on those election lies is because that's a massive threat to our democracy, and I should stop doing that, and I'm done doing it. Thank you, Lex. Next question. Trump's not going to say that. He's going to say, oh, the reason I said that, the reason I tried to do the fake elector scheme, something that's wildly illegal, is because I believe the fraud claims, and there was fraud. And for the follow-up to go, yeah, I mean, a lot of people are bothered by the fishy stuff that I can't really substantiate, but why are you really saying that? And then Trump gets to go on and nothing else. You could have presented quickly, just at least so you could say that you did it. You could present one example of Trump's own attorney general saying there's no merit, or people that Trump hired to investigate the claims like Kim Block saying there's no merit to them, or every single investigation, every single court case, every single audit, every single recount. You could cite any of those examples to see how Trump reacts, because that rarely is something he has to contend with. And whenever he does have slightly critical questions, he'll either storm out of the interview or do the NABJ thing that turned out to be a complete and total political disaster. And I just want to keep saying, because I know it's more difficult to be the one doing the interview than criticizing it from the sidelines. I get that different people have different styles. But when you choose to interview someone like Trump or Kamala Harris, you bring onto yourself, I think, not legally or in any sense like that, but just you bring onto yourself some obligations. And one of them is not to allow someone to exploit your platform for extremely dishonest, malicious purposes. That's a belief of mine, at least. And especially, I know some of these interviews, they throw out a claim and you couldn't possibly know if it's true or not, so you just gotta let it hang out there. But with Trump, he has about 10 phrases he goes back to over and over again. Slight alterations of them. And so you know what he's gonna say. You know, if you bring up Kamala Harris, pretty quickly he's gonna start saying something about the border and how they're coming from jails and assailant asylums. And no matter how much substance you try to bring up in that, or if you try to bring up, oh, the border security bill that you oppose, he's going to just loop and loop and loop and loop and loop. So can't you be prepared, or with the election, to just present some facts? Because otherwise, what's the interview for? No new information or new experiences, new observations of Trump are being gained other than he looks really weird in the eyes today. Because it's exactly what we could hear in any Fox interview. And that's really, really sad. It really is. Now, a part of why I'm so upset by this is because a lot of questions were like this one.
You're getting smaller and smaller.
They're getting smaller.
Right?
I mean, people do respect you more when you have a big camera for some reason.
No, it's cool. And about 20 guys that you pay a fortune to, right?
All right. Okay. You said that you love winning. And you have won a lot in life. In real estate, in business, in TV, in politics. So let me start with mindset, a psychology question. What drives you more?
Yeah, as much as this is like Trump falling asleep on camera, for this particular interview, I can't entirely fault Trump for it. Lex Friedman puts me to sleep.
Love of winning or the hate of losing?
Maybe equally, maybe both. I don't like losing, and I do like winning. I've never thought of it as to which is more of a driving force.
You've been close with a lot of the greats in sport. You think about Tiger Woods, Muhammad Ali.
Okay, and it goes on to that. I hope I'm not cutting these off too short for y'all.
Again, this is access journalism, right? Lex Friedman wants to interview Trump again. And if he asks Trump the questions that we want to hear asked, he's not going to get that interview a second time.
Start getting a little. I don't care if Trump focuses more on winning or not losing. He lost in 2020, and he thinks, or he lies that he won. That's the biggest concern I have with those terms relating to Trump. And Lex Friedman in this, the whole thing is like an hour and something, but Trump leaves because it turns into a Lex solo AMA at like 47 minutes. So you got 47 minutes with...
Now he's not saying that Trump leaves because Trump gets bored or anything like that. It's like Trump left and Lex continued is what he's really trying to say.
Someone who experts on authoritarianism are warning could do serious damage to our democratic institutions, which could do serious damage to the world. At one point, The Economist, the publication, marked him as one of the most dangerous figures for the world coming up in the year that was ahead when they published it.
God, the combination of I gotta say, like, Luke Beasley, I love ya. Right? Somebody was asking who this is. This is Luke Beasley. Go give him a follow if you want more like this, right? But the combination of Luke Beasley's laid-back style with Lex Friedman's, like, put you to sleep style, and Donald Trump being like a 70, 80-year-old man that's, you know, bound to fall asleep any second, right? It's putting me to sleep.
Given his lack of respect for democracy and what that could do in power to global stability, his lack of respect for international institutions like NATO. And to use a part of your 47-minute interview with him to pick his brain on that type of stuff, to me, it just feels like a failed opportunity for sure. He was asked about Joe Rogan and how Trump lashed out at Joe Rogan when Joe Rogan said positive things about RFK Jr. before RFK Jr. endorsed Trump.
Negotiation situation.
No, it's not. It's not really a negotiation, and he's sort of.
Oh, looks like I got that one a little bit ahead. Let's go back.
The struggle is real, Luke. The struggle is real.
Let me ask.
I actually like Luke Beasley. I mean, I obviously don't have the same politics as he does, but you know.
Ask you about my good friend Joe Rogan. So you had a bit of tension with him. So when he said nice things about RFK Jr., I think you've said some not so nice things about Joe, and I think that was a bit unfair. And as a fan of Joe, I would love to see you do his podcast because he is legit the greatest conversation.
Now, my understanding though is that Trump does want to do the Joe Rogan podcast. You wonder if I read along the chat?
In the world. So what's the story?
It's a lot of multitasking, but it just reminds me that I'm forgetting about the other chats I've got. Looked for Shax the other day. Oh, yeah, Shax was here yesterday.
Behind the tension.
She'll probably be around soon.
I don't think there was any tension, and I've always liked him, but I don't know him. I mean, I only see him when I walk into the arena with Dana, and I shake his hand. I see him there, and I think he's good at what he does, but I don't know about doing his podcast. I mean, I guess I'd do it, but I haven't been asked, and I'm not asking them, you know? I'm not asking anybody.
It sounds like a challenging negotiation situation.
No, it's not. It's not really a negotiation, and he's sort of a...
You know, actually, this makes me think that he maybe doesn't want to do it now. This might change, right? Because remember, Joe Rogan endorsed RFK, right? Joe Rogan was... sounded like he was going to vote for RFK, and RFK has dropped out and endorsed Trump. So maybe things will change now. Maybe Trump will do Rogan. There's so much for Trump in doing Rogan, right? That would be extremely, Trump looks tired. I'm feeling tired. Chat, we're going to do something more exciting. We're going to get into some tainted meat after this. I hope you're ready for that.
Liberal guy, I guess, from what I understand. But he likes...
Joe Rogan, a liberal guy, yeah, sure.
This was before, I found this out before Kennedy came in with us. He's going to be great. Bobby's going to be great. But I like that he likes Kennedy. I do too. He's a different kind of a guy, but he's got some...
He's definitely a different kind of a guy.
Things going.
Like brainworms, yeah.
And I think he's going to be beyond politics. I think he could be...
All right, so...
Yeah,
it just, Trump lashes out at someone, and then now that the person that the other person praised who made Trump mad, now that that person is actually for Trump, then that means that the person who praised him is also back in Trump's good graces, because everything is about loyalty to Trump. Nothing is about actual principle.
And look, this is what should scare you more than anything about Trump. About Trump as a commander-in-chief, about Trump as a head diplomat, which the president of the United States kind of is, right? This is what should scare you about him. He's so damn easy to manipulate. All you've got to do is say good things about him. That's all you have to do. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you've done. If you like him, he likes you, right? It's transactional. And that is really fucking dangerous, right?
So aggravating. Could you not point that out? And I just want to keep repeating, yes, I would have a more conflict-ridden interview with Trump if I were sitting down with him compared to Kamala Harris, because it happens. We have less aligned values than I do with Kamala Harris. But even with Kamala Harris, I'd have to bring up tough questions. You saw in the Dana Bash interview, MAGA likes to pretend that the CNN interview was a softball, okay? Even though 90% of the interview was just Dana Bash going, here's something Republicans are saying about you, go. Here's something Republicans are saying about you, just saying Republican text, which is fine. That's sort of an interesting way to conduct an interview. You don't get to talk with your opposition that much. I'll play devil's advocate and throw some of the questions they'd ask at you. It's a little bit annoying because you can't imagine that being done as much with Republicans, but it's still perfectly fine journalism. But that's a softball to them. Whenever she asks 4 questions about the change in policy on fracking, banning or not banning, obviously Kamala Harris saying she's not banning fracking. Boom, 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 boom. And we can't ask one follow-up question on some of these things?
They'll call me something that's terrible, and then I'll hit them back. And they'll say, isn't it terrible what Trump said? I said, well, wait a minute, they just called me. So I believe you have to fight fire with fire. I believe they're very evil people. These are evil people. You know, we have an enemy from the outside, and we have an enemy from within. And in my opinion, the enemy from within are radical left lunatics. And I think you have to fight back.
Whenever there's a lot of fighting fire with fire, it's too easy to forget that there's a middle of America that is
How does Lex Friedman stay awake, chat? This is putting me to sleep. All right, let's go. Let's end this.
So one of the things I'm sure you've experienced if you live in this country is what feels like the slow degradation of our institutions, right? Just things that we previously took for granted. You come to realize that, hey, these things require a lot of work and upkeep and intelligence and rules and regulations in order for them to function properly. Great example of it is air travel, right? We've all seen those horror stories coming out about Boeing and about how there were countless whistleblowers who were like, hey, bro, they don't give a fuck about safety. They're dumpster diving to find parts to use in an airplane that you and your kids are going to be on. Just insane type things. And then you get, how many stories have we seen within the past year or two? I mean, what was it, the 737, which would just plummet out of the air and explode and people would die. And then they, oh, sorry, we had a problem with our sensor and we knew it and we didn't really give a fuck. And now the plane's crashed and now we got to fix that. Our bad. The doors being ripped off the hinges because they're using, in mid-flight, because they're using bolts that don't fit properly. Like, you guys know. This is insane. But this is what it feels like to be in a crumbling country where we don't actually care about the boring, necessary part of governance, which is effective and efficient regulatory bodies that keep society functioning, right? When you privatize that, and when you turn it over to the industry, or you have corporate capture of the regulatory bodies and they look the other way as industry does whatever they want, this is what happens. This is what happens. So now we have a new example of this, and this one, unfortunately, is going to terrify you, and it already terrified me. So look at this. CNN is reporting, check your fridge. The CDC warns against eating recalled deli meat as deadly listeria outbreak expands. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is reminding the public to avoid eating recalled deli meats amid a listeria outbreak that has expanded to become the nation's largest since 2011. Boar's Head issued a recall in late January for more than 7.2 million pounds of its ready-to-eat liverwurst and some other deli meat products due to concerns about potential listeria contamination. But the CDC says at least a dozen more listeriosis cases have been reported in recent weeks. Documents from the U.S. Department of Agriculture that were first obtained by CBS News show that insects and mold were identified at the company facility that's been linked with the recall. A total of 57 people have been hospitalized in 18 states in connection with the outbreak, and 9 people have died. The CDC says the listeria outbreak is now the largest since the one linked to cantaloupe in 2011. The agency has said that the true number of illnesses is probably higher than what's been reported.
So, Chad, I know what you're thinking. What does this have to do with Trump? Just wait.
Because some people may have had a milder case and were not tested for listeria. There's also a lag time between when an illness happens and when scientists can connect it with an ongoing investigation. The CDC advises consumers to check their kitchens for any remaining recalled products because they can have a long shelf life. The recalled products include liverwurst, ham, bologna, sausage, and roasted bacon. Most people who became sick reported eating turkey or liverwurst, and some reported eating ham. However, Boar's Head says any products now available at deli counters are not subject to the recall. Documents showed reports of insects and mold at the facility, at the plant where this stuff was made, and they go on to list reports from the USDA's Food Safety Inspection Service show 84 non-compliances from January 2022 to August 2024, 69 of them since August 2023. In other words, look, these places...
Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, these are deregulations that Trump has made, right? In other words, there's regulations that were in place when Trump came in that Trump took off the books. You no longer have to comply with this regulation, right? And you're getting the spread of infectious disease because of it.
These are not safe. It's like Upton Sinclair, The Jungle. If you go back and read that book, it's like, oh, this is absolutely preposterous and disgusting, and this is how our food is made, and people are getting sick, and many of them are going to die. And we needed regulation. That was the takeaway. Okay, so you read this, and you're like, Jesus Christ. Yet again, another one of our institutions seemingly falling apart, and our food's not safe, and all this stuff. Guys, we know exactly how we got to this place. You ready? This was from back in 2019, this article came out. Trump is about to make the pork industry responsible for inspecting itself. Oh, you don't say. So in other words, having proper government regulation, they said, no, that's against our ideology. We like when big business regulates themselves. That's another way of saying there's just not going to be any regulation. And so we're going to privatize that. So it's not somebody on the government payroll who's a scientist and an expert with a clipboard walking around going, no, this is not right. You got to fix this for safety reasons. It's somebody from the company, paid by the company, and their goal is just green light everything. I don't care about the insects. I don't care about the mold. I don't care about I don't care. Next time you tuck into a pork chop or a carnitas-filled burrito, spare a thought.
I gotta say, anybody else weirded out by the phrase tuck into? Is this what Guy Fieri used to always say, right? Is that the guy, listeria? Nocommentchick's asking what outbreak. It's a listeria. Listeria is a foodborne pathogen that can sicken and I guess even kill people, and that's what's going on right now, right? You've got Trump saying that the pork industry can regulate themselves, right? Like, what is it? It sounds like the cops can regulate themselves, right? Yeah, no, don't worry. The cops will look into themselves and see if there's they'll investigate themselves and see if they did anything wrong. But, they're going to find that, no, they did not.
For the people who work the kill line at hog slaughterhouses. Meatpacking workers incur injury and illnesses at 2.5 times the national average and repetitive motion conditions at a rate nearly 7 times as high as that of other private industries. Much has to do with the speed at which they work. Hog carcasses weigh as much as 270 pounds, come at workers at an average rate of 977 per hour or about 16 per minute. So they're talking about the speed at which they have to do their job, right? President Donald Trump's U.S. Department of Agriculture is close to finalizing a plan, and by the way, they have, of course, since done it, just to be clear, that would allow those lines to move even faster. reports the Washington Post Kimberly Kindy. The USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service is currently responsible for overseeing the kill line, making sure that tainted meat doesn't enter the food supply. The plan would partially privatize federal oversight of pork facilities, cutting the number of federal inspectors by about 40% and replacing them with plant employees. In other words, the task of ensuring the safety of the meat supply will largely shift from people paid by...
Queenie Evergreen says meat and food in general should be more closely regulated and have better checks. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. Your government, I hate to break it to you, chat, but your government is run by capitalism, right? The fox is in the hen house. The fox is in the hen house. And the fox is regulating itself, right? The fox is deciding how many chickens it gets to eat today. And so as a result, when something makes a company more money, it doesn't matter if it leaves 57 hospitalized and 9 dead. That's where the incentive lies.
By the public to people being paid by...
Now, yeah, are the Democrats going to be slightly better on this than the Republicans? Yeah, they are. But honestly, instead of we're going in the wrong direction here, right? We're going towards less regulation when we should be going towards more regulation. Anytime that there's any sort of outbreak in food at all, that means that you should have more regulation.
By the meat industry. Well, would you look at that? Here we are a few years later, and boom, listeria outbreak. Because now there effectively are not safety regulations. Deregulation is on brand for the Trump team, but the idea of semi-privatizing the USDA's meat inspection dates to former President Bill Clinton, who launched a pilot program for both chicken and pork plants. Listen to this, guys. President Barack Obama was an enthusiast. His USDA approved a similar plan for chicken slaughterhouses in 20...
Lynn M says pharmaceuticals are regulated by the government too. Yeah, Lynn, and when you've got what we call industry capture, which means that the regulators in any particular industry, right, are most of the time people that come from that industry. So in other words, they worked in the pharmaceutical industry, and after they work in Washington, after they work, for the government, they're going to probably go back to that industry again. Then you've got somebody with a conflict of interest, a massive, massive conflict of interest.
14, but declined in the end to let all poultry companies speed up the kill line after fierce pushback by workplace and food safety advocates. In its waning days in 2016, the Obama USDA was close enough to finalizing hog slaughterhouse deregulation that a bipartisan group of 60 Congress members sent a letter to then USDA Secretary Tom Vilsack urging the department not to make the move. In other words,
we hear Obama's administration doing this too. And again, is it going to be better under Democrats than Republicans? Probably, but not as much as you might think, right? In other words, this perverse incentive that I'm talking about to help capitalists make more money, which they generally do when there's less regulations, it exists in the Democratic Party as well, to a lesser degree, but it still exists.
It is a perfect story that totally shows the way our system works these days. So Bill Clinton liked the idea, not a surprise. He's a neoliberal, he's a deregulator, he's a corporate centrist. Obama comes in, he likes the idea, but then at the last minute, food safety people come in and workers come in and they go, bro, this is a horrible idea. A lot of people are going to get sick. This is inefficient regulation. It's not going to work. The whole idea is to let industry get away with whatever they want to get away with. And he backed off. He went, okay, fair enough. I think you make a good point. Trump, he didn't care. He didn't care. Yeah, I'll do whatever big business wants. Sure. And he's the one.
Yeah, Trump's literally just looking for whoever's got the best offer, whoever's going to help him out the most in the next election, right? That's what Trump's looking for.
Who finalized everything. The Trump administration appears to be bringing a new zeal to the task of reshaping meat inspection. Once it finalizes the new pork inspection, the USDA plans to roll out a similar scheme for the beef industry. And last fall, the agency announced it would let some chicken slaughterhouses speed up their kill lines from 140 birds per minute to 175 birds per minute.
So that's harmful for employees. Employees are going to get injured more. It's also harmful for consumers.
The USDA has long insisted pulling inspectors off the kill line while also speeding it up is about modernization. Yeah, we got to speed up the kill line, not because we care more about profits.
you'd think that modernization would result in less infectious diseases, not more infectious disease.
Because we care about modernization. Quote, advances in animal science, market hog production systems, biosecurity, and veterinary medicine have eliminated the vast majority of diseases inspected for under traditional inspection, the agency claimed in a 2018 explainer. In other words, they're lying. That's a lie. They just don't want pesky government bureaucrats regulating their ass and saying, that's not safe. You can't do that. You can't sell that. They want to make as much money as possible, as quickly as possible. So they lie. Oh, we're just modernizing. Oh, you don't even need to worry about disease. Most of the diseases are not even around anymore, bro. Industry lies. All they care about is profit. Full stop. That's the incentive structure of the system. That's the incentive structure of the system. And now here we are, and the chickens have come home to roost. And by the way, let me end on this point. You know how RFK Jr., his entire career, he's claimed, oh, bro, me, bro, you know what I'm about? I'm about getting us clean air and clean water and clean food, bro. I don't want any toxins, bro. I don't want any diseases spreading around, bro. And he endorsed Donald Trump. What did Donald Trump do? Ripped up the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act, deregulated massively, and deregulated our food. And now people are getting sick as a direct fucking result.
Anyway, chat.
Of his ideology.
It's time. It's time. Are you ready? Are you ready? We're going to get into it now, okay? I can find it here. Is it in here? Here we go. We're going to start off with Adam Mockler here.
So an actual Russian plant thought that Tucker Carlson's shilling for Russia was even too much. This is crazy. All right, this is a bombshell story in every sense of the word. We just received breaking news that some of the largest right-wing influencers in the conservative media sphere have been being paid off by the Kremlin to spread disinformation online and to promote Donald Trump as the presidential candidate that people should vote for. Now, we've been joking about it for a while, saying that all right-wing influencers are paid by Russia, but now we have an actual CBS News article titled, U.S. says Russia funded media company that paid right-wing influencers millions for videos. And this is a topic that I'm passionate about because Russian disinformation is so insidious, but it's also invisible. It's everywhere on social media. They are trying to spread misogyny, racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. They are trying to divide everybody in America as much as they can because think about it. Vladimir Putin only benefits from Donald Trump and the right-wing sycophants below him, the influencers and politicians, spreading misinformation and sowing distrust in our institutions, making all of the citizens think that it doesn't matter if you vote, everything is rigged, the courts are rigged, Judge Merchan's daughter is rigged. It sounds familiar, right? This article reads, 2 Russian nationals working for a news network controlled by Vladimir Putin's government funneled millions of dollars to an American media company that paid right-wing influencers for videos pushing narratives favorable to the Kremlin, U.S. prosecutors alleged on Wednesday. And this actually makes me mad because these right-wing influencers you will recognize. We have talked about them many times before, and I would argue that they led directly to millions of Americans being misinformed, and those millions of Americans led to Speaker of the House Mike Johnson waiting months and months and months to give aid to Ukraine, therefore actually killing Ukrainian citizens in the process. So, these people have killed Ukrainian citizens. We have Benny Johnson, one of the worst people possible. Well, first let me read this tweet. Breaking. Kremlin agents in the U.S. with millions of Twitter followers were paid $10 million by Russia to spread disinformation and rally support for convicted felon Trump on social media per indictment unsealed by the Department of Justice. Again, a breaking story. Please leave a like, leave a comment, and watch till the end to help boost this in the YouTube algorithm. Tenet Media is based in Tennessee and it employs employs Benny Johnson, the dude who debates people and is just very, very bad faith. Tim Pool, the beanie guy who has interviewed Donald Trump before. This man never takes off his beanie. He constantly has it on. And remember a few minutes ago when I said that these people just exist to sow distrust, to make sure that American citizens are confused. This is what Tim Pool's Twitter feed looked like in 2022, or 2020 through 2022. Now, Tim Pool says that Democrats are divisive and Democrats sow distrust, but he has said, you are in a civil war. Civil war. It's going to escalate to a civil war. He says civil war over and over and over, and it only makes sense that he's being paid by the Kremlin, because what do you think it does to people online when you constantly, over and over, say there's a civil war coming? But the story only gets crazier. People like Dave Rubin, who works for the Daily Wire, has been taking money from the Kremlin, and Lauren Southern. Now let's read this article. An indictment unsealed in the Southern District of New York charged Konstantin Kalashnikov and Elena.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do today, all right? We're going to deal with some names that don't sound real. If I was a terrible fiction writer, and I maybe was a little bit like Russophobic, right? And I had a Russian character who was a bad guy to write, I might call him something like Konstantin Kalashnikov, right? Like that might be in my association with Russia. Yeah, the Kalashnikovs, right? You know, this is what they're charged under. This is the name that he's charged under.
Svaya, both based in Moscow, with conspiracy to launder money and conspiracy to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act. The indictment came as the Justice Department unveiled sprawling allegations accusing the Russian government of meddling in the 2024 elections. The two defendants worked for RT, a media outlet formerly known as Russia Today that is funded and controlled by the Russian government. So, if we think about it, why do you think people like Tim Pool, people like Lauren Southern, people like Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin have been saying online that we need to stop funding Ukraine? They want to rescind, pull away any military equipment that we're sending overseas, and they promote this isolationist 1939 type view where they want to make sure that we're not helping an ally abroad. And this is a direct result of them being paid by Russia. And then when I go to Trump rallies and I debate these Trump supporters on Russia and they regurgitate this stuff from Tim Pool's podcast and I call it Russian disinformation like I have many times, I was actually right. I'm just feeling very vindicated right now. This article reads, a federal indictment unsealed on Wednesday alleges that a Tennessee-based media company, Tenet Media, which played...
So now, when I heard Tennessee Media Company, the first thing I thought was Daily Wire. That was the first thing that, like, right? I'm pretty sure Daily Wire's centered in Nashville, Tennessee, but no, this is this is another media company in Tennessee.
Home to several prominent right-leaning online commentators was secretly a Russian government-backed influence operation. The company is accused of receiving $10 million from employees of RT, a Russian state-backed media company, as part of a scheme to create and distribute content to U.S. audiences with hidden Russian government messaging, according to Attorney General Merrick Garland. Tenet Media worked with American conservatives.
Okay, now what is hidden... See, let me give you some examples of some things that might be, like with Tim Pool in particular, right? Let me show you this hidden message.
They know it.
Oh God, it's posted by Destiny.
This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy. Being
hidden messages, chat. It's a subtle hidden message.
Funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Ukraine is our enemy. This is what he's saying.
Now, don't get me wrong. I know you've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict.
What? Has he forgotten the order of events, right? So the Nord Stream 2 was blown up and you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it was by Ukraine. I wouldn't be surprised if it was by the US, right? But it was after the war started.
Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize.
It's subliminal, chat. You can't even tell. You can't even tell that
to Russia. And they know it.
You can't even tell that pro-Russian message is in there, right? It's
that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is the enemy. Ukraine is the enemy. Ukraine is the enemy. Ukraine is the enemy. Ukraine is the enemy of this country.
Yeah, I mean, you can hardly tell that it's there. It's completely subliminal here. Now I don't know if this is a real Tim Pool tweet here, or if this is a fake one, or if this is if Tim Pool most likely Tim Pool is joking, right? He says, upon reflection, I now understand that Ukraine is our greatest ally. As the breadbasket of Europe and a peace-loving people, we cannot allow the fascist Russians to continue their crimes against humanity. We must redouble our efforts and provide an additional 200 billion at once. I think he's just taking the piss. Tenet Media demanded its content creators, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, et al., to post content pushed by Russian investors. For example, they wanted creators to blame Moscow for the terror attacks on Ukraine and the U.S. They wanted to wait. Sorry, I'm missing this. They wanted creators to blame Moscow for terror attacks on Ukraine and the U.S. instead of ISIS? Wait, what? Oh, great. This is awesome. The influencers at Tenet Media, such as Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern, are victims, according to the DOJ indictments. Even when talent asked about funding, they were provided completely fabricated profiles from investors that didn't exist. It appears that only one given content directives was allegedly Lauren Chen herself. So yeah, so they have like plausible deniability, right? Lauren Chen, okay guys, this week we're going to talk about how awesome Russian and Putin are and how terrible Ukraine is. Here's your weekly $100,000 payment. Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, we are the victims who had no idea who was paying us.
Or heterodox media figures, including Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Tim.
You hear that phrase, heterodox media figures? Heterodox means it's like opposite of orthodox, right? Orthodoxy is like thinking in one way, and heterodoxy is supposed to be, you know, open-mindedness, I guess is the idea that it's supposed to give. But anytime it's used to apply to content, it's generally right-wing creators trying to pretend that they are not right-wing. They're just very open-minded, right? So somebody like Brett Weinstein, for instance, right?
Pool and Lauren Southern, who variously present themselves as independent journalists, documentarians, and political commentators. They say they are crowd-funded when they're actually being funded by the Kremlin. Not all of them immediately comment on having been publicly linked to a foreign propaganda site, but Johnson soon tweeted that he and other influencers had been, quote, victims in this alleged scheme. That is wild. Trumpers are always victims, and the most disgusting part about all of this, we haven't even touched on the fact that they all run defense for Donald Trump and his attempts to overthrow U.S. democracy. We talked about him destabilizing people and making sure that people are not trusting our elections, but he genuinely tried to overthrow American democracy. He wants to shred, terminate our Constitution. He wants to make it so that people who burn the American flag go to jail, and he wants to subvert the will of the American people, become a king, and he's been backed by these journalists, I'm not even going to call them journalists, I'm putting that in quotes, who have been being paid by the Kremlin. It actually pisses me off to an extent. The indictment alleges that not everyone affiliated with Tenet was unaware of the scheme, stating that founders 1 and 2 of the company knew the source of their funding. The founders of Tenet Media are Lauren Chen and her husband. These are also very popular right-wing influencers. Chen is a conservative influencer and YouTuber who's hosted a show on Blaze TV and who's affiliated with Turning Point USA. Now, would you guys be surprised if it came out that other people like Charlie Kirk, other people like Ben Shapiro are allegedly connected with Russia? I would not be. The indictment alleges that RT officials and founders 1 and 2, quote, also worked together to deceive 2 U.S. online commentators, commentator 1 and 2, who respectively have 2.4 and 1.3 million YouTube subscribers. Dave Rubin has 2.4.
So this is what they're okay, so yeah, this is how people are telling it's how people are deciding who these people, because like, right, this case has gotten unsealed, but it doesn't identify the commentators, it doesn't identify the founders, right? But you could just through deduction, you can tell, yeah, like commentator 1, 2.4 million, commentator 2, 1.3 million. By deduction, people have figured out that's probably Dave Rubin and Tim Pool. It's amazing to me, though, that Dave Rubin has more subscribers. That's actually kind of blows my mind.
Tim Pool has 1.3, but Benny Johnson, who said he was a victim, is not said as being deceived. The indictment indicates that even some of the people working at Tenet found their content heavy-handed. On February 15th of this year, Afanasya, using the name Helena Shudra, shared a video in a company Discord channel of what the indictment calls, quote, a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting a grocery store in Russia. While he's not named in the indictment, it clearly matches Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is most likely being paid by Russia, and this only supports that, who toured a grocery store, declaring himself slack-jawed and wonder of how nice it was, how amazing it was over in Russia. By the way, this was after he interviewed Putin and said that we need to stop funding Ukraine. Quote, later that day, the indictment adds, Producer 1 privately messaged Founder 2 on Discord. They want me to post this, referencing the video that she posted, but it just feels like overt shilling. Founder 2 replied that she thinks we should put it out there. Listen to this. So, an actual Russian plant thought Vladimir Putin's shilling for Russia was too heavy-handed. An actual Russian plant. That is too much for me to handle. Tenet's recent content on sites like YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok has been heavily larded with critical commentary about Kamala Harris. Conservative political commentator and documented plagiarist Benny Johnson, for instance, recently starred in a video about her, quote, empty words, and he was even outside the DNC. We had a paid shill outside the DNC trying to trap Democrats. This is crazy. This is important. Make sure you leave a like. Make sure you subscribe.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna find out more about this as it breaks out, but let's take a look at the indictment itself. So I read you the beginning of this. It's about RT getting banned when the Ukraine war broke out, and them shifting their strategy towards an entire empire of covert projects. So in other words, they wanted to continue to influence United States politics through projects like this Tenet Media one. Since publicly launching in or about November 2023, this is how we know it's Tenet Media, right? U.S. Company 1 posted nearly 2,000 videos that have garnered 16 million views on YouTube alone. U.S. Company 1 never disclosed its viewers that it was funded directly by RT, nor did the U.S. Company 1 or its founders and principal executives, Founder 1 and Founder 2, that's Lauren Chen and husband, we think, registered with the Attorney General as an agent of a foreign principal, as required by law. Kalishnikov, Afofseva, Founder 1 and Founder 2, also... So, I think, sorry, this is like Kalishnikov, Afafsiva, and founder 1 and founder 2. Right? It's not identifying these two as right. These are the RT employees, right? Kalishnikov and Afafsiva, Afanasyev, Afanasyev. I can't fucking pronounce people's names, chat. Worked together to deceive two U.S. commentators, Commentator 1 and Commentator 2, who respectively have over 2.4 million and 1.3 million YouTube subscribers. Founder 1 and Founder 2 contracted with Commentator 1 and Commentator 2 to produce videos using Commentator 1 and Commentator 2's own names. So again, we think this is Tim Pool at Commentator 2 and Dave Rubin at Commentator 1. Leveraging their existing audiences for licensed publication by U.S. Company 1. So let's get into the pseudonyms, right? Kalishnikov, Afanasyev, Founder 1 and Founder 2 worked together to mask U.S. Company 1's true source of funding, i.e. RT, by falsely portraying Commentator 1 and Commentator 2 that Commentator 1 and Commentator 2 that the U.S. Company 1 was sponsored by private investor named Edward Gregorian. Right? So this was supposedly the private investor. This person did not exist, right? It's not a real person. In truth or in fact, Gregorian was a fictional persona. For example, during the contract negotiations, Commentator 1 requested that Founder 1 provide a profile or article on Edward Gregorian. In response, Founder 1 sent Commentator 1 a one-page profile provided by Founder 1 by another fictional persona purporting to represent Edward Gregorian, falsely describing Edward Gregorian as an accomplished finance professional who had held various positions in Brussels in France. That's a city in Belgium, Brussels. And in France at a multinational bank 1, including director of private banking division of wealth management, and after receiving the fictitious profile, Commentator 1 agreed to work with U.S. Company 1 and produce approximately 130 videos that were published on U.S. Company 1's platform.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, so we got some more background about RT there. Background on Konstantin Kalashnikov. And Elena Afanasyev, aka Lena, used multiple fake personas at U.S. Company 1, including Helena Shudra and Victoria Pesti.
Why they were doing pro-Russian propaganda and how much money they were getting paid when you were trying to Lawrence Southern or when you were trying to Roman Millennial, when you were doing buddy.
So now this is Hassan Piker. You may or may not know of him. He is a very popular streamer on Twitch, and he's going to make it kind of about himself, right? He's mostly concerned about the fact that a lot of people had accused him of being pro-Russian. Now, what is the evidence? I think it's something like the fact that he said that he didn't think that Russia was going to invade Ukraine, which is a prediction that he made, which ended up not being true. But it's not just Hassan that made the prediction, right? It feels like a lot of people were predicting that the maneuvers that Russia was making were not a prelude to a war, right? Most people did not think that that was what was going to happen, and it kind of doesn't make sense from the Russian perspective. It's kind of a bold move for them to make. So yeah, people sort of latched onto that. And in general, I guess because he's socialist, I guess because he's left wing, right? They assume that. And look, there are left wing people or people that call themselves left wing that in some weird way connect like Russia oligarchic, authoritarian empire with the Soviet Union, the communist power from the Cold War, which is wild to me, which is absolutely wild to me, because these two countries are just completely like night and day. You got like a hyper capitalist, empire versus kind of a bloated communist, or not, I wouldn't even say communist, right? A state along its way to socialism. It's just like, but yeah, so he's gonna make it about him, and he's gonna make it about like, yeah, everybody said that I was pro-Russian. Look, it looks like these people are pro-Russian. I'm not the one that's pro-Russian. I'm Hassan Piker.
Conversations with these people, Des.
That's my Hassan Piker, by the way.
Huh? What happened? This is also, it doesn't matter, vindication or not. Anyway, Tim Pool came out with a statement about being a Russian, pro-Russian propagandist, a paid pro-Russian propagandist. Yeah, Uvalde had a metric ton of cop hogs who also had AR-15s who wouldn't engage until BORTAC would arrive. More cops with guns won't do anything but siphon funds. Hot take, it's not the access of guns in the U.S. that enables these mass shootings. It's a lack of mental health, lack of infrastructure for kids to be kids, to socialize. Instead, they spend all day in front of their screens alone, and some inevitably lose their minds. Is this a plausible explanation? Yeah, no, it's not. Do you want to know why? Because what you're experiencing, or what you're mentioning, okay, first of all, mental health is obviously a problem. Mental health plays a role in this. But if mental health was the most significant factor here, you would be experiencing school shootings of similar variety in every school, in every country, okay? Do you understand? Like, when you remove the gun, he even said, Putin bad, use your taxes before he cut ties to the FSB because the FBI was on you. I'm Moldovan Mama Liga. I'm glad that you're in here for this wonderful, for this joyous occasion. My favorite anti-Russian chatter of all time, okay? Moldovan Mama Liga, who I wish all the best, okay? He's back, finally in time for this beautiful story. Moldova Mama Liga, I want to ask you, I mean, you're a memer in general and also a supporter, so it's obviously not you who I'm talking about. But what do you think about all of the... They almost got you crazy. Moldova Mama Liga, did you see the Russian government called me gay? Or did you miss that? The Russian government came out with like a military recruitment ad, and he was like, our men are hard. Unlike those gay-ass losers who live stream every day and paint their fingernails and do makeup and pose in front of cool cars. Yeah. How'd that make you feel? Did that make you proud of me? That I must be a loyal anti-Russian commentator, considering that they called me gay and see me as like an enemy? Because in the same week, the Russian government...
Oh my god, we caught him when he's eating. Like, I don't know what it is, chat, but it feels like he's always eating. When I'm watching Hassan, I always catch him eating. So here we go with starting to understand why Tim Pool is so obsessed with the Civil War. So these are a collection of all of Tim Pool's tweets on where he's talking about a civil war. And again, the main goal of this Russian campaign seems to be not necessarily to promote one viewpoint or another, but to promote viewpoints that are useful for Russia's goals, right? Like the war in Ukraine. So viewpoints that would get people to want to cut off aid to Ukraine, and also anything that like sows division or makes the political division in the United States more pronounced and more violent or out of control. Per the DOJ and other sources, tenant media bankrollers of prominent pro-Russian commentators such as Lauren Southern, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson are alleged to have received millions of dollars in Russian state media to spread pro-Russian propaganda in the United States. I'd say this is surprising, but it's not. There's that, there's our friend Drew Pavlo. Don't worry, we're going to get to some of these people. We're going to get to some of the NAFO people. Don't think I'm letting you off the hook here. We got some strange connections for the Dylan Burnses of the world. What I'm looking for here, though, is Tim Pool's actual response, right? Which may be somewhat buried, given that it's been a day since the story broke. But apparently there's more. Oh my god, now I'm getting my own tweets. I don't really need these. Tim Pool, let's just find Tim Pool the person. Oh my god, actual Tim Pool. Which one is him? Oh no, chat. Oh no. Which one is real? Which is the real Tim Pool? Pool Timcast? Oh my god. Timcast IRL, I think? No? That's just updates? What the fuck? Tim Pool, there we go. Thank you. All right, let's see if we can find. This motherfucker tweets a lot, right? So it's gonna be. I'm gonna have to scroll. I'm still gonna have to scroll. I'm gonna have to continue to scroll. I'm gonna scroll. Come on, Tim. Wait. Okay. What? The tweet I'm looking for is fairly recent. There's Tenet Media. Legal action against Kamala Harris. Okay, so there we go. My statement regarding the allegations in the DOJ indictment. Should these allegations prove true, I, as well as other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else at the company as to what they do or what they are instructed. The Culture War podcast was licensed by Tenet Media. It existed well before any license agreement with Tenet and will continue to exist after such agreement expires. The only change in this agreement was the location of the live broadcast moved to Tenet's YouTube channel. I and TCW never produced any content for Tenet Media. Never at any point did anyone other than I have full editorial control of the show, and the content of the show see, like, this is almost worse though. So what he's claiming is that he didn't get influenced, right? He didn't lose out any editorial control. He wasn't told what to do. He wasn't told what not to do, right? So what this means to me is that Tim Pool's content, as it is, like, right, the RT employees look at Tim Pool's content and they say, no notes, that's perfect. We have no notes. We have no suggestions. You are good. You are good. Keep doing what you're doing, right? This is just saying that Tim Pool's content, as is like beneficial towards the Russian government. I don't know how else to say it. Never at any point did I or any other, did anyone other than I have full editorial control of the show and of the content of the show. Content of the show are often apolitical. Example, we'll see, like, the apolitical stuff is to bring in the audience, right? Is to bring in, more audience from different places, right? Spirituality, dating, video games, right? This appeals to a broader audience. You bring them in, and then you hit them with your political message. The show is produced in the entirety by our local team without input from anyone external to the company. TCW is a separate company and not associated with timcast.com. That's Tenet Media, I think, TCW. Wait, sorry, I and TCW. What is TCW? I thought it was the Culture War. There we go. Okay. So that's the show being funded by Tenet on under Tim Pool's leadership, right? TCW is a separate company not associated with timcast.com or other properties. It exists solely on for the production of the Culture War podcast. That being said, we still do not know what is true, as these are only allegations. Putin is a scumbag Russia sucks donkey balls. And to the journalists who wish to jump the gun, create their own narrative, or lie about what is currently going on, you can eat my Irish ass. No thanks. No thank you, Tim. No thank you. Corrected because I did not know it was an official DOJ release. Oh. And look who's here, Pisco. I'm sorry, Pisco is how it's pronounced. Show us the communication. Former friend of the show, Pisco, right? Show us the communication between your organization and Tenet Media reps. We need to verify this. Yeah, he's not going to show it. Alex Cole says, bro is nervous as fuck right now. Maybe you can share a cell with Steve Bannon. Possibly.
So Nick Fuentes has seemingly fully dedicated his time
up and pose in front of cool cars. Yeah. How'd that make you feel? Russia propaganda. What happened? That's 2 L's in a row. Number 1 L. Number 1 L. Russia doesn't know you. Russia doesn't think you're a dissident. Russia doesn't think you're an op. They at least think I'm an op. Number 2. You spent all this time on me. Turns out you should have been on the conservatives that were getting paid by the Russian government. What happened? What happened? 2 L's for the NAFO Andes. Anyway, yeah, number 3, you're on itself. Yeah, it's not just Tim Pool, it's people with Tenet Media. This indictment alleges that right-wing commentators like Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Lauren Southern, as a part of the Tenet Media YouTube channel, have been unwittingly working for a Russian influence operation. 2 people described in the Tenet indictment as unnamed founders were very aware that their operation was funded by Russians. Tennessee Business Records lists Tenet's founders as Blaze TV's host and TPUSA contributor Lauren Chen, a.k.a. Roaming Millennial, and her husband. Now, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. I have not tried to any of these people in this indictment, but the number 1 defender of Ukraine, who kept saying I was a Russian dissident or a Russian operative, has. You couldn't have asked them why they were doing pro-Russia propaganda and how much money they were getting paid when you were trying to Lauren Southern or when you were trying to Roman Millennial, when you were doing buddy-buddy conversations with these people, Destiny? Huh? What happened? This is also, it doesn't matter. Vindication or not, it doesn't fucking matter because the people that are so invested in me being a Russian op, like a Russian operative, not a Russian opposition, are so invested in that they will never listen to reason. They've already made up their minds. They've watched all the YouTube commentary videos from these who kept saying like I was pro Russia from the jump. Okay, so you know they will still continue with that the investment that they've made. But I just want to point out, seems like who are pro Russia got. Seems like who are paid propagandists got. Hassan is a Russian op, but not for financial reasons. It's because he read Dugin and was really moved by it. Yeah, I am famously a big fan of ultra-nationalist fascists and their idiotic screeds, Look, they're still doing it. Russia's not going to attack Ukraine. You know who else said that? Zelensky, you idiot. Immediately, as soon as I brought this up, I knew there was going to be in the chat being like, well, you said Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine. Yeah, I said it was an unimaginably decision by Russia that I thought was something that even Vladimir Putin would not dare to do. I was wrong. I admitted I was wrong instantly. Okay? I was right, however, on the analysis. It has not exactly been great for Russia. Now, one must ask yourself, why are you still holding on to a thing that I said years ago as is this major gotcha? Why? Do you feel like you hold your favorite commentators to the same level of accountability, especially when they've been objectively pro for the past 11 months?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This feels like an insular conversation, right? He's talking like to his community. He's talking about himself. I'm not that interesting. I get the point. A lot of people look at Hassan and they are like, you are a communist. Communism existed in Russia, even though, no, the USSR never got to communism, never got fucking close. And therefore, you must have some sort of sentiment. You must be a Russophile, as Dylan Burns would say. You're a Russophile. You love Russia somehow. You have an attachment to Russia because of the USSR, a country which dissolved in 1993, 1991.
So, numbers on the board. Probably shouldn't be terminally horny. Sometimes you're going to end up Russian propagandists. That's That's another L for Jackson Hinkledink, too. Didn't he also fall for a Russian honeypot? I guess Corelli and Jackson Hinkledink have a lot in common on that regard. What else? I was right on the ceasefire proposal. You said I was pro-Russia for saying that. Turns out, I didn't try to a person who was paid by the Russian government to do pro-Russian propaganda. So again, I will scoop back around to that W once again. That's going to be an endless fountain of W's that I'm getting in this situation. Never traveled to Russia like you did to Israel to cut propaganda for the state. I never traveled to Russia and hung out with a bunch of FSB people or do a meet and greet in Russia in the midst of Russia invading and occupying and destroying Ukrainian villages and towns. So I'd say
so now he's talking to Destiny.
That's a pretty big W for me on that end as well. A lot of Solinus Hassan hater friends have been pro-Ukrainian because they hate. No, Bonarelli uses every cause to be as contentious as. Where's my bag, Russia? Where's my bag? God damn it! Where the is my Kremlin bag? For the past 3 years, every dumb with a Ukrainian flag in their bio on Twitter has been calling me a Russian operative. I ain't ever got a single dollar, dude. All I got was these calling me gay. I want to see all of the Tim Pool, all the times. All of the times where Tim Pool.
There's a lot of.
All of the times where Tim Pool has actually talked about Russia and about how that guy's a Reddit in the post. There are some cult levels is wild. They think he's a legit prophet. I love that guy. Too scared of the 13 keys. Yes. I want to see all the times where Tim Pool has pushed the Russian propaganda. I really, really need to see it. Okay. I want to see it. This is one of those moments. It's so good. There's so many of them. Oh my Lord. I mean, dude, this actually makes me kind of mad because I said, I was pro-Russia and I didn't get the bag. For years, they still say I'm pro-Russia and I didn't even get the bag, dude. Bro, there is no way you just linked a Destiny clip. Tier 3, 5 most subscriber. We must be.
I wonder if that was the clip that so Destiny did clip Tim Pool saying that Ukraine is the enemy number one of the United States. Maybe it's that one.
On opposite world right now. Are you all right, chatter? You couldn't find a better source? That's insane. Half of the people that are on that indictment Destiny shut up, dog. What are you talking about?
Oh my god. So yeah, Lauren Chen, I think, and Lauren Southern is who he's talking about.
What do you mean?
I can't verify that though.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, let's keep going. Imagine being pro-Russia for free. Yo, that's what I'm saying, dude. What has all of my pro-Russian sentiment got me? They called me gay and said I'm gay and woke for painting my fingernails. They use me as a juxtaposition to how hard their military boys are. Okay? And on top of that, I ain't got a zero. I didn't get the bag at all. I didn't get the bag at all, dude. This shit sucks. Easiest bag of my life it would have been. I mean, this is a classic. I can't believe after all the Tim Pool coverage Sean did. This is a classic. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's a top of the hour ad break.
Oh, he's making it about himself. He's making it about himself, right? And it's kind of like there's a bigger issue here, right? He like this thing comes down the pipeline. He's like, oh yes, vindicated. Everybody was saying that I was a Russian op. Who's the Russian op now, bitches? Who's the Russian op now? Right? It's just like it's frustrating.
One or the others, neither I nor the indictment are claiming he knew that he was working for the Russians. The question is whether he should have known or suspected is both philosophical and harder to prove. A statement of the Leo. Oh, they all have statements coming out. Oh, they have statements coming out now. My statement regarding allegations of the leaked DOJ indictment. Should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else at the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. Let me explain something to you guys, by the way. I get asked to do ads in the political realm all the time, especially during election cycles. Now, they're not paid propagandist for like a foreign government or whatever, obviously, that would require an additional layer of stupidity. But beyond that, why the are you taking ads from any political operatives whatsoever? Why are you taking ads to be pro a certain political position? Isn't that exactly what you're supposed to be against? It doesn't matter that this is like pro Russia. Even if it was like pro gun laws or you know, pro guns, you shouldn't be taking that ad at all. The is wrong with you? You're supposed to be independent media. So I don't do this. Aren't you supposed to have your own independent opinion on subject matters? Why are you taking money from a group, even if they're not pro-Russia, even if it was just a regular, homegrown American political group? Why are you taking money from them?
So the question is AstroTurf, and we've seen this AstroTurf come up already with PV. Now, obviously, like PV is doing stuff like, you know, canvassing for Jamal Bowman. Right, I think that's worth doing. I think that's worth it's worth defending, you know, candidates that stand up for Palestine, you know, even if they might be problematic on some level. Right, it's worth doing that. I support that. Right, but being on the PV payroll as a streamer is not something that I can get behind. Right, I feel like that is that's a major conflict of interest for all of the creators. And yeah, we're talking about Dylan here. Yeah, we're talking about Lonerbox. I'm trying to remember the other people that were here. I'm gonna have to open up a Queemon video to show this to you. All right.
Facing social media.
There we go. There we go. So this is July. I don't know where the fuck he got this from. I mean, I'm assuming that it's just like available. They're transparent with this part, at least. Like, I'll give them that, right? I don't think that Queemon like hacked the PV website or something like that. You know, I don't think there's any sort of like cloak and dagger involved in Queemon like procuring these numbers. But these are streamers who are taking money from a from my perspective, looks like a dark money pack, a super PAC that is not transparent about the source of its money, right? The you know, right? And so we got Hunter Avalon, we got Dylan Burns kind of getting underpaid here. I feel like Dylan's a big enough content creator to warrant a little bit more money than 1,000, but right. We got IRI, that's I'm really important, getting 2,000. We got Connor, that's Connor points, counterpoints, right? Actually, a right winger on the payroll from PV, but I don't know. Maybe he'll be a left winger for enough money, right? This is Josiah from Pondering Politics. This is Xander Hall from Xander Hall. Look at that, Josiah, huge channel, like 200,000. I don't remember how many 100,000s, right? Josiah's got a big channel, right? Xander Hall, not so much, and they're getting paid the same amount, right? Hutch, you saw him on the Hippy Dippy, Lonerbox, you know who that is. Wick, what can I say about Wick? Lumiru and are relevant, right? These are all people that are on the payroll. They're taking money from the Progressive Victory PAC, the PAC that used to have Brianna Wu associated with it until she became too much of a brand risk for them. And apparently has cut ties, but I wonder how real that cutting of ties actually is. And this is the current list of people. So we do have AstroTurf, right, in the content sphere that I am marginally a part of. We do have this kind of stuff going on.
To say certain things? How should any of your fans ever believe you ever again for the rest of time? Will you be paid for this take? Will you actually be telling your genuine opinion on this take? Do you agree if it was a pro-Ukraine ad? Yeah, even then. What do you mean? Even then?
But there's an even more there's an even more like so now I feel like I'm in danger here of making this sound too black and white, and that's really not what I'm trying to do. I really don't mean to do that, right? Because in terms of getting funded as a streamer, it is a very difficult thing to do. Obtaining, sources of revenue is very important to be able to stay in the game, to be able to do this full time. And it's not easy to do, right? You don't get it necessarily from ad money. if your key is kind enough as mine is and supports you as much as mine has supported me, you can get, sort of some crowdfunding, and that's definitely helpful, right? I mean, that's why we have to have the dono goal. Hopefully someday, chat, we won't even need to worry about that, right? It'll just be a thing where ad money pays for everything and anything else is just icing on the cake. That's where I want to get to, right? So I understand the need for, when you're offered an extra source of funding, it's probably really hard to say no to. It's probably really hard to say no to that. But at the same time, when it is, something like a super PAC, you gotta understand that that's going to undermine your credibility. That's going to make people question, like, how many of your takes are your own? What kind of subtle pressures might you be subject to? And with that, it just like it seems like it's more trouble than it's worth. Now, that being said, chat, there are people in like the Vosh community and the Xander Hall community and the Demon Mama community that donate a shitload of money. There are, and I don't mean to say this to because I feel like there's a danger here of making people that support streamers, feel like they are suspect, right? I will say that I have never been leaned on by anybody currently in my community. And there are some people in my community that donate a lot of money that, could try to exert influence if they wanted to. My chat, my community is cool. And there's no pressure on me. What you're hearing from me is 100% my viewpoint. There's never been a time that anybody who's, anybody who's currently in the community, and I say this remembering a time where there was somebody who tried to exert influence on me to try to get me to go easy on Dylan Burns when he was actually doing harm with his platform, when he was actually, he was running his panels in a way that just kind of essentially was promoting transphobia. And I don't think it's because Dylan wants to. I don't think that Dylan's transphobic. I don't think that he hates trans people. I think he just was not, kind of clued in to the effect of this, right? Anyway, chat. I feel really good about the people in my community. I feel really good about the people that support me. I am not subject to any of this kind of influence, all right? And I'm lucky to have that. I'm lucky to not have been put in that kind of position. The one time I was put in that kind of position, I very unequivocally told this person, this friend of President Sundays, I told this person that I was not going to change my viewpoint no matter how many gift subs she donated, right? And if you go back to my Infrared Haas video, you can see this person donating quite a number of gift subs, right? I thought for seeing me smash a Nazgul, right? But when I look back at it and I think about what people knew and what people said about Haas at the time, I'm not convinced that they weren't just giving me money because I was dunking on a tanky, right? That's how they grokked Haas. What the problem with Haas is he's a authoritarian communist. And the thing is, the dude's a fascist. The dude is so much more than a fucking tanky. The dude was hiding behind the label tanky in order to hide what he's really doing, which is like a third position kind of thing, a red-brown alliance kind of thing, right? That's what was wrong with Infrared Haas. That's why I was going hard on this guy. And yet, like, I'm getting, a huge donation from one individual chatter to go ham on this guy, probably because they regard him as a communist. And that, if that was the only problem with Infrared Haas, right, my criticism of him would not have been as severe.
And if you're a political commentator, you should not be getting paid by pro-Ukrainian media either. What the? Either way, that's why I said if you're a Republican and you're getting paid by like a gun group or whatever, even if you're pro-guns as a Republican, you shouldn't be getting paid by a political group overall. Never at any point did anyone other than I have full editorial control of the show. And the contents of the show are often apolitical. Examples include discussing spirituality, dating, and video games. The show is produced in its entirety.
Anyway, Chad, I feel like I went on a rant, but the point of the rant is to say that there is a lot of influence in the space, right? And it's not always from like a fucking RT affiliate or something. Like this is Tim Pool, this is Tenant Media, this is on the large scale, right? There's also a little bit of influence going on on the small scale as well. Thank you for the super chat, Shaxby.
Our local team without input from
Fallout New Vegas, it is. We're at 23%. I should say Fallout New Vegas, it may be. And whoa, Fallout 151.
anyone external to the company. TCW is a
All right.
company not associated.
Shorts, you got limited time to click that link to get in the other stream. This stream's gonna end. The short stream is gonna end. The main stream is gonna go on. The Twitch stream is gonna go on. So you gotta make your time, right? Get in there.
Timcast.com or other properties. It exists solely for the production of the Culture War podcast. That being said, we still do not know what is true, as these are only allegations. Putin's a scumbag. Russia sucks donkey balls. And to the journalists who wish to jump the gun, create their own narrative, or lie about what is currently going on, you can eat my Irish. If you're serially so stupid that you didn't realize the 100K per episode you demanded to spread Russian propaganda wasn't coming from Russia, the DMV needs to revoke your driver's license and you can't be trusted with household appliances. Like, I just saw...
Wait, why didn't I see that chat?
A guy
we were just there, weren't we?
To say nice things about Pootie Poo, and I took it. Like, what? I think Tim Pool, now that I know his educational attainment, like, unironically might be that stupid. The only funny thing about this is that, like, paying Tim Pool $100,000 to be pro anything is automatically a waste of resources, lest you ever think actual people...
All right, chat, this fucking pisses me off, right? I don't know. I don't know if the point here is that Tim Pool like is anti-communist to an absurd degree, and he is. The irony is that he's supporting a government of a country that used to be communist, or if this is that. Like, what kind of brain rot is this, chat? What kind of brain rot is that? Like, are there people out there that only oppose Putin because they think that he's secretly a communist? That's fucking wild to me. The dude is like the opposite. The dude is far right? And you know, we've seen this with Haas. We've seen this with Putin. I don't know. Look, this person might just be joking. All right, maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe it's not that deep. Maybe it's not that deep, right? I was just looking for that. Who is that? Oh my god, chat, I've got too many tabs open, don't I?
People pay to listen to Tim Pool. 90. The only funny, a guy giving me $100,000 to say nice things about Pootie Poo, and I took it. Like, what? I think Tim Pool, now that I know his educational attainment, like, unironically might be that stupid. The only funny thing about this is that, like, paying Tim Pool $100,000 to be pro anything.
Shane McGinnis says, isn't communism a failed system? Shane McGinnis, what year do you come from? Do you come from a year that where communism has been done? Like, I mean, do you even know the difference? Can you explain to me socialism versus communism? Can you just really quickly go over the difference between socialism and communism, if you will, right? Please, I would love to know what delicious brain rot that you're partaking in. I would love to know the exact species of the parasites that are infesting your gray matter as we speak, right? I would love to take a look. I would love to take a, now chat, I'm not saying that I want to, do like a vivisection on any chatters or anything like that. That would be horrible, right? But I'm just curious about what's going on in that brain.
Is automatic.
I just wish I could get into there a little bit. Oh my god, are we having issues with the stream alerts again? Thank you, Shaxby. Oh my god, chat, I'm just too pissed off. It's hot in my room and
a waste of resources. Lest you ever think actual people pay to listen to Tim Pool, 90% of all of their revenue literally came from Russian shell companies.
Like, no. I'm sweating and it's fucking up my hair.
This is like
Terrorism says you can vivisect me anytime.
One aspect of his entire production, I think. Tim gets.
I feel like it would be like eating like a gelato or something, kind of, or not a gelato, but like a sorbet. Like, right, you kind of like, cut along the dotted line, you open up the skull, and then there's this nice like little sorbet in there, and you're just like, ooh, and there's like gummy worms. Those are the brain worms, right? So it's like a sorbet with gummy worms in it, And that's what the vivisection that I'm talking about would be like, right? If I could look into somebody's head that thinks that the problem with Vladimir Putin is that he might be a communist, right? If I could just sample those the delicacy, chat. These brainworms are a delicacy in the culture that I come from.
More multiple revenue streams. Tim himself gets revenue from his own channels as well, so the Russian money wasn't 90% of Tim's revenue. I think it was 90% of his revenue for the one entity that he created. Wait, what? He got paid 100 grand per week? Oh my God, bro. 100 grand per week?
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine.
Hey, yo!
No, I was joking around before with you, Shane, like implying that you come from the future. I actually think it might be more probable that you come from the late 90s. Do you come from the end of history? Did you get frozen in a time capsule, right? Because that's like unironically what people thought. That's the kind of shit that you would hear, like at the turn of the century. Like that is a very 20th century boomer sort of mentality. Yeah, we tried it out, and it looks like democracy works a lot better than communism, right? It looks like capitalism is successful, everybody. Everything like, yay! Yay, America! Yay, America! We won! We won! We won!
What? Yeah! This is awesome. Oh my God. Okay, by the way, $100,000, you would be screaming like that too. $100,000 a week? Don't even. $100,000 a week?
Now chat's being overly deferential to me.
You'd be screaming. You'd be like, I hate Ukraine. Sell Disney's a homosexual man. Oh my God, bro. $100,000 a week, bro. That's crazy.
But no shit, chat. This is making me want to become a theory streamer. Right? I know that would not work well. Anyway, chat, let me just like I'm a mess. I'm a fucking mess right now. Do you look at me? I'm sweaty, I'm gross. My room is like hot as fuck.
I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Bro, this is like mathematically the worst position to arrive at. Like, what do you mean? Like, people say I'm a shill for...
Do we advocate for communism? Shane, again, now you're making me time warp. All right? You took me back. You took me to the future, right? When some country had achieved communism somehow, right? I don't know if that's 1,000 years in the future or more. Right? And then you took me back into the past. We went back into the 20th century to the end of history where everybody was like, yay, America! We won! The wall is knocked over and everything's going to be good now, right? Everything's going to be great. Everybody's going to be happy. We're going to be wealthy. We're going to be happy. Everything's just going to get better and the capitalists are going to take care of us. And now you've taken me into Star Trek territory. And look, I'm not trying to be like mad at you. I definitely don't want to focus like my... Like I said, there's like a lot of things that I'm dealing with right now, right? And, you know, a chatter's opinion is a chatter's opinion, all right? We're all formed by our experiences that we've had so far. And we've had different experiences, obviously. So, you know. But dealing with brain rot on Twitter, dealing with like kind of an overreaction from Hassan on some level and him making it all about himself, and then dealing with like, I don't know, people trying to make out Tim Pool like he's like a communist. It's just like, it's too much. It's too much.
Russia, because I'm always like, bro, we need to do a ceasefire. America's interests in Ukraine are not genuine. All they want is the continuation of war. So
There's donos that I need to get on. Thank you for letting me know, Narwhal by nature. I'm just like a little bit
dump all of their older
frazzled.
weapons.
That's the word, frazzled.
We need to come to the table and do a ceasefire. Like, I never once would say Ukraine is the enemy of Russia. That's insane, bro. They got no autonomy in this. I'm sorry. The people on the Democratic Party side that consistently talk about how like, well, this is what the Ukrainians want, are literally just straight up lying. Because if everyone in Ukraine said, no, we don't want to do war, what the we need to do a ceasefire immediately. We hate being slaughtered. America would still be like, okay, well, you know, what if it was okay for a couple more people to get slaughtered, you know? Because we really like the situation right now that we're in currently. We love...
You know what this is doing, chat? This is turning me into Hassan. This is turning me slowly or quickly into Hassan. Like I'm becoming Hassan, and I don't want to be Hassan. I was just criticizing Hassan. I don't want to be Hassan. I don't want to sit around and yell at chat. I want to bring up individual chatters and scrutinize their chat histories like Hassan does.
Love that you guys have, destroyed half of the Russian artillery. I mean, it wouldn't take much before the CIA literally.
What am I missing?
Puts a psychopathic, rabid.
I'm missing a few things.
Nationalists in power. If Ukraine actually changed trajectory, I think. But again, this proves the point that I was making, which is giving Tim Pool money to be pro anything is such an L for whatever your cause is, dude. I love that.
Queen Bee, I'm glad you're having fun. I'm happy for you. I really am. I'm glad you're in here having fun. Omega Star, did you say which of these topics you want to see covered?
Criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them.
I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to catch up.
Ukraine is now accused. A German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict.
Okay. This is actually really instructive. Why did he say triggering this conflict? Bro, they blew up the Nord Stream pipeline after. That's number one. And number two, literally.
Yeah, I noticed that too. He's got a time... Yeah, order of events error here.
I think he's reading a script. This is instructive. Match what he's saying here with my commentary to understand the difference in opinion, okay? If you want to know what someone who is like...
Yo, I feel like Shane McGinnis is actually secretly the master troll. I feel like you got me. Good job, Shane. Good job.
A shill, literally getting paid to be pro-Russia, versus someone who's like...
No, you're asking good questions. You're, mission successful.
Like, yeah, nah, dog. I think it's probably America that blew up Nord Stream pipeline and not mother Russia, okay? Because it makes zero sense whatsoever. Like, even when people used to clip the thing that I talked about with the Crimean bridge, Ukraine blowing up the Crimean bridge. Yes, it is still an attack on largely civilian infrastructure and therefore could be considered an act of terror, but it's still borne out.
You chose Stradivarius this time, and I know what you mean.
Of Ukraine. So it's still ultimately in the hands of
okay.
Russia. They would, of course, clip
so
the
we're gonna
add and say Hassan says blowing up the Crimean bridge is an act of terror. I would literally compare it to what Russia does in terms of attacking civilian infrastructure, which is unjustifiable. They would clip that part out to make it seem like I was simply.
Then I'm gonna add something else.
There's a difference between that, my analysis, which still lends the blame in the hands directly of the responsible party, Russia, versus this guy being like, Ukraine is the #1 enemy of America.
Oh my God.
Ukraine has a valid interest in freeing their borders, violator of their...
Anonymous says Vox Populi. Vox Populi, oh my gosh, Chaos Agent. So we're now at 78% of the dono goal. Oh, not 788. 78% of the dono goal. And Vox Populi is now at 40%, which means, chat, it's like that's steering us towards Fallout. That's steering us strongly towards Fallout. Oh my God, chat. I need to cool off. I need to chill out. I need some content that doesn't aggravate the fuck out of me.
Sovereignty, the most moral.
Yeah, chat. We will do the Venezuelan gang tomorrow. Apologies. I don't know what's wrong with me.
And righteous cause.
This is streamer malfunction. None of you are at fault. I forgive all of you. This is fully my problem and not any of your problems. Okay.
Our interest as the United States of America in Ukraine.
And motherfuckers eating chicken. How many chickens does this guy eat? I swear to God. Does he really need that much protein? I don't know.
Not exactly in the same level of infallibility. Just want to...
This is the chicken connoisseur here. This guy's the chicken master. Seriously, what the fuck, Hassan? Hassan, you're going to get attacked in your sleep by chickens. They're going to want revenge. The souls of the chickens are going to come back after you.
Offload our old-ass equipment so the goddamn military-industrial complex can turn a profit, all while not a single American active duty service member is harmed in the process.
I need to fix my fucking
Insane
hair.
to call Ukraine your enemy.
My hair is a fucking mess.
Your
And that's
enemy.
the
They
biggest
were
thing that pisses
invaded,
me
dog.
off.
Yeah, they were
Now
just
I can't
sitting
hear what
there,
San
looking
says,
pretty,
but I feel like I'm not
waiting
really
to be
missing out on
invaded
anything.
by Russia. They are the
We've
enemy.
also got some
the biggest
Tim Pool-
enemy.
Tim
Bro
Pool
forgot
reacted to
about
this.
all the other things that he could be talking about on a daily basis, like China or Iran. Also stupid to say, but Ukraine being the biggest enemy is awesome.
I had to choose the one Irene hairstyle that will not accommodate a warm day.
Incredibly fortuitous endeavor. And this proves it once again. was a Russian asset. Before people say, Hassan, you like certain people that used to work for Russia Today. I do. Abby Martin used to work for Russia Today. Back in the day, Russia Today was not the Russia Today it is now. It definitely still had those same elements. But pre-invasion of Ukraine, Russia Today used to do this very interesting thing where on the 1 hour, they would have like someone who was like militantly anti-imperialist. The next hour, they would have someone who was like insanely right-wing. Just so you guys understand, like their goal was to cause as much chaos and confusion in American politics. Of course, that's the point of their media campaign in general. It makes sense. America does it all the time. What do you think Voice of America is? Having said that, there was a time when Russia Today had like the funniest lineup of commentators where they would have like the anti-imperialism hour with like Abby Martin, followed up by like, are the Democrats transing the youth? Dude, I love this. Benny Johnson, oh my God!
Are you responding to Hassan? I'm guessing.
By the way, when you see these names, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, Lauren Southern, remember what I always tell you: you can tell a lot by a man and their political opinions by seeing who their enemies are. There have been a litany of supposedly leftist political commentators that have on me for years and years and years. Spent a whole lot of time doing that, as a matter of fact. And I never really responded in kind. What you have to remember is that's because I thought it was unproductive to on those guys, because sometimes we're in alignment on certain issues. I spent my time on these guys, okay? Because I think it is really stupid to try to farm a Nazi groped up base of support by on like random trans influencers on Twitter, or by on random leftist influencers who also had a lot of smoke for me. You know what I mean? I am not a deeply unserious person who's only invested in the drama. Just remember that. Know beside whom you stand and know who a man presents himself as the enemy of. Great stuff overall. Really cool. Love the story in general. Big fan.
Brutal with your hair sometimes. All right, there we go. That was the Hassan video. Oh. Let's see what the Humanist Report has to offer.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Yeah, I think that's what Queen Bee was talking about, though. The well, not just the annexation of Crimea. So when they annexed Crimea, they also sent the little green men into the two oblasts that Russia's in right now, right? So it was more than just Crimea, even though like Crimea is what they annexed.
This may come as a surprise.
I'm not sure what's more cringe, Hassan's personality or his takes. Look, usually, sometimes I defend Hassan, but not today. I'm pissed off at everyone, including Hassan, right now. So.
But the man you just heard from was allegedly paid
2014. It was during the same year as the Winter Olympics.
By the Russian government to spread pro-Russian propaganda. Shocking, I know. Don't know who to trust these days. Now, it seems like he was unknowingly being used by the Russian government because he's both dumb and greedy, but it's easy to see why they'd take an interest with him with commentary like that, and also after seeing him tweet obsessively about an American Civil War for years. But he's not the only one, because the other so-called talent that was involved includes white supremacist Lauren Southern, closeted homosexual Benny Johnson, and out and proud conservative...
I mean... From what I know, that seems to be true.
Homosexual Dave Rubin. Now, additionally, there's Lauren Chen, a fellow right-wing grifter who was fired from the Blaze TV because she's also involved, albeit in a different way.
Okay, so now Lauren Chen, let's go back to her for a second, right? I showed you her doing content with Destiny, and I showed you that some of it is less than, like, oppositional. Obviously, I'm not saying... Okay? DGG. I see you out there. I see you typing that comment. DGG. I'm not saying that Destiny agrees with Lauren Chen on everything, all right? But his whole, like, weird, like, you know, I'm gonna, like, agree with the black pill, I'm gonna agree with the red pill in order to, like, appeal to more, you know, people in order to grow my community. It's fucking gross. It's fucking gross. But yeah, there's Lauren Chen. who obviously Destiny does not share the same politics with. But what I'm looking for here, right, is so we do have an example of Destiny and Lauren Southern.
Help convert my Trump supporter friend to stop being insane. Yes.
We're incentivizing like even more people to try to come in the future.
Yeah, I understand your point of view, and maybe, yeah, you can be right.
I am Destiny on YouTube and Twitch and Instagram.
I'm gonna look you up.
So this is what they're doing. Lauren Southern and Destiny, they're doing content together. Lauren puts on a Black Lives Matter t-shirt, pretends to be a left wing. Destiny puts on a MAGA hat, pretends to be right wing.
Hi everyone, how are you doing today? I am in Washington, D.C. with our favorite friend, Destiny.
Wow, good. Original joke, dude. Good one.
And we're gonna go check out the city wearing some of our favorite outfits.
So when Hassan said that he didn't fuck like two of the people that were part of the Russian disinfo campaign, it's Lauren and it's Lauren. It's Lauren Chen and it's Lauren Southern that he's talking about. I can't really confirm or deny this. There are stories about Destiny having like somewhat of a casting couch. Oh, here he is actually with on the
Here's
Timcast.
where I'm gonna go my atheist rant though. And both you guys are religious, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
This is John Doyle and that's Lauren Chen.
This is my okay.
So yeah, they've definitely been on the same place at the same time. I don't know. Did Destiny have amorous relations with Lauren Chen? Again, it feels like speculation. It feels like speculation.
I feel like we haven't been bringing up religion that much.
No, that's why I said I'm about to.
Okay. I thought we were like.
Also, what's that Sonnenrad looking thing? Oh my god, Chad, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind here. Is that a Sonnenrad in the Temple Studios?
Being too Christian for people. I thought.
Or have I lost my mind? Maybe I lost my mind, chat. Maybe I'm no longer in possession. Maybe I'm the one getting the vivisection, getting my brain sorbet eaten with gummy worms, right? Does that exist, chat? That's what I want now. I want a dessert, okay? I want a dessert that is like a it's like a sorbet, and it's got gummy worms, but they're not just gummy worms. Check this out. They're Sour Patch. Sour Patch. It's not a Sun and Rod. No, I'm losing my shit. I'm losing my shit. Terror uwoism. I'm losing my shit. I'm seeing fascist symbols everywhere I fucking look. Like, right? Seriously, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm not okay, Chad. I'm not okay. But here's what I want. All right, I want a sorbet. Okay. So like, I'm not talking about like the one of those with like the milk in it. Like, I'm talking about just like the pure fruit juice frozen into fruit crystals, like with the juice poured on it. You know what I'm talking about? I want that thing, and I want to be eating it, and I want to find gummy worms, but not just any gummy worms. They gotta be Sour Patch gummy worms. So I'm eating a sweet sorbet made of like berry juice. You know what I'm saying? It's like berry juice and like, some apple juice in there for sweetness. You know what I'm talking about? Like, right, a fruit sorbet, and then it's got gummy worms, but the gummy worms are Sour Patch gummy worms. So as I go through there, I pull out a gummy worm, and it's like super sour. It's like atomic sour. That's what I want.
Quote, Chen and her husband, Liam Donovan.
With dairy, it would be okay. So sorbet means no dairy. Cool.
Are the co-founders of Tenant Media, a previously obscure media company that paid eye-popping sums to right-wing influencers to produce.
Let's talk sorbet. That's right.
Videos that echoed Russian propaganda and other right-wing talking points, according to an indictment. Now, if you're wondering how much money we're talking about here, because eye-popping is certainly a term to use when you're talking about money. Well, according to
I feel better now.
We're talking approximately $8.7 million between October 2023 and August 2024, distributed among just 3 of the 6 commentators. Commentator 1 is either Dave Rubin or Benny Johnson, and commentator 2 is Tim Pool. So, needless to say, this was a very, very, very lucrative deal. And I don't know if they saw any red flags when they agreed to this, although they should.
Shakespeare says mixed blue raspberry atomic sour gummy worm sorbet, super sorbet. Yeah.
Argue, but we'll get to that later. But I mean, even if they did and were smart enough to pick up on the clues that this was a little bit suspicious, it was easier for them to overlook them because, again, they're greedy and they're also dumb. But to be clear, the indictment doesn't specifically.
Thank you for bringing me back to reality, chat. reality where gummy worms are a thing.
Typically named Tim Pool or Dave.
Instead of a la mode with gummy worms, it becomes a la Irene. A la Irene. I can't pronounce my name with a French accent, but. And marshmallows? Ooh. Ooh. What kind of marshmallows? You got my interest good for Gabby. What kind of marshmallows?
Rubin or anyone else. It doesn't even name Tenant Media, but the indictment does give us enough information to piece it all together with varying degrees of success. For example, The Guardian hilariously found out that it was
Here we go.
But they thought that this random dude in a beanie was Tim Pool. And then when it started to go viral, they removed the picture from Tim Pool altogether. Now, Andrew Lawrence shared this screenshot from a CBS report blurring the face of one of these commentators. It's hard to figure out who this is in particular, but, maybe you can take a guess. I think they're trying to protect the identity of the individual here, but I think most people know who the fuck this is, so this is just so funny. But for the most part, it's pretty obvious Tim Pool and others are the ones that this indictment is talking about, and they've all released statements about this, denying culpability and calling themselves victims. So we'll get to their responses after we.
Also, they pointed that it was a really interesting tactic with Tim Pool and Benny Johnson in particular, that when they described this event, when they described the indictments, for the record, were unsealed, right? This is a judicial process. And at some point, the indictments, which were sealed, nobody could see them, they get unsealed, right? So Tim Pool and Benny Johnson described this unsealing as the documents being leaked, right? Almost implying that the government was trying to hide this shit and that they had the sources. They had the sources. Some whistleblower blew the whistle and leaked this shit because the government's doing bad things. They're doing bad things to Tim Pool, right? It's Russiagate. It's a Russia hoax. It's Russia, right? That's what he's trying to imply there. By saying it's leaked, he's trying to reframe the issue in which it's like, at the very least, this was Tim Pool being ignorant as fuck. All right? At the very least, this is Tim Pool being ignorant as fuck. But he tries to reframe it and make it like, yeah, it looks like we found out what the government's been up to. They're going after your favorite commentator here, your favorite beanie-clad commentator, Tim Pool, who if you unroll that beanie and you cut along the dotted line and remove the top of the skull, you will certainly not find a sorbet full of atomic warhead Sour Patch gummy worms, right? Certainly not in Tim Pool's head.
Dive into the indictment itself. So AP.
It would be more like a rotten pudding full of actual dead night crawlers, right? Like somebody got a pudding, they let the pudding rot, and then they took a bunch of night crawlers that are supposed to be used for fishing. They let the night crawlers sit in the back of their truck until in a super hot day. And then they take the dead night crawlers out and they lay them into the rotten pudding, right? That's what would be under Tim Pool's skull, right? That kind of dessert.
Reports. One criminal case disclosed by the Justice Department accuses 2 employees of RT, a Russian state media company, of covertly funding a Tennessee-based content creation company with nearly $10 million to publish English-language videos on social media platforms, including TikTok and YouTube, with messages in favor of the Russian government's interests and agenda, including about the war in Ukraine. The nearly 2,000 videos posted by the company have gotten more than 16 million views on YouTube alone, prosecutors said. The 2 defendants, Konstantin Kalashnikov and Elena Afantsevya, are charged with conspiracy to commit money laundering and violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act. They are at large. It was not immediately clear if they had lawyers. The Justice Department says the company did not disclose that it was funded by RT and that neither it nor its founders registered as required by law as an agent of a foreign principal. So to recap, the lion's share of the money went to the influencers, Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, etc. And to put it into perspective for you, the last Super Bowl had 123 million plus viewers, and ads for that cost around $7 million, give or take. But $8.7 million was distributed to just 3 of the 6 commentators, which...
Chad, I need the right sound. Does anybody know where the majority reports I'm losing it soundboard comes from?
Wait, I'm losing it. This is cool. This is actually cool. Wait, this is actually cool. No, this is actually cool. I want to crash out right now.
That's not it. That's not it. Okay, so there's like a majority report. I think it's in one of the fun half songs, right? It's this soundboard that's like, I'm losing it. That's how I feel right now.
Amounts to $2.9 million each, assuming it was distributed equally. And they got a total of 16 million views across 2,000 videos on YouTube alone, which means that the Russian government spent more than corporations spend on Super Bowl ads to have these right-wing grifters spread their bullshit. That is insane. And if you're wondering what they were supposed to spread, well, these were the talking points. The first sentence is pretty telling. We would like to reiterate that in the United States, there are no pro-Russian and or pro-Putin mainstream politicians or sufficiently large numbers of influencers and voters. There is no point of justifying Russia and no one to justify it too. All American politicians and influencers are patriots and supporters of American supremacy. Now, pause right there for a moment. If you created a partnership deal with the media company and you were handed this document, would those first couple of sentences not set off some red flags for you? Would the alarm bells not start to go off in your head? Well, if you're dumb and greedy, the answer is no, because you wouldn't see the red flags because there'd just be dollar signs.
Just replying to Tim Pool's dad. Oh, sweet. Wait, is Tim Pool's dad in chat? Did Tim Pool's dad come back?
In your eyes, blocking said red flags, right? And that's assuming they even read this in the first place, which you could probably argue that they did not, because these don't seem like the brightest people. And even though this is very lucrative, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just signed it and didn't think twice about it. But the specific topics include the economy, risk of job loss for, quote, white Americans, that's interesting, privileges for people of color, perverts, and disabled.
Okay, now this is the shit right here. This is the shit. Any chance of showing his video on the matter? Wait, Tim Pool's dad's got a video? Sure. I mean, you think it's worth it? The only thing is, Thomas Jerome, apparently we pissed off Tim Pool's dad. Any mods in chat know what I'm talking about, right? He was like in here, and I don't know how he got mad, what he was mad about, but it's like not good. Wait, isn't today Wednesday? Is today not Wednesday?
Then skip to line 5. Threat of
It's Thursday.
From people of color and immigrants, including new immigrants from Ukraine.
Oh my God, Chad, I'm so confused. How is it Thursday?
Very interesting talking points.
I'm losing it.
Spending on foreign policy at the expense of interests of white U.S. citizens. Skip to 8. Our guys will die in Ukraine. Now, section 4.
Oh, I know what it is. I got fucked up by the holiday. I got fucked up by the Labor Day holiday.
4 tells us who the target audience is, and it's obviously U.S. political party A's voters, meaning Republicans, Trump supporters, and conservatives, as well as...
Okay, no, wait, this stuff is really interesting to me. All right, so let's get this. Like, this is the section. Is this in the freaking document? Yeah, also, thank you, Mike Figueredo, for this video. This is the best video I've seen so far on it. I am so thankful to have this guy. There's Merrick Garland, Tim Pool. Wait, I need to find this. This is important to me. Okay. That's the Tennessean Russian propagandist. Use Tennessee Content Company to push disinfo.
Overtly influence our elections. Specifically, all these federal agencies revealed activities directed and funded by RT, formerly known as Russia Today, to covertly spread Russian government propaganda with the aim of reducing international support for Ukraine, bolstering pro-Russian policies and interests, and influencing voters here in the U.S. And in foreign elections as well. For their part, the Treasury Department is sanctioning 6 executives and officials affiliated with RT, 3 executives associated with other Kremlin-controlled organizations. And additionally, the Treasury Department is designating ANO Dialogue, a Russian government-founded nonprofit, that uses artificial intelligence to create and distribute online Russian disinformation for use against election campaigns.
That's my favorite kind of brain rot. AI brain rot. That's the best. That is the best. So this is from the Tennessean. It's out of Nashville, right? An indictment unsealed this Wednesday alleges a Tennessee content company was a tool of the Russian propagandists used to infiltrate U.S. audience with Kremlin-backed messaging. 2 Russian nationals who worked for Russia Today, a Russian state-controlled media outlet, were indicted on accusations that they're fun. Okay, so this is all stuff that we've read so far. I am looking for what. Here, let's go back. Let's go back. Where the fuck was that? Okay, here's the. Let's see if we can. So there was like there's like a program, right? There's Eduard Gregorian, who doesn't exist. Fake profile. I'm just looking for the stuff that. Oh my god. Okay, look, I'm gonna kill all the Hassan tabs. Hassan has pissed me off today. I don't hate the dude, but it's just like him making this story all about himself was definitely not something that I needed today, considering all the frustration that I've been dealing with. This one, okay.
To piece it all together with varying degrees of success. For example, The Guardian hilariously found out that it was Tim Pool, but they thought that this random dude in a beanie was Tim Pool.
Oh, that's funny.
And then when it started to...
That's like Tim Pool's brother. We could ask Tim Pool's dad for confirmation. I think that's Tim Pool's brother.
Go viral. They removed the picture from Tim Pool altogether. Now, Andrew Lawrence shared this screenshot from a CBS report blurring the face of one of these commentators. It's hard to figure out who this is in particular, but, maybe you can take a guess. I think they're trying to protect the identity of the individual here, but I think most people know who the fuck this is, so this is just so funny. But for the most part, it's pretty obvious Tim Pool and others are the ones that this indictment is talking about, and they've all released statements about this, denying culpability and calling themselves
meow.
So we'll get to their responses after we dive into the indictment itself. So AP reports one criminal case disclosed by the Justice Department accuses 2 employees of RT, a Russian state media company, of covertly funding a Tennessee-based content creation company with nearly $10 million to publish English language videos on social media platforms, including more than 16 to commit money laundering RT, and that neither it nor its founders read for you. The last Super Bowl had 123 million plus viewers, and ads for that cost around $7 million, give or take. But $8.7 million was distributed to just 3 of the 6 commentators, which amounts
Thomas
to 2.
Jer super chatted $6.02. It's Schadenfreude after the gay influencer with a cool car slight and Destiny trying to ingratiate himself with THT's ghouls.
Schadenfreude after the gay influencer with a cool car. Oh yeah, yeah. So Thomas Jerome is talking about. Did I close this already? I think I closed it already. But yeah, the Russian military did an ad recruiting. They want to recruit more people to go into attack Ukraine, right? And they're showing. Do you want to be a real man like these Russian Z fighters? You want to be a real man. Or do you want to be a soy boy? And they show somebody licking an ice cream cone, which apparently is very gay to do. Apparently that makes you gay. You lick an ice cream cone. You eat a banana smoothie. You might be gay. You're a little fruity, right? It's just like weird stuff. And then they show, or you are a streamer with a painted fingernails and an eyeliner, and it's basically Hassan. It's a dude with rings, painted fingernails, necklaces and sitting on a sports car, right? And it's obviously supposed to be a Hassan. So yeah, that's what Thomas Jerome is talking about there. Good call, good catch. Take the nail polish and the cool car, right?
$0.9 million each, assuming it was distributed.
No, but you got to understand, communism means no car, right?
And
no car.
They got a total of
no cars under communism.
16 million views across 2,000.
Only starships and space lasers.
Videos on YouTube alone, which means that the
MacGyver licked an ice cream cone. He's a real man. Well, I don't know. According to Russia, he's too gay. He's too gay to be real. Apparently, I get ice cream for being gay? I mean, right? Right? Only if you lick it just right. I don't know.
Russian government
I don't know.
Corporations spend on Super Bowl ads to have these right-wing grifters spread their bullshit. That is insane. And if you're wondering what they were supposed to spread, well, these were the talking points. The first sentence is pretty telling. We would like to reiterate that in the United States, there are no pro-Russian.
Okay, now what is this?
And or pro.
Wait, so I need to know what exactly this is.
What they were supposed to. Corporations spend on Super Bowl ads to have these right-wing grifters spread their bullshit. That is insane. And if you're wondering what they were supposed to spread, well, these were the talking points.
Okay, so these are talking points, right? I need to get this. I need to find this. Content of the campaign.
The first sentence is pretty telling. We would like to reiterate that in the United States, there are no pro-Russian and or pro-Putin mainstream politicians or sufficiently large numbers of influencers and voters. There is no point of justifying Russia and no one to justify it too. All American politicians and influencers are patriots and supporters of American supremacy. Now, pause right there for a moment. If you created a partnership deal with the media company and you were handed this document, would those first couple of sentences not set off some red flags for you? Would the alarm bells not start to go off in your head? Well, if you're dumb and greedy, the answer is no, because you wouldn't see the red flags because there'd just be dollar signs in your eyes blocking said red flags, right? And that's assuming they even read this in the first place, which you could probably argue that they did not, because these don't seem like the brightest people. And even though this is very lucrative, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just signed it and didn't think twice about it. But the specific topics include the economy, risk of job loss for, quote, white Americans. That's interesting. Privileges for people of color, perverts, and disabled. Very interesting talking point. Then skip to line 5.
Wait, where's the perverts? Oh my God, privileges for POC perverts and disabled? Yeah. Wow. This is perfect Kremlin brain rot here.
Threat of crime coming from people of color and immigrants, including.
But do you see how much it lines up with Trump, with Trumpian politics too?
New immigrants from Ukraine.
It's almost like, chat, there's an international right-wing movement going on that's got different syndicates in different countries. It's almost like this is all the same program here.
Very interesting talking points. Overspending on foreign policy at the expense of interests of white U.S. citizens. Skip to 8. Our guys will.
See, this is the thing that gets me though, is that like the first thing, it's like trying not to put anybody off. I need to find, if anybody can find these images for me, this is what I need. This is what I need to look at. I mean, I guess we could just look it up them from Mike. Thank you, Mike, by the way. Thank you, Mike. We'd like to reiterate that the United States, there are no pro-Russian or pro-Putin mainstream politicians or sufficiently large numbers of influencers and voters. Somebody tell Haas Infrared that, right? There's no point in justifying Russia and no one to justify it too. All American politicians and influencers are patriots and supporters of American supremacy. However, there's a feeling among U.S. political party A that the president's policies, censorship of social media, and the policies of the censorship of the policies of U.S. political party B. So, party A is the Democrats. Wait, no, actually, are encroaching on their rights. There's a feeling among political party A that the president. Okay, no. Sorry, political party A is the Republicans. Censorship on social media and the policies of U.S. political party B government. Okay, so that's Biden. That's the Democrats are encroaching on their rights. So, U.S. political party A feels like the U.S. political party B is encroaching on their rights. There are dissatisfied and they are dissatisfied of dramatic decline. So these are the notes that like somebody like Tim Pool would have got, right? This is what they had to read. Like this is coming from the benefactor of Tenet Media, and so you should take note. You should keep this person happy, right? And they're like, I'm not asking you to go out there and be like, yay, Russia, yay, Putin, or anything like that. But, they're afraid of losing. Where does this come from? Where did Mike find this? This is golden. They're afraid of losing the maybe it's in the Guardian article, losing the way of life or the American dream. These are sentiments that should be exploited in the course of the information campaign in and for the United States. Wonderful.
Point of justifying Russia and no one to justify it too. All American politicians and influencers are patriots and supporters of American supremacy. Now, pause right there for a moment. If you created a partnership deal with a media company and you were handed this document, would those first couple of sentences not set off some red flags for you? Would the alarm bells not start to go off in your head?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, if you're dumb and greedy, the answer is no, because you wouldn't see the red flags because there'd just be dollar signs in your eyes blocking said red flags, right? And that's assuming they even read this in the first place, which you could probably argue that they did not because...
This is, thank you, Queen Bee. Thank you, Queen Bee. That's, Justice Department disrupts covert Russian government. Gotcha. So it's the Merrick Garland article itself. I don't know why. There we go. Okay, almost there. Exhibit 1. Oh, here we go. All right, so this is the shit right here. Thank you, Queen Bee. The current international environment is known for, first and foremost, severe hostility of the U.S. towards Russia. The USA has been trying to maintain the global leadership by strategically defeating Russia. So this is the part that Mike didn't read, right? This desire shapes the financial investment, weapons supply, and efforts to keep the conflict in Ukraine going. In the meantime, the key question of the U.S. domestic policy remains the same. How justified are these efforts? The further we go, the more politicians state that the U.S. should target their effort towards addressing its domestic issues instead of wasting money in Ukraine and other problem regions. This sentiment has become the centerpiece for the U.S. 2024 presidential election campaign. While Party B are still in power, that's the Democrats, they are trying to maintain the current... well, they're still in power. This is also making the assumption, right, that they're going to lose. Trying to maintain the current foreign policy priorities. U.S. political party A, the Republicans, still in opposition, have been criticizing these priorities. It makes sense for Russia to put the maximum effort to ensure political party A point of view. First and foremost, the opinion of candidate A supports us. Trump wins over it makes sense to put a maximum effort to ensure that the Republicans' point of view, first and foremost, the opinion of Trump supporters, wins over the U.S. opinion. This includes provisions on peace in Ukraine in exchange for territories, the need to focus on the problems of the U.S. economy, returning troops home from all over the world. Public opinion polling results in the U.S. Indicate that the politics which we consider correct has a real chance to get approval of the majority of the U.S. voters. It should be noted, though, that currently there is a real chance to steer U.S. public opinion in the right direction by using such tools as enhancing awareness among internet users. Okay, so this is the part that Mike is reading at. So he's got the rest of this. Okay, so this is wild. It's what the good old USA project. What the fuck? Is it just me, or is this fucking transparent? Is it like next to impossible that you could read this without concluding that your fucking benefactor, your sugar daddy, is pro-Russia and pro-Putin? Like Tim Pool and some of the rest of them are maintaining that they are victims. They had no idea. They were fooled, they were hoodwinked, they were tricked. And yet these are the notes they fucking got? Also, the good old USA project. I'm like, this is too funny. Look, the only way that this would have been more like transparent is if Boris and Natasha from Rocky and Bullwinkle, right, were delivering it. Like, right, if this Boris and Natasha. Right, so here we go. We got a live picture here of like this is Tim Pool. This is Lauren Chen. And this is Kalishnikov. And that's oh my god, what the fuck was her name again? We're putting it together, chat. We're putting it together piece by piece. Yeah. Oh my god, I got too much shit open, don't I? So yeah, Afanasyeva, right? So this is Konstantin Kalishnikov and Lena Afanasyeva, right? And or actually, wait did they they didn't actually go by that, right? What did they go by? What was the cover? Gregorian or something? Yeah, Edward Gregorian. They're like, hello, my name is Edward Gregorian. I can't do the Russian accent, chat. But like this is basically what Tim Pool ignored, right? It's sitting right here in front of his fucking face. It's so fucking obvious. It's so unbelievably obvious. Oh my god.
These don't seem like the brightest people. And even though this is very lucrative, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just signed it and didn't think twice about it. But the specific topics include the economy, risk of job loss for, quote, white Americans. That's interesting. Privileges for people of color, perverts, and disabled. Very interesting talking point. Then skip to line 5.
Perverts and the disabled.
Threat of crime coming from people of color and immigrants, including new immigrants from Ukraine. Very interesting talking points. Overspending on foreign policy at the expense of interests of white U.S. citizens. Skip to 8. Our guys will die in Ukraine. Now, section 4 tells us who the target audience is, and it's obvious.
Trump voters, Trump supporters, Republican voters, Trump supporters, supporters of traditional family values, white Americans representing the lower middle and middle class. Now, wait, what does that mean? Is this like a... It's hard to tell if they're saying that white Americans represent the lower middle and middle class, that like, I mean, this definitely feeds into like racist white aggrievement. But or are they just saying that of white Americans, they're going to have the most success targeting the lower middle and middle class?
The U.S. political party A's voters, meaning
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Republicans, Trump supporters,
Plenty of upscale Trump voters that would be amenable to this kind of stuff.
And conservatives, as well as white Americans. In other words, they were being paid to spread white supremacist propaganda to white people and indirectly support Russia over Ukraine by talking about the spending on the war, as well as the risk that it could pose to the lives of American troops. So the content isn't necessarily explicitly pro-Russia, but as you can see, they were expected to promote Russia's interests in a subtle way. And to be clear, the indictment isn't alleging criminal wrongdoing by Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and the other influencers. In fact, if you read it, it explicitly suggests that they were duped. And I do believe that they were duped because we're talking.
They were duped, chat. They were duped. They had no idea that these two were up to no good. They had no fucking clue. How are you supposed to know? How are you supposed to know not to trust Boris and Natasha? This is wild, right? All right. So information situation in the United States differs dramatically from that in all other Western countries. This is so obvious. The key to the situation is the high-level polarization in American societies, which is split between U.S. political party B and U.S. political party A parties. We believe that the supporters of the Democrats are left-wing and far-left globalists who advocate for perversion of traditional moral and religious values, while the supporters of U.S. political party A are normal people, normal folk. Emphasis on maybe folk pronounced with a V even, whose priority is to preserve the traditions of the American way of life. It is important that U.S. political party B are also people of color and supporters of it's weird that they go out of their way to say POC, right? When this whole, the whole tent of this is just fucking racism, right? Supporters of affirmative action and reverse discrimination. Oh God, i.e. infringement on the rights of the white population of the United States, while political party A, Republicans, are victims of discrimination by people of color. Sure. Moreover, although Kamala Harris is an appointee of the most numerous and influential group of leadership in the Democratic Party. Wait, sorry, that's Joe Biden. This is old, all right? Joe Biden is he currently enjoys the approval of less than 40% of the citizens in in the U.S. Yeah, this is actually needs to be updated. His approval has kind of gone up since he dropped out, right? It is also important that candidate B likely rival in the next election. Candidate A is popular. Wait, candidate B in the next election is popular among Republicans, primarily poor whites. However, he is not popular with the leadership of the Republican Party. Okay, I get you. None of the significant American policies, including those significantly opposed to the incumbent president, can be considered pro-Russian or pro-Putin. However, there is a widespread opinion that among the Republicans, that Joe Biden and his government are spending too much money on foreign policy, on confrontation with Russia, and on lend-lease to Ukraine. This is at a time when the United States is suffering from rising prices, primarily of gasoline, historically high inflation, and the actual impoverishment of white taxpayers, a significant part of the middle class. Under these circumstances, the recipients of public assistance, unemployed people of color, and residents of large cities end up being privileged groups in the population. A key characteristic of the American media is to skew towards the Democratic Party influence, while society is split between supporters of the new globalist socialism and Kamala Harris, it's communism. It's communism, Chad. It's communism. Supporters of the traditional values between the donkey and the elephant are roughly equal. Between the bear and the bull. Between the bear and the bull, chat. His U.S. Democrats by over. Wait, sorry. While society is split between the supporters of new globalist socialism and the supporters of traditional values, between the donkey and the elephant is roughly equal, the media is Democrats, but okay, so the media are 75% Democrats. Situation for U.S. political party A is made complicated by the censorship on social media and the Democrat-oriented new media. We would like to reiterate that the United States, there is no pro-Russian or pro-Putin mainstream. Yeah, we already read this stuff. Campaign topics. We already read this. This is fucking wild. Okay, so wait, this is public sample for dissemination. Congressperson 1 is one of the few congressmen who vote. So they've redacted this, right? This said a person's name, a name of a congressperson, and they redacted it. Who voted against the bill on the supply of weapons to Ukraine under the land lease. Speech of a congressperson, Congressperson 1, against the allocation of $40 billion to Ukraine. Attached text, an endangered breed of politician. For some reason, he tells the truth and operates the kind of strange concept. Homeland. This is our Homelander, chat. This is our Homelander, okay? So here we go. This is the speech. I want to warn all of you about Washington's dangerous bipartisan pursuit of the war with Russia. We, like sleepwalkers, entering into war, and the American people remain in the dark of ignorance. Last night, the House of Representatives approved the allocation of $40 billion to Ukraine, while American families have to do without baby food. For comparison, in this context, Joe Biden's budget provides for the allocation of only $15.3 billion for states. Customs and border control. Apparently, Ukraine is more than twice as important for him as our homeland. Literally said homeland. Oh, wait, what? Why is it also written in Russian? Is this like the original document? And then they translated. Okay, so the one question I'm kind of left with is like, who exactly was this for the consumption of? Because these are talking points according to Figueiredo. Are they talking points for the employees of Tenet Media, I'm guessing?
Talking about imbeciles here. There's no evidence to suggest that they purposefully acted as assets to the Russian government. They were merely useful idiots who, parrot whatever somebody tells them to if there's money involved. And in response, they're claiming to be useful idiots essentially as well, but they're using a specific word to describe themselves. They're calling themselves victims. Dave Rubin tweeted, "These allegations clearly show that I and other commentators were victims of this scheme. I knew absolutely nothing about any of this fraudulent activity, period." Benny Johnson says, "A year ago, a media startup pitched my company to provide content as an independent content contractor. Our lawyers negotiated a standard arm's length."
Oh my God, chat, I just gotta say, like this rabbit hole's getting deeper and deeper. Queen Bee, thank you so much. Thank you so much for delivering the goods. This is wild, chat. This is getting deeper. This is a rabbit hole. We might have to nix the Sunday content. Are you okay with that? Look, President Sunday has posted some more cringe. It's you can't look away from it, but I don't think it's as interesting as this.
Deal, which was later terminated. We are disturbed by the allegations in today's indictment, which make clear that myself and other influencers.
Anyone else find it incredible that one of the Russian agents was Kalishnikov? Yeah, top G bottom lobster. I thought so too. I thought that was really weird. And we've got more of that tomorrow. I don't know. Am I going to do it tomorrow? Today was supposed to be my day off, chat. I'm all screwed up. I'm totally screwed up now, thanks to the Monday off screwed me up. Like my sense of time is distorted. My sense of desserts are distorted, right? I'm thinking now that sorbet and atomic gummy worms, Sour Patch atomic gummy worms are the most delicious dessert possible.
Victims in this alleged scheme. My lawyers will handle anyone who
Yeah, we're getting rid of the sun tent.
or suggests otherwise. So he's threatening to sue anybody who accuses him
Sorry, Sunday.
of purposeful wrongdoing. Interesting. So Tim Pool writes, should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot...
Narwhal by Nature gifted 5 subs. Why are my alerts not working? That's wild. Wait a minute. Did I get that? I'm trying to figure out if I counted that or not. No, I didn't. What the fuck? Narwhal by Nature, when did that happen? I'm so confused. Yeah, everything's broken today,
for
chat.
anyone else at the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. He later says,
yeah, sorry about that.
Scumbag, Russia sucks donkey balls. So that proves he's not in the tank for Russia. Now he also added a Ukraine flag emoji and made some joke tweets about being pro-war and wanting to fund Israel and Ukraine. Now I did check Lauren Chen's timeline and didn't see a response. She was, however, talking about the trans lobby. So, I'm assuming that's more important.
Narwhal by Nature, which of these topics do you want to see covered right now today?
Ben Shapiro did weigh in, and he's defending right-wing colleagues of his, and he's pointing out that the indictment claims that Lauren Chen...
Yeah, smoochy boochies indeed. Smoothie boochies even.
And her husband allegedly deceived Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and others on purpose with regard to where the money came from that they offered them. But when it comes to the 6 influencers like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin, to be clear, there's no evidence to suggest criminal wrongdoing on their part or that they knew.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's an important point. So yeah, at no point, look, they're implicated, all right? That's the word that I use, right? They're implicated in being, at the very least, stooges, incredibly ignorant stooges, but more likely, chat, they knew what this was. They knew what they were doing. Look, Tim Pool might be ignorant, but he's not that ignorant, okay? He knew. He fucking allegedly knew. He allegedly knew.
The Russian government was involved, but I've got to say, it is weird that they're calling themselves victims because most victims don't get millions and millions of dollars for being victimized, for getting duped, right? They're not losing anything. They're not being asked to return the money even. The only thing that's at risk here is their reputation, but the right-wing audiences that they've cultivated are already predisposed to believe whatever they say, so it's a win-win.
It was like 10 minutes ago. Was it while I was reading stuff?
For them.
But still, I should have heard the stream alert. My stream alerts are broken, legit.
You get a bunch of money, and
I need to fix them.
You look like a truth teller to your audience. Either way, they're not going to question this or doubt you. But I will say in hindsight, certain comments that Tim Pool has made are pretty interesting in light of this news. For example, in 2019, he tweeted, "The people screaming about Trump working for Russia are the same people demanding social media censor, quote, misinformation. Stop listening to these people." That is so fucking...
Okay, chat. So I'm going to ask you a question now. All right? How cooked... on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being well done, 1 being extra rare, how cooked is Tim Pool? How cooked is Tim Pool right now?
Rich. Now, there's also this claim that he made in a show with Emma Viklin, where she was explaining to him why the right is dominating the left in the independent media space. And listen to what he says in response.
You guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space. We just try to combat it a little bit.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the culture war. I actually don't think that whatever this space has more money, because this is a fractured independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich. I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long, long time.
Right.
And he just like hit. And I'm not saying this to be like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we...
You need somebody to hook you up with fucking Gregorian, right? You need to get a hold of Gregorian. You need to bring Gregorian on board, all right?
Provide something.
You need to have a conversation with Gregorian and his female associate, right? This is what you need to do. You need to get this man in your life, right? Sam, you're not making enough money? I can hook you up. With Edward Gregorian, we can turn this all around.
To a market that generates revenue so we can expand our business. So we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers. I mean, we're basically
no
only
investors.
members and okay.
Come on. Emma is absolutely right, and he knows it. If you say things that the capitalist class wants to hear, it's just a fact of reality that you're going to have more opportunities because you're...
Look, that's true.
Before Gabby super chatted $9.99. Don't jump in the victim pool. You, LL get bags, $.
Oh, don't jump in the victim pool with Tim Pool and his associates. Yeah. Well, I don't want to jump in there though. With Boris and Natasha are there. So good for Gabby and Narwhal by Nature. I feel like you are the last two donors that I don't have. Have you told me where you want what you want to buff? Which score you want to buff with your donos?
not a threat.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Good for Gabby.
To power. You're not a threat to...
See, wait, no, look at that. The super chats work, but for some reason, the memberships aren't, they're not making the noise.
Capital. Put aside Russia for a moment. Why do you think Rumble, which is funded by billionaires like Peter Thiel, is only offering right-wingers very lucrative contracts? Why do you think that is? Is it because they just really think that Tim Pool or others who are funded on Rumble, I don't know if Tim Pool's funded by Rumble, to be clear, but like, are we assuming that the billionaires just think that they have unique insight that's really necessary for the world to hear? No, it's because they're doing propaganda for the ruling class, right? So that's why the online left pales in comparison to the online right. But if you talk to a Republican, they actually think the opposite is true because they genuinely believe that George Soros is funding all of us. Spoiler alert, he's not. But when it comes to, foreign...
He's only funding some of us, only if you say the magic words, right?
Disinformation campaigns. Let this just be a little bit of a warning to you. Be very cautious about who you choose to trust online, especially during election seasons. Always question motives and be skeptical of the people who you're listening to, especially if they're not transparent about their funding, because there's almost certainly more bad faith actors and useful idiots getting paid to say things they don't actually believe that haven't been exposed yet. It's true of corporate media, but it's also true of independent media as well. So you need to be skeptical.
Do we get a vote on how cooked Tim Pool is? Also, what do you think that Tim Pool is gonna how are they gonna spend this?
Of what you consume, question people, question motives, and that includes me and other people on the left as well. We have to be...
This is so goddamn good. This is so good.
responsible consumers of media, both corporate and independent, because if we're not, we could...
Demon Mama, okay, gotcha.
And be just as vulnerable as Tim Pool's audience. And I'm not trying to make you paranoid, but I'm just telling you that you have to understand that there are a lot of people who don't care about getting to the truth contrary to what they say. Right? They just want to make money. They have no core principles. They just want to make money. It's just the job for them, right? It's true in corporate media. It's true in independent media. And that's really unfortunate because I had hoped that this space would be good for American political discourse as a member of independent media myself. But unfortunately, that's not the case. It's a cesspool. There's a lot of bad faith actors, probably as much bad faith actors in indie media as there are in corporate media. So you just have to be careful, especially when we're talking about the far right in this space, because they're the ones who are more likely to spread bullshit for money because capital is interested in what they have to say because it's not a threat to capital. Whereas if we start talking about how capitalism is bad on the left, they're not going to like us very much. So there's a reason why they're successful and we're not. But at the end of the day, I'm choosing principles over money and they're doing the opposite. And I'm not alone. There are other people on the left who are choosing principles and people over money. That doesn't mean that you should automatically trust what we say. Again, still be skeptical and fact check us, but just be more responsible with what you consume online because a lot of it is bullshit. Again, especially during election seasons.
God freaking damn it. God freaking damn it. So chat, like I said, we're going to have to do the Venezuelan gang hoax tomorrow. I don't know about the sun tent. There's more of this shit too, though. Like, look, I gotta show you this. And again, thank you to Queen Bee for digging this out for me. I had found the indictment itself, right? But I hadn't found this very helpful government site. Thank you, government. Influence operation relied on influencers, AI-generated content, paid social media advertisements, social media accounts to drive internet traffic to cyber-squatted and other domains. The Justice Department today announced the ongoing seizure of 32 internet domains used in Russian government-directed foreign malign influence campaigns, colloquially referred to as doppelganger. Chat, somebody call Naomi Klein. Somebody call Naomi Klein, right? They called it doppelganger. Naomi Klein was right. In violation of U.S. money laundering and criminal trademark law, as alleged in the unsealed affidavit, the Russian company's social design agency, Struktura National Technology, aka Struktura, and ANO, not anal, but ANO dialogue. Anal dialogue is different entirely. We're not talking about that today. It's ANO dialogue, operating under the direction and control of the Russian presidential administration, and in particular, the first deputy chief of staff of the President Executive Office, Sergei Vladimirovich Kirienko, used these domains, among others, to covertly spread Russian propaganda, Russian government propaganda, with the aim of reducing the international support for Ukraine, bolstering pro-Russian policies and interest, and influencing the voters in the U.S. and foreign elections, including the U.S. 2024 presidential election. In conjunction with the domain seizures, the U.S. Treasury Department announced the designation of 10 individuals and 2 entities as part of the coordinated response to Russia's malign influence efforts targeting the U.S. 2024 presidential election. This announcement follows the designation of actors involved in doppelganger announced by the Treasury Department in March. The Justice Department is seizing 32 internet domains that the Russian government and Russian government-sponsored actors have used to engage in a covert campaign to interfere and influence the outcomes of our country's election, said Attorney General Merrick B. Garland. As alleged in the court filings, President Vladimir Putin's inner circle, including Sergei Kirienko, directed the Russian public relations companies to provide disinformation and state-sponsored narratives as part of a campaign to influence the U.S. 2024 presidential election. An internal planning document created by the Kremlin states that the goal of the campaign is to secure Russia's preferred outcome in the election. The sites we are seizing today were filled with Russian government propaganda that has been created by the Kremlin to reduce international support for Ukraine, bolster pro-Russian policies and interest, and influence voters in the United States and other countries. Our actions today make clear that the Justice Department will be aggressive in countering the disruption attempts by the Russian government or any other malign actors to interfere with our elections and undermine our democracy. The department's seizure of 32 internet domains secretly deployed to spread foreign malign influence demonstrates once again that Russia remains a predominant foreign threat to our elections, said Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco. At Putin's direction, Russian companies SDA, Struktura, and ANO Dialogue use cyber squatting. Okay, what the fuck is cyber squatting? Let's understand what this is. Cyber squatting. It's like cyber squatting is a form of cybercrime where the perpetrator buys or registers a domain name that is identical or similar. Okay. To the existing domain with the intention of profiting from a recognizable trademark, company, or personal name. Crucially, the act is illegal because it's a bad faith intent by the squatter. Examples, cyber squatting. Okay, so, oh yeah, so like there's a site, walmart44.com, facebookwinners2020.com, XOF News. XOF News? Oh, it's Fox backwards. Jesus. Like, I mean, I guess what, they're getting traffic from people who mistype Fox or something? Anyway, cyber squatting. Those narratives targeted specific American demographics and regions in a calculated effort to subvert our election. Our republic depends on elections that are free from foreign interference, and we will not rest in our effort to expose foreign malign influence operations and protect our democracy without fear or favor. Today's announcement exposes the scope of the Russian government's influence operations, that their reliance on a cutting-edge AI to so I need to see the AI stuff, right? I'm curious about the AI stuff. AI stuff is always full of lulz. Said FBI Director Christopher Wray, companies operating at the direction of the Russian government created websites to trick Americans into unwittingly consuming Russian propaganda. By seizing these websites, the FBI is making clear to the world what they are: Russian attempts to interfere with our elections and influence our society. The FBI will continue to work with our partners to expose and shut down these covert influence campaigns. This seizure illustrates vividly what the U.S. government and private sector partners have been warning of us of for months. The Russian government and its proxies are aggressively accelerating the Kremlin's covert efforts to seed false stories and amplify disinformation directed at the American public, said Assistant Attorney General Matthew G. Olson of the Justice Department's National Security Division. Today's announcement reveals Russia is willing to impersonate our free and open press in its egregious schemes. This is our third disruption. This is our third disruption of Russian foreign malign influence operations in 2 months, and the Justice Department remains relentless in protecting Americans from such unacceptable conduct. To Russia and any other governments seeking to stoke discord in our society, know that we will spare no effort and use every available tool to disrupt and expose this malign activity and defend our democratic institutions. Protecting our democratic process. Okay, so blah, 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 blah. Propaganda did not identify and in fact purposely obfuscated the Russian government and its agents. Okay, so overview. The affidavit describes the perpetrator's own internal strategy, meeting notes, project proposals. So these are internal strategy meeting notes, project proposals, and other records obtained during the course of the investigation. Several notable propaganda projects directed at the United States include. So this is the one that we didn't see yet, right? Oh my God. To create platforms on the U.S. Network in order to strengthen pro-Russian sentiment among the targets of influence. Republican parties, Donald Trump is currently advancing a relatively pro-Russian agenda that could be exploited by posing as an ardent Republican and relaying the part of their agenda that coincides with ours. One example would be financial and military support for Ukraine. Simultaneously, it is important to understand that their amount of highly resonant content and topics should not exceed 20% of the total volumes of all publications. To create and develop a network of 200 accounts in Twitter, 4 in each of 50 states, 2 active and 2 dormant ones. Active accounts in each state will be maintained on behalf of fictitious individuals who support U.S. political party A and represent community local activists. The feeds will collect local news breaks and occasional coverage of federal and international ones. An approximate number of daily publications will be 3 to 4 of one's in one's own feed, 6 to 9 comments. Dormant accounts will be maintained far less intensively. It's expected that in 2 to 3 months, the total permanent audience of the project will reach 30 to 50,000 subscribers. Wow. How are they going to get that? In 6 months, 100 to 2,000. In a year, more than 1 million subscribers. Okay, so here it is in Russian. The affidavit describes the perpetrator's own internal strategy, meeting notes, project proposals, and other records obtained during the course of the investigation. Several notable propaganda project proposals directed at the United States include the Good Old USA Project, the Guerrilla Media Campaign, U.S. Social Media Influencers Network Project. Doppelganger's foreign malign influence efforts were not directed solely against audiences in the United States. Other targets of the perpetrators' propaganda included Germany, Mexico, Israel, among others. Doppelganger's influence campaigns sought to influence the citizenry of those countries to support Russian government objectives, including by undermining the United States' relationship with those countries. Doppelganger's use of the U.S.-based domain names at the direction and control of for the beliefs of sanctioned persons, including Sergei Vladimirovich Kiriyenko, SDA, and Struktura, violates the International Emergency Economic Powers Agreement. As a result, the accompanying payments for Doppelganger's online infrastructure violate federal money laundering laws. In addition, Doppelganger's publication of content on cyber-squatted domains with names and content that mimic legitimate media outlets violates the federal criminal trademark laws because those domains featured trademarks registered to the principal register maintained by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. The FBI Philadelphia Field Office is investigating the case. The U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, National Security Division Counterintelligence and Export Control Section, and National Security Cyber Section are prosecuting this case with the valuable assistance of the Criminal Division of the Computer Crime and Intellectual Property Section. There we go. There we go. All right, so let's see what MR has to say.
People may not know what the hell is going on, but here's a primer about.
I did not know what was going on.
The news that broke yesterday. So the Justice Department released an indictment. 2 Russian nationals were named in this indictment. And it says that right-wing commentators, and they are referred to as commentator 1, 2, 3, etc. But it's been people have been easily able to discern.
Is chat choosing violence?
Who is who?
Based on how many subscribers?
Based on their subscribers, right? So this is, I mean, the indictment here, you can see is laid out where
hydration.
2 Russian nationals, apparently, according to the DOJ, were responsible for an operation, an influence operation, where
I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part, chat. I'm doing my part.
They laundered money through a company called Tenet, which is based in Tennessee, and spent nearly $10 million
Tennessee
on efforts to influence public opinion by paying right-wing commentators to basically blame you.
Chat, choosing violence is wishful thinking on your part. Yeah, especially since we're not going to get to do the sun tent today, right? Chat, this ended up to be too much of a fruitful investigation. Like, I had no idea that we were going to find Exhibit 2A, Boris and Natasha, right? I mean, look, we're trying to look at productivity graphs here. And look what we end up finding. Who would have imagined? Oh my gosh, you don't even see them. You don't even see them in this version. You barely see Natasha. And you definitely don't see Boris. And the fact that he's lighting a bomb under Tim Pool's ass here, right? This is Tim Pool. He's like, whoa. This is wild. Like, that's Tim Pool. That's definitely Tim Pool.
Ukraine and not Russia for Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And the people who are named in this are not named, but you can easily discern it, and media outlets are Tim Pool, Dave Rubin,
just to name two.
Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson, yeah.
Founder 1 and Founder 2 also worked together to deceive two U.S. online commentators, Commentator 1 and Commentator 2, who respectively have...
yeah, Jimmy Dore should be getting some of that sweet, sweet Russian money.
And this is where it gets specific.
Wait, are there more? Are there more, though? Because it felt like there was a lot going on. It felt like there was a lot more moving parts, right? It wasn't just Tenet Media, was it?
Over 2.4 million and 1.3
10 million Kremlin dollars.
YouTube.
How many rubles is that?
Subscribers. And I'm not sure which is which respectively. I think Rubin maybe 1.3 and Tim Pool 2.4.
No, I think Rubin is one and Tim Pool's 2.
Oh my God, chat! We're already at the 6-hour mark.
It's the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, if you read more, it becomes very clear who each person is when you get down to who did what and what the deal was and what the terms are. I could tell you who every single person is. I figured it out.
Right.
Commentator 1 is Rubin. Commentator 2 is Tim Pool. Commentator 3 is Benny Johnson. Commentator 4 is Lauren Southern. Commentator 5 is Matthew Christensen, or that Taylor guy. And then commentator 6 is whoever. There's two who are basically nobodies in our world, who are like smaller right-wing creators, and they're commentator 5 and 6. They don't really matter much, other than the fact that they seem to be the ones who made the two Russian nationals the most happy in terms of happily sharing stuff.
More susceptible, honestly, to this flood of money, because this is just crazy. Let's pull up this Twitter thread put together by this writer, Ari Kovler, who kind of summarizes a lot of what the indictment says. So basically, one of these two intel agents was a part of internal conversations with Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan, and they determined And
I think that's Lauren Chen's husband.
This part of the indictment.
But yeah, it's weird. It's weird, right? Because Hassan's biggest thing is that, like, well, Destiny fucked Lauren Chen and Lauren Southern, and it's like, he's done content with them. I don't know what Hassan is basing that on, but
how much they were going to pay Benny Johnson and Tim Pool. Can we click on this piece?
Does anybody understand what is the connection between the cyber squatted domains? Right, that was the part I didn't get. What is up with the cyber? Where do the cyber squatted domains come in? Right, I really don't understand.
We should add that Lauren Chen was is in there as founder 1. Her husband is in there as founder 2. They were getting paid. They later get paid something like $25,000 per month. But before the media companies even launched, they're getting paid $8,000 per month just to find right-wing influencers to convince them to join Tenet. So they're already getting paid at this point before the media companies even launched.
Chen works for the Blaze, for Glenn Beck's company too. So
and Turning Point USA.
So these tentacles are everywhere. So Kalishnikov.
Who's not getting a taste? I guess the Daily Wire.
I guess so. Right. Right. I think that's true. Kalishnikov was one of the two, participated in U.S. Company One. This is Tenet, right? Messaging group comprised solely of Kalishnikov, Founder One, Founder Two, that's Chen and her husband, and an individual purporting to act as a representative of U.S. Company One's investor, Edward Grigorian, who was in fact a fake persona as described below. In that messaging group, Kalishnikov monitored discussions of, among others.
So I'm wondering, is this the social media account that they intended to grow from 0 to like 1 million followers in like a year?
Other things. Tenets, funding, hiring, and contract negotiations with Commentator 1 and Commentator 2, who, as Binder has just identified, are Tim Pool and Dave Rubin. So,
flipped. Rubin is 1, Pool is 2, because it matters when you get to how much they were being paid. And
yes.
What the deal was, yes.
Which is fascinating because, as you say, so Chen was recruited here to, or Chen was tasked by these, Russian people, and
it does appear that Chen knows what's going on. They might have duped her with some of the fake aliases, but it does appear that Chen and her husband are aware that this is foreign money based on where it's coming from.
Is that time zone related issue, Binder? Am I understanding that correctly? How that's the circumstantial evidence toward that?
Well, they're getting paid from overseas companies. They're submitting their invoice through a Discord channel. There are very funny time zone issues, like Edward Grigorian supposed to be in Paris, yet he shows up in a Zoom meeting he was supposed to have with either Rubin or Pool an hour early, and that's because say he was supposed to meet at 9 a.m. and it was like 8 a.m. in Paris, but he's in the room, but that's because it's 9 a.m. in Moscow. So he got and then he explained it by saying, "Oh, sorry, my calendar was out of sync from my travels," or something like that.
Of course. Keep track of stuff like that. Like, daylight savings is different in Europe too.
Also, the details behind the Edward Grigorian thing, when I went through it, I was cracking up. It is by far the most undercovered and most hilarious aspect of this whole thing. So,
thank you, Bender. So let's find this. Find your Grigorian. Okay, so here we go. RT's covert operation through U.S. Company One. In or about December 2022, Founder One, that's Lauren Chen, began working with an individual operating under the fictitious name Edward Grigorian, and 3 purported representatives of Edward Grigorian, Persona 1, and 2 additional purported representatives, Persona 2 and Persona 3, to launch a new YouTube channel initially named Viewpoints Production. On or about January 10th of 2023, Persona 2 told Founder 1, Lauren Chen, that Founder 1's first task was to find a personality that could serve as the face of the channel, and that for the right candidate, we are willing to pay $1 to $2 million per year. On or around January 13th of 2023, Persona 2 sent Founder 1 a proposed contact for Founder 1's influence talent scouting services. Founder 1 listed the agent and a Hungarian entity, Hungarian Shell Entity 1, listed as the client. Hungarian Shell Entity 1 had no publicly available website. In exchange for Founder 1's services, the proposed contract awarded to Founder 1 $8,000 per month. Oh my gosh, chat, that's like almost $100,000 a year. Plus a percentage of any deals that Founder 1 closed with influencers. Over the next several months, while Founder 1 continued to negotiate Founder 1's contract, Founder 1 accepted interim payments and began to scout for influencers for the new YouTube channel for Edward Grigorian. Beginning on February 23rd, Founder 1 solicited Commentator 1 and Commentator 2 to perform work on behalf of Edward Grigorian. For example, Okay, so there's the profile. This is Edward Gregorian, experienced financial professional and investor, deeply engaged in business and philanthropy, leveraging skills and resources to drive positive impact, supporting a range of organizations worldwide with dynamic presence mainly in Brussels and London, engaging on personal and professional pursuits in each location with a focus on poverty alleviation, championing free speech, and advocating for social justice causes? Wait, they didn't smell something funny here? Like that this person with this profile was supposedly their employer, right? Social justice, but he's like, yeah, make sure to aggregate like white grievance, right? Make sure to piss off white people and blame everything on people of color and immigrants and the disabled and quote unquote perverts, right? Boarding Brussels, Ischel, neighborhood in 1975, the French Armenian father, Belgian mother, 1996 to 2000, bachelor's degree in economics and management at blank university, cum laude, 2000 to 2003, masters of accounting, finance and political science, financial analysis management, corporate finance, professional experience 2002 to 2005, financial analyst and consultant for blank in Belgium, multinational professional service for firm offering audit. Where's the, I mean, the weird part so far is that this person seems like left-wing coded, and they're obviously, like, if they're the employer of these people, it wouldn't make sense. Founder 1 transmitted the Edward Gregorian profile to Commentator 1 to persuade Commentator 1 to perform work on behalf of Edward Gregorian. On or about May 12th of 2023, Founder 1 reported to Persona 1 that Commentator 1 had a problem with... So the Persona 1 is the RT employees, I guess, under a different... So they're... Edward Gregorian is like one alias, and then Persona 2 and Persona 1 are the others. Had a problem with the profile we sent over, specifically the reference to social justice. That's what I was saying. I think it may be because that's usually a term used by liberals, but we're trying to create a conservative network. Founder 1, yeah, this is the thing about this profile, is it reads left-wing. Champion, other than like championing free speech, you could fold that into right-wing shit. Poverty alleviation, yeah, no, that's not. Advocating for social justice causes. Did they really not know what they're doing? Fuck yes, somebody had like these right-wingers had a problem with that. Founder 1 suggested that Commentator 1 and Edward could simply speak together. Yes, speak to the fake persona. On or about June 2nd of 2023, Edward Gregorian circulated an emailer to Founder 1 and Commentator 1's assistant, scheduling a Zoom meeting for 5 p.m. in Paris that day. This is the time zone thing that they were talking about. In prior email correspondence, Founder 1 represented another potential commentator. Edward Gregorian was based in Paris. Represented to another political potential commentator that Edward Gregorian was based in Paris. At approximately 8:58 a.m. Central Time that day, Edward Gregorian replied to his earlier email, "I am there, guys." And the time, in fact, was 3:58 p.m. in Paris, but it was 4:58 in Moscow. Really? Moscow's only 1 hour ahead of Paris? Is that right? I mean, it is Eastern Russia, so I guess. Approximately 2 minutes later, Edward Gregorian performed a Google search, time in Paris. Edward Gregorian then replied again to his email in part, "Sorry, wrong hour, didn't sync the calendar." After further negotiations in which Founder 2 also participated, Founder 1, purportedly representative of Edward Gregorian, secured contracts with Commentator 1 and Commentator 2, specifically Commentator 1's contract. That's, what did we decide? That's David Rubin, which was between Commentator 1's production company and U.S. Company 1, provided for 4 weekly videos to be hosted by Commentator 1, live stream by U.S. Company 1 in exchange for a monthly fee of $400,000, $400,000 a month, plus $100,000 signing bonus and additional performance bonus. Commentator 1's production company agreed that any and all content created under this agreement. Okay, Matt Bender is suggesting that the Gregorian shit is like where the humor lies, right? So yeah, I mean the Gregorian tent is definitely where we were at.
This Edward Gregorian fake name, completely made up guy. He does not exist. There is no, like, if you Google searched him, nothing comes up. And Rubin and Poole questioned that. Like, they were sort of at first sort of iffy about joining because they wanted to know more about Edward Gregorian.
Yeah, and they seem to also have been put off by Edward Gregorian's, like, whatever that was, resume, I guess. It's very left-coded. Like social justice, alleviation of poverty. It sounds like a left-winger.
And they did calls with a person purporting to be him. I told you the time zone thing. But one of the funniest things is Rubin, like he's insisting on finding out more about Edward Gregorian. He says he can't go forward until he learns more about Edward Gregorian. So they make this like fake like profile, like
Obsessive Audio says, Ralph Wilgum, I started a successful social media company.
Magazine glossy page type thing. And it's actually in, if you scroll down in the indictment, it's there. And it has a little biography.
I gotta make myself food and pee really quick. I don't think that'll take very long. I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back.
There's a little Edward Gregorian biography, and the biography is
Should
hilarious.
be in this thread.
But there's a funny thing. It's on page 13. So I'll read along with it because it's really funny what Dave Rubin says. Just get to page 13 of that indictment. And so I'll read the summary while you pull it up. So the summary of his profile is Edward Gregorian, experienced finance professional and investor, deeply engaged in business and philanthropy, leveraging skills and resources to drive positive impact, supporting a range of organizations worldwide with a dynamic presence mainly in Brussels and London, engaging in personal and professional pursuits in each location with a focus on poverty alleviation, championing free speech, and advocating for social justice causes. Now, here's the really funny thing. So that profile should be suspect to anyone because it's so vague, right? It's completely bullshit. But they almost lost Dave Rubin because Dave Rubin tells Lauren Chen after receiving this that he has a problem with the Edward Gregorian profile, specifically the reference to social justice.
So he's got principles.
So Russia was trying to put together a profile of this guy and put together what seems to be some bullshit that you see on LinkedIn, throwing in various, how LinkedIn sort of summaries of these people are cares deeply about social justice and they throw that stuff in there without realizing there are keywords in there that would tell a conservative that something is off. And so,
but he agreed to it anyway. I mean, they basically they had their issues with it. But let's just get back to this part here about Chen trying to recruit Benny Johnson and Tim Pool. What's funny is that Tim Pool, well, maybe this isn't the one here. Okay, Tim Pool spoke to a Russian agent pretending to be a Hungarian businessman on a secure call. That's part of it. But if you could scroll down to the differences and the discrepancies in who got paid what. Oh, that's what this was up? Okay. The Russians asked Chen to recruit Benny Johnson and Tim Pool to make some content and offered $2 million a year each. Johnson said he wanted $5 million. Pool demanded $100K per episode. And apparently that's what Benny Johnson ended up getting, $400,000 a month for 4 monthly videos.
That's Rubin and that's Rubin and Pool.
Rubin and Pool. No, yeah. I know. Well, all right.
I wonder. I think this guy. Kovler is saying that Benny Johnson is commentator 1, but Binder, you're saying commentator 1 is.
Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure commentator 1 is Rubin.
Okay.
That's the discrepancy here.
Either way, Tim Pool got the raw deal here with only $100K. Go on, guys.
Well, I mean, he's doing it for the love of the hustle. He's in the right wing, right wing political space for.
Well, Pool actually, I actually disagree. I think Pool got the best deal because Johnson and Rubin both had to make videos specifically for Tenet Media that became owned by Tenet Media. So 4 videos a week. Rubin's doing 4 videos a week, $400,000 a week. So that's $400,000 a month for 4 videos a week. So that's $25,000 per video. Jesus. Pool, however, just had to do his Culture War podcast that he was already doing, but live stream it on Tenet Media and then still own the rights to the podcast. He just had to do the live stream on Tenet Media and get $100,000. So Pool actually, in terms of like the money, the work money trade-off, he was doing the exact thing he was doing previously, but getting an extra $100,000. Whereas Rubin and Johnson had to make videos specifically for Tenet Media. So
this might be a good time to revisit the section from your debate with Tim Pool, where he was trying to give us some financial advice about how we should run the Majority Report.
There were a few things we could revisit. We could revisit when he said that I was to the right of him on war because he was not supportive of funding Ukraine and their defense, which is interesting, but then didn't know anything about how the top recipient of our military
He was
aid,
definite
Israel.
about Ukraine and, had to get back on you about our long-standing support for Israel for 75 fucking years.
But that's not what we'll be playing here. This was at the beginning of our exchange where we talk about the discrepancies in funding right-wing media versus left-wing media.
Yep, and this compilation looked like it was made from the Rational Nationals clip by @StolenDan. So there's a little bit of edits here, but I think it's pretty to the point.
Part of what we do is we try to respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet because there's a vacuum truly left. You guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space. We just try to combat it a little bit.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the Culture War. I actually don't think that whatever this space has more money because this is a fractured independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich. I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long time.
Right.
And he just like hit. And I'm not saying this to be like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to a market that generates revenue so we can expand our business. So we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers. I mean, we're basically only members. And okay.
That seems like a lie.
What did he say at the end there?
We have no investors.
Oh, well, I guess it's not an investment if you just get a fat check.
Yeah, we have people giving us grants for lies.
Yeah, right.
Being a useful idiot pays well.
Yeah, he still got $100K extra per week to just do what he was already doing. He didn't have to do any extra work like the other guys. He was just, who wouldn't take that?
I mean, I would probably be a little suspicious about the money because it is a lot. I think that comes from, having a very big ego, not wondering where the money's coming from. Because even that glossy page they provided for it just reads like crypto scammer. Like I would be concerned that if I saw that this person is like a scammer of some type, like they're a Tinder swindler, they're a scammer, they're in the AI startup space, and that would give me a pause. But I think
you have to disclose it to your audience.
Yeah.
Like even if they make no demands to it, if all of a sudden I was getting $25,000 per video for something. I'm going to let people know, hey, by the way, like some weird guy, you might know some changes around here.
Yeah.
Because a guy gave me a flyer with somebody on a private jet and says he wants to invest in social justice issues. So actually, don't worry about Patreon anymore. There's actually, everything's going to be public. Give your money to somewhere else because we're set. I'm making $400,000 on
That's
this
exactly what I was trying to say to him, in the sense where, like, just by the nature of what he does, he's more open to that kind of money coming in. And it proved it exactly. I mean, what? Benny Johnson making $400,000 a month? That's more than double what.
That's crazy.
What I make. I mean, it is in a month. And then we're supposed to pretend like, oh, it's just because we don't have a COO over here. That's the biggest issue.
Well, you've never been fired from
gloss over
BuzzFeed.
Sam's lack of business capabilities, but
but he would proudly own that. Sorry, Brandon, go on.
Sam really needs to go out and find himself an Edward Gregorian. That's what you're telling me. I mean, he's dropping the ball here.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I personally want to congratulate them on their restraint, because if I were getting paid that much, it's like you said, Matt, I would have to, disclose it, because people would notice I've replaced my teeth with like solid gold shark, shark teeth grills or something. He didn't even get a new hat.
Yeah, I'm showing up in Bathy's $600 headphones. Like you will notice some changes if all of a sudden I'm getting $25,000 or thereabouts for some YouTube video.
Yeah. I mean, and there are other commentators who've undergone some of those changes. Like Dave Rubin is an example. Dave Rubin is an example of a guy that presented himself as a liberal and then saw that there was more money on the other side, and he left TYT and he pursued that and he became a very rich person. And so if you're a Russian organization that's trying to influence the way that commentators are talking about the war, who would you go to except for the guy that has basically been like, I'm open for business this entire time, and has been shown that he will change his entire political philosophy based on the money that's given to him? It's incredible.
Also, you have to imagine that they realize that the audiences for people like this, like Tim Pool, like Dave Rubin, are the most susceptible to that kind of propaganda, right?
Yes.
There is that kind of like feedback loop where, preaching the virtues of neocolonialism, neoliberalism, conservatism, across those like right-wing ideologies appeals to a certain kind of mind. And those minds are the most pliable to the kinds of propaganda that foreign countries would want, not to mention that it just makes Americans' minds more reactionary and pliable.
Yes. No, Demian, writes in, just to clarify, wait, does Emma make $200,000 a month? No, I meant that was more than double than what I make in a year. I don't even make $200,000 in a year.
I'm trying to, if you're willing to work with me, if you're willing to work with me, there's a Patreon /expanded discourse that you can go donate to today to make this happen.
Yes.
I promise to get those shark tooth grills.
Yeah, this is a huge problem in our media. I'm looking for the video, but it was a while ago over at the Vanguard channel with Gavin and Zach. But during the COVID stuff, a bunch of different independent, even lefty outlets were getting a large chunk of cash. I mean, not hundreds of thousands of dollars, but like a few thousand in their Patrons. And the Vanguard guys said that disappeared for them when they came out and supported like a strong public response to COVID and didn't deny it. So this is a problem. These dark money influence operations buying up independent media is a huge problem.
It is. Do we have that video also of Tim Pool last week talking about money that's being poured into media from different countries? Sounds like a little bit of projection here. Do you have a sense of that this indictment was being handed down?
So I think, I was talking in the intro to the show about OnlyFans. I think a large component of what we're seeing is actually China, Iran, Russia, and other countries funding this kind of disarray intentionally. I would not be surprised if a large component of OnlyFans contributions comes from China. So I think
China.
Just China.
I think it's funny that he points to OnlyFans, like sexually explicit content, as being what's leading to the degradation of American society, when it's just content like his. You know, he makes a different kind of pornography for a different kind of porn addict. The same kind of shallow emotional gratification that some people get from looking at sexually explicit material, like his fans get from looking at a man in a beanie run interference for a genocide state.
I also want to point out that I think a lot of people who look at these stories of foreign influence, especially from Russia, and they sort of have it backwards in terms of like what's going on here. A lot of people sort of look at it as like, oh, they're taking what Putin wants them to spread and they're spewing the propaganda. But it really is the other way around. Like, for example, we know in this indictment, based on the Justice Department's own investigation, that someone like Tim Pool wasn't fully, well, he probably should have asked more questions and been more aware of what's going on and where this money's coming from. It doesn't appear like he knew exactly where it was coming from. But they don't need to get someone like Pool to say what they want him to say. Like, that wasn't the point of getting someone like a Rubin or a Pool. They were looking for people who already shared the vast majority of what they wanted to spread. They didn't need to say anything. And they were looking for someone like a Rubin or a Pool with a huge audience to bring people to that channel where there would be those smaller creators who would be doing exactly what they were asking them to do. Like, Rubin and Pool were picked not because they wanted Rubin and Pool to say exactly what they wanted them to say. Rubin and Pool were picked because they were already saying exactly what they wanted them to say.
But that's how most conspiracies like this work. You know, that's how most of the manufactured consent that we see in our media works too. It's like you wouldn't be in these positions to say these things if you believed it differently. And then you kind of keep chasing that, you know, not dragon, because that's not the right analogy, but you keep chasing those viewers. You keep chasing that gratification by appealing to those people, which can push you further to the left, push you further to the right, push you further into the pocket of big business, of certain special interest groups. And so, yeah, I can definitely see foreign countries looking at the kind of content that Tim Pool and Dave Rubin make and go like, oh yeah, we gotta like fund this. You know, we gotta fund this. It's, you know, I don't know, is China behind Coco Melon? All the other stuff that makes our society slightly more,
oh my God,
you know, slightly less able to discern fact.
Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Yeah, I got my food
from fiction
going.
So, yeah, it's not as though America's above doing this in other countries either. So.
Right. No, that's absolutely true. We definitely do. And it's just interesting though, like it's obvious why Tim Pool, the guy just shouted in hysterically, the chicken lip.
So here's my plan, chat. We watch the rest of this, right? We go down this rabbit hole. I feel like this is really interesting stuff. I hope it's interesting to you as well. But yeah, this is, I don't know, chat. Like, this is the mother lode. This is the treasure trove. Like, this is really good shit. I've been covering this story about the MR's conflict with Tim Pool. You know that we do drama sometimes, and I cover drama between people like President Sunday and Westside Tyler and Vosh and Kaffels and Xander Hall and all the rest of them. And like, I mean, some of that is due to the fact that, you know, people like Vosh, I think, are actually a pernicious sort of have a bad effect on the overall online left, right? So, you know, I'm glad to see their downfall, but some of it's just interesting, right? Like the thing between Sunday and Tyler, and with the Tim Pool thing, it kind of falls into that category, right? The I've got to have at least one video on this, don't I? Because the series of conflicts between Tim Pool, Sam Cedar, and the rest of the Majority Report is actually like an epic tale. In and of itself, that story is incredibly interesting, incredibly deep, and I don't think that a lot of people really appreciate the depth of it. I don't think a lot of people know the story from the original Thanos snap to Emma's appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War, to here where we find out that like all the shit that Tim Pool has been talking about Sam Cedar not knowing how to properly monetize his channel, and dunking on the MR crew for not having a skate mansion, right? It all ends in this. This is where the money fucking came from. Or this is where a lot of the money came from.
Little about Civil War all the time. Like, yeah, easy. Like we can support that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, I'm going to open up the phone lines in case people want to call in. 646-257-3920. Let's read some IMs about this.
And we're also tying in the Vanguard. So if you didn't miss that, or if you've missed that, it was, I think, Matt talking about the Vanguard and their experience. So here's what happened, right? Early on in their career, when they were really small, they got a big donation, a big monthly donation in their Patreon. And they like talked to other content creators and found out that other people had similar donations. So this might have been way back when the Vanguard were a little bit more friendly with people like Jimmy Dore. They did, you know, I don't know if whether it was COVID or what exactly that like, I think it was probably COVID, right? Where they sort of split ways. It's like Jimmy Dore just became, because Jimmy Dore's whole transformation from the aggressive progressive on TYT, from somebody that was like the biggest, most ardent supporter of Bernie to the force the vote guy against Sam, and then finally, you know, into the MAGA content creator that he is now, right? That's an epic tale in and of itself, right? But yeah, the Vanguard was getting this big ass donation in their Patreon that was just like, you know, this donation in and of itself, from what I understand, was that was what was like, you know, keeping them, you know, well oiled, so to speak, right? And then they said that as soon as they started to talk about COVID and say that it's not, you know, it's not a fake thing, it's not, you know, like kind of like push back against some of the denialism, and some of the bullshit about COVID, right? That was when they lost it, right? And they talked to other people and had, you know, similar sort of stories, right? So they had like an oiler in their midst that seemed to be there trying to support content creators that were more like Jimmy Dore, that had some semblance of, you know, at the time, you know, being on the left. I mean, with Jimmy Dore, it's almost like a red-brown thing by this point. Like Jimmy Dore is somebody I haven't taken seriously for a really long time, because as much as he does have, or he did have some like progressive economic takes, you could tell that guy was a chud. You could tell that guy had chudified. You know, I mean, he brought on a Boogaloo boy, you know, before that, right? So, yeah, their kind of experience of like, you know, this is what these Oilers are out there doing, right? Dumping money into Patreons, and this is what they want from you. COVID denial. It gives you a sense of like actually what's out there.
Godless heathen. Tim Pool says, no, Emma, you don't understand. I know other countries are funding propaganda. I know they are. Juniper J, I think a good portion of OnlyFans revenue comes from the North Carolina gubernatorial candidate.
No, famously, he was not paying for any of that. He was seeing he was watching.
So they're talking about the open Nazi that's running for governor in North Carolina.
Trailers. so those are free. So you go down the booth, you just watch trailers all day, and that's enough for some people, I guess.
It comes from,
as long as you bring pizza for the guy upstairs, you can go down and enjoy yourself in the booth. Apparently,
it comes from George Santos, obviously.
Obviously. Dan from Columbus says, don't judge Benny for taking the bag. He needs the money to be able to go on more cruises.
I don't know what that's referring to, but Benny is one of the dumbest people in this space.
Yes. Severe leftist says, oh, how much I
wait, Benny Johnson?
Wish Sam was here to respond to the Pool Rubin bombshell with you guys. I mean, we're doing this again tomorrow. I hope you understand.
This is going to be a long-term thing.
That's kind of what I'm thinking too, chat. There might be more to this rabbit hole.
Calvin from Waterford, did Tim get back to you on Israel? No.
No, Tim has been smearing protesters as anti-Semitic, as you know, the Zionists. I'd be curious. I mean, that's the other thing I'm curious about is how much Israel money is swimming around, because I think probably DOJ is going to be less interested in that because that's an ally apparently. But I imagine probably doing some.
Yeah, we'll never hear about that stuff.
Spending there too.
Calling from a 773 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling?
What's up, Canadian Brunch? Good to see you.
Well, if you're talking to me, it's Tim's dad. I'm in Utah.
It's Tim Pool's dad. It's Tim Pool's dad. It's Tim Pool's dad.
Oh. Yeah, Tim Pool's. Is this Tim Pool's actual dad?
Well, that's what the birth certificate said. I'd have to ask.
It does sound like him.
His mom, though, to be sure.
Should we check, chat? Okay, so should we check?
Yes, this is Tim's dad.
I don't. Yeah, I've seen you comment before on our show, so I just want to. This is the same Tim Pool's dad that had commented before.
And we can't confirm this, but it says you, and we'll
we're taking your word for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see your beanie.
It's the same guy that was happy with your response when you were on Tim's show, and that I argued calling you a PDF based upon your against book banning was moronic. But
Right.
yeah, it's me.
Oh, well.
What's your
I'm
reaction?
here to talk to you.
All right, now, chat, we can't do a genetic test to confirm that this man is indeed Tim Pool's dad. However, I happen to know that Tim Pool's dad operates a YouTube channel. Oh my God. Here he is.
Do you do? My words, my opinion / perspective. Subscribe, like, ring the bell if you think.
And this is him.
Anything coming out of this noggin is intelligent.
You keep talking about the noggin. You make me want to see if there's some sorbet in there.
My words, my opinion, folks. Let's go. Let's call out the big.
What do you think, chat? Same guy? Same voice?
Yeah, now, I'm not going to crap on my son. He's still my son. I disagree.
He's not going to crap on his son, but...
Big elephant in the damn room. My son, Tim. All right.
I think it's the same guy.
With many of his productions. And if you watch, I do have videos that address when I disagree with his productions.
Well, so you do have a YouTube channel, right? What's your reaction to this story that essentially Tim...
Ronald Reagan had to tell Sam on air he was losing Twitch money?
...have gotten money via, unwittingly, but from Russian assets, essentially, who want there to be more anti-Ukraine content out there.
Well, most of the production on the right supports, unfortunately, what Russia wants to sell. Now, me personally, I go with the DOJ. All right.
Obsessive Audio says, I have an idea. Let's go to Russia and talk about how much freedom they have there and how clean their bathrooms are. If Tucker Carlson did it, we can too. Yeah, we can get bread too at the supermarket.
Because what they're saying is...
Did you know that, chat? They have bread at the supermarket?
These YouTubers, Rubin and Tim, contracted with a company in Tennessee that was owned by 2 Canadians. Now, what's the due diligence expected to find out exactly where all the money comes from? Now, I don't support his most of his products don't really concern me. A lot of them are social things that don't really make a difference. But when I hear, views on the LGBTQ or when I see things about the Ukraine, look, the Ukraine didn't ask for Russia to invade. So do I like money going out to Ukraine? I don't like money going to anybody when we have a $36 trillion deficit.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Putin, like we didn't with Crimea. He's going to be emboldened.
So yeah, chat, if you don't know that Tim Pool's dad used to be a pretty regular chatter in our stream. And at some point, he disagreed with the majority of chat. He had some opinion. I don't remember what it was, but I mean, you can imagine what it was just based on that. Just based on that. Oh, the deficit. We got to pay down that deficit. That deficit is going to get us one of these days, right? China's going to come and collect. I don't know what he thinks, right? But yeah, so obviously, he's not all of his takes are great. They're better than Tim Pool's, but they're not great.
For Ukraine, or we're going to eventually put...
It had something to do with Sudoku?
Our own people on the ground, and I don't support that. But right now, I'm looking at this from the DOJ's perspective, and until they get a better look into the
Yeah, we chased him out of chat, or you chased him out of chat. I was not involved.
investigation, I'm going to defer to them.
It wasn't my fault.
Tim and these other guys did was take the money and run. And Tim, on his show, said that he basically just licensed the production that he already does for them to show. So people on the left or right are going to take their own viewpoints. And
I feel so vindicated. Right, chat? When I left the room and Matt went over, what was going on with Gregorian, right? I was keyed onto it. I was right there. That's what I predicted. I was like, this seems a little left-coded. And sure enough, Dave Rubin was like, this seems a little left-coded. And then we also got, the idea, like I earlier when I heard Tim Pool say, I didn't change anything at all, right? I was like, well, does he have to? He's already singing from the right hymnal, right? He doesn't really need to say that.
Impartial and non-biased when I deal with my son as when I deal with all left or rights. I've gone into some...
It would be great, except Republicans explode the deficit and cause recession every time. Yeah, I mean, look, they just use that. To try to get you to try to have a reason, a pretext to cut social programs.
Left-leaning public.
Yeah, China will repossess the West Coast. That's right.
That I get called out when
they'll cut off California and they'll pull it out into the Pacific Ocean.
Actually give an unbiased look into it, and they start, FMing me because it doesn't coincide with their echoes. And so I try to be true. I try to be impartial. I don't agree with a lot of his productions, and then I voice it. Now, I don't directly attack the person, I attack the production. And when people start attacking the person, like when Tim called you a PDF because you were against book banning, I'm like, no, you just lost the
what is FMing?
agreement because now you're not addressing the individual topic. You're going after the person. So that's my viewpoints, and that's where I stand on most of that.
Mr. Poole, I want a question,
Sure,
a
go
question
ahead.
for you. His first initial response.
Like, I mean, I got into this earlier, right? So you got debt, like personal debt, right? And of course, you know, people understand why that can hurt you, you know, hurt your credit score, hurt a lot of things, right? You got family debt. You've got a business debt, right? And that's how people tend to think about the national debt. But it's not like that. It doesn't work like that. It's a whole different thing. You need to understand money to understand the U.S. national debt. You need to understand that at one time, the United States dollar was, what do you call it? Pegged to the price of gold. And then because of the sort of limited availability of gold, that didn't work. And I think it was Nixon who got the United States off the gold standard and onto the petrodollar, which I think is what we're at now. But regardless, right, because of all these like Bretton Woods agreements and everything else, like the world revolves around the dollar, right? It may change at some point. There was an attempt by China and the BRICS country to, like, you know, get the yuan in there as a replacement currency, but it didn't really go anywhere. And so for the foreseeable future, the dollar is the center of the universe. So anyway, regardless, chat, because of the nature of how the world's money supply actually works, when the United States, if they so let's say the United States got on a policy where they said, listen, here's what we're going to do. All right. We're going to cut the budget. We're going to eliminate the deficit. We're going to pay down the debt. We're going to get to where there's a surplus. And then we're never going to spend more money than we have ever again. The United States would not do as well. And I'm not just saying in the short term. I'm talking long term. Long term, the economic growth would not be as high as it would be if the United States continues to borrow money and to use it. Because when the United States borrows money and spends it, you know, on its people, spends it on their educations, spends it on its workforce, spends it on infrastructure, there's a million different things that you can do with that money. And all of them bear greater fruit in the long term than the interest, right? So in other words, foregoing debt would harm, would negatively impact the growth, right? The economic growth. So yeah, that's what most people don't understand, because they want to put it into a framework they understand. Okay, I know that if I am in debt, I know that if I run up credit card debt like I did last month, and I need to pay that off as soon as possible, you know, it's going to be bad for me. I know that if my family does it, it's going to be bad for them. I know if a business does it, it's going to be bad for the business. And they try to apply that to even when you get to businesses, you start to see this dynamic that I'm talking about, right? Where a business in a lot of cases makes more money by borrowing money and using it on something that's going to have a return than it does on saying, nope, we're not going to borrow any money. We're going to be money on the barrel. This business is all about, no, that business loses out. That business goes down, right? So even with businesses at a certain size, you start to see this effect go on, but you definitely see it with the United States, which has the currency that the entire world is on that exchange, is on the exchange of dollars. So yeah, it's something that most people don't understand, and it's something that Republicans can easily use, can easily exploit. They do it because they want to fuck over working people. They do it because they want to cut the taxes for the rich, and they want to cut the social programs. They are on neoliberalism. They are on Milton Friedman, right? And they are off of Keynes, which you know, say what you will about Keynesian economics, it actually worked. It actually grew the country quite a bit.
Saying that he's in fact a victim of this. What's your reaction to that? Do you think that's an advised way to respond to this?
well, you know, I mean, PR is a big moneymaker in this world, and if you don't respond properly, you just hung yourself. So calling yourself a victim probably isn't the way to go. I mean, that's acting like a victim has no control over what happens. It's like when somebody says she asked for it because she had a high skirt. Well, she doesn't come out and say she's a victim because she wore a skirt. So, yeah, probably not the best choice of words, but a lot of the times in his video productions, I don't like his choice of words.
Yeah.
But he's selling a product to people that want to buy the product. So as long as he's not complicit with Russia, I'm going to not hang him. I'm not going to hang him.
Well,
no,
we don't want that either.
No.
Yeah,
I hate to break it to you, Tim Pool's dad, but the only excuse for your son would be that you raised a very ignorant young man. And I know on some level you already know that you did, right? That's true. I just don't believe that Tim Pool could be that ignorant, right? And I know this is going to break his heart, but I cannot imagine that he did not know. I cannot. The only thing you could say positively about Tim Pool is that he was doing what he was doing regardless of whether Russia paid him or not, right? He already had those shitty viewpoints. He was already a useful tool to the Russian program without even getting paid cent one. So, I mean, that's the only thing, that's the only ameliorating, that's the only mitigating factor, right? Imagine being the parent of Tim Pool. Let's not be too hard on his dad. I mean, his dad is like, look, I don't agree with a lot of what his dad has to say, but he seems like a much better person than Tim Pool.
I'm curious though. I mean,
discredit permanently.
There's been a lot of money pouring in, I guess.
Okay, I got to check on that food. I'll be right back.
I obviously I went to his compound. I saw where he's at there. I mean, what's your reaction to how much money Tim has really been making in this space, even though obviously you have some disagreements with what he's putting out there?
You know, I can't comment on how much he's making. I mean, yeah, he puts on a show and he shows a skateboard park. I'm like, me personally, if I was making money on my videos, I wouldn't be telling you how much I'm making. I mean, not to be hiding or anything, but if you're in a business and you don't tell the people giving you money to support your product that you're going out and spending it on a skateboard park or thing. So I don't agree with him on showing it, but I don't know how much he makes. I don't talk to him about his money, his business, it's his. I don't, people challenge me on my videos saying that I'm jealous of his success and I want his money. And I'm like, where do you think I live? Do you think I'm in the gutter somewhere? Or I don't need his money. So what's your, they're just
well, then people may ask Mr. Pool, why call into our show?
It's Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Well, no, because I watch your show and I put in comments, sometimes and this is a discussion.
Sure.
And I think a lot of people, I don't like, I'm not, who's the man with the beard? I'm lousy on names.
Sam Cedar.
Or Matt Bender.
No,
or if you're talking about me right here, then I'm Matt.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, Matt seems pretty. See, I always listen to make sure that people are trying to be fair and not biased, and you guys seem to present that pretty good. And Matt is speaking fairly, where most people are going to sit there and start, calling Tim a complete Russian asset, that he was raised in Russia, something, and slowly brought over to America. But Matt seemed pretty fair, and that's what I'm looking at. I'm just like, I don't want social platforms to be left or right. I want impartiality, and I want both sides of the story. And Matt seems to be putting it out there in a fair, unbiased way. So I thought I'd call in and put in my 2 cents because, like I say, I only go with the DOJ, and I get into arguments with my sons because they evidently go by a preponderance of the evidence. Well, no, I need definitive facts before I hang you. I'm not going to hang you based upon hearsay or things like that, and that's why we disagree. I'm more definitive, legally based when I hang somebody.
Right. I first of all, I appreciate that, Mike. And, I want to say that from what it looks like, you just looking at the evidence and everything, it's just, it appears that that's the story that we know to be true as of right now. And that is that people like Pool and Rubin were not told the full information. Now we can talk about how they should have gotten more information, and they should have, but with what they did know, they did not have any idea that there was two RT employees at the behest of the Russian government working to basically build up this tenant media channel using Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson's audience. But like I did say, I do think that they picked those individuals because they felt like that they had already aligned with their interests based on, what they previously have said in videos.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to start buying somebody's videos unless they reference what I'm trying to sell. Okay. Right. So 100%. And like I say, that's fair. When I get out there, I expect people to address the topic, not because they dislike Tim or Rubin because of the products they sell. And believe me, I'm not I'm not going out there telling people I appreciate Tim and his podcast and his position. Like I say, if you look at some of the videos, I think I started a long time ago, like a year ago, and I put out 1,000. I keep them short, 5 minutes, and I try to just give my perspective, whether it's life in general or if it's addressing one of Tim's. I don't do it a lot, but I just try to, I'm a Marine, I'm a firefighter. I got a few things in my brain that I might be able to share, and that's what I do. Now, in this instance, am I defending Tim? Am I being biased? I'm just deferring to the DOJ now until they come out with the whole story. Now,
the funny thing about Tim Pool's dad, right? Given that he says, Tim Pool's still his son, he still cares about him. He doesn't hate his guts or anything like that. He does disagree with him a lot. And he seems to think that, Tim Pool's doing a lot of harm out there. In fact, I feel like he almost feels obliged to put his videos out there because, this is his son and he feels responsible in some way. At least I think that's what's going on. I guess the fair statement is to imagine that Tim Pool was your kid, right? Yeah. So, but the funny thing is that I'm trying to remember. Do you remember the time that they had Don Jr. on, right? They were talking to Donald Jr. and Tim Pool is gets this terrible pain in his gut, and he's like, I've got to go and relieve myself. And for some reason, Ian comes with him, right? And so we were making all kinds of fun of him. And Tim Pool's I kind of, and then I see Tim Pool's dad in chat, and I'm like, oh shit. He's going to be mad. He's going to be mad. It's one thing to be Tim Pool is wrong about this. Tim Pool is calling Emma a groomer. Tim Pool is doing, fucked up shit, right? It's one thing for him to be like that. But we're just we were ruthlessly making fun of him. And he kind of joined in. Is he still a firefighter, Tim's dad? I don't know, actually. They always act like they're still Marines. At least Tyler identifies as former.
Quickly, as a fireman, we would be at incidents, a fire, an explosion, car. We'd get back to the firehouse and we'd turn on the news. And guess what? They're talking about where we just came from, and they are totally wrong. They're trying to be the first to address the topic, to try to get you to zoom in, to stay with their channel. And then eventually they get it right. So I always kind of defer till, let's get the whole story before you hang somebody. That's all. And you guys are seeing, I like the way you report. You're pretty, you called him out for some, idiotic questions. But for the most part, I think you're fair on both sides of the fence when you address topics.
Look, like I said, as far as I can tell, this is really Tim Pool's dad, right? I have seen nothing to contradict that, okay? But the one thing that makes me a little bit suspicious about it is the degree to which he's willing to make common cause with people that are taking Tim down. That's the one thing that makes me kind of curious about. Ad break in 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Oh my gosh. You know how that works, chat? This is September. All right, this is September. That means that this is the cheapest month to get yourself a sub. What does a sub do? It gets you out of that ad break. The ad break that's coming in 3 minutes and 3 seconds. The ad break that's going to last for 3 minutes, and the ad break that's unskippable. Unlike YouTube, where you can just press a button and skip that ad. If you're on Twitch, no dice, unless you get yourself a sub. So you can do that for free using a Twitch Prime. You can do that, I think, for $4. I think if you're on your desktop, I think you can get a sub for $4 right now because it's September. So this is a great time to do that. I will be trying to go for more subs during this month. I will be trying to build up the number of subs that I have on Twitch, so you can help out with that. And you'll also be helping yourself out because you will no longer have to see those annoying ads that go on and on and on and on because Twitch is like that. The other way that you could possibly get a sub is if you're active in chat. Maybe somebody will see you. Maybe they'll take pity on your soul, and maybe they will buy your freedom. Which, unfortunately, the gift subs are not discounted. I found that out. That really sucks. It would be nice if September was a September for gifters too, but apparently it's only for buying yourself a sub that you get that discount. But yeah, like I said, if you don't have any other way to get a sub, just try being active in chat. You'll be more likely to be gifted a sub than you would otherwise.
And that's why I'm actually talking to you.
I appreciate that.
20 subs today so far. What, on YouTube?
Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Do you? We'll let you go in a sec, but I just do you have a sense of does Tim like your videos? Does he appreciate you calling?
Has he ever mentioned them at all
into the show? Yeah. Does he mention them? I mean, I know that I don't think he has very kind feelings about myself or Sam or Matt Binder for that matter. So I guess I'm just interested what his perspective is on you watching our show and calling in.
That might be the comment of the night. Ferris says, honestly, why would anyone claim to be Tim Pool's father if they weren't really? That would be the weirdest flex. That'd be an extremely humble flex, yeah.
Oh, I don't discuss politics. I got into an hour-long, disagreement with my other son, going back and forth over alternate or fake electors. And luckily, my hike didn't take me long at all because I didn't realize where I was. But yeah, I mean, we don't discuss, his topics. I don't even know. I asked him once if he knew I had my own video production. I don't think he pays attention.
He's not even aware
to things.
He doesn't care. He's like, you're small beans, Dad. You're small beans.
That really aren't impacting him. And I mean, he is pretty busy.
He's like, Dad, you don't have a COO. You don't know how to properly monetize.
Selling, doing his things, and more power to him. He's created something, and now, if he owned a gun shop, I don't think I'd be happy with him selling guns. But it is a product that people buy. So am I going to hang him because he's producing something that half of the people want to listen to? Unfortunately, I've always questioned.
He's your son, and I understand you not wanting to hang him. All right? I totally understand that. However, I would say that Tim Pool's business is probably more harmful than your average gun shop. Right?
Where does the money come on both sides? You can't divide America unless you have two sides, and we have both sides. And maybe we need to look at.
You got the radical right, and you got the radical left. You got your Tim Pool, and you got your no comment chick.
See where all the money comes in. I don't know whether it's revenue from the video productions, if it's donations, because you have memberships now. And usually I don't even go to a place if I can't comment.
Tim Pool gets a lot of super chats, okay?
Without paying a membership, I move on.
I hear you.
Right.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
like you guys. Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for the kind words. Appreciate it. And where can people find your?
Well, look, you can buy a membership for Majority Report, and that helps them out as well. You don't have to. Same as my channel, right? You can hang out. You don't have to buy a membership. It gets you exclusive free content. It's pretty cool. And if you hang around here long enough and you enable it, probably you might be gifted a membership. That's a possibility too. But yeah, of course you're allowed to and welcome to come here and hang out. And like I do this for everyone, especially people who can't afford to support me. If you can't afford to support me, you're wrong. You can. But I don't mean through subs or through super chats or anything like that. If you need to keep your money, keep your money. I just ask for your thumbs, okay? Your thumbs. Pressing that like button is very, very helpful. So, and I consider Thumb Gang like the ultimate, in terms of people that are helping my channel. The thumbs help amazingly.
YouTube channel.
I sound like Trump. Amazingly. The thumbs help spectacularly. Oh my God, chat! I lost it today. I have lost it.
Tim Pool's dad. All right.
Yeah,
awesome. Shouts out.
I aggravate a bunch of people, and I love dealing with ignorant trolls that attack me personally rather than the topic because it's just so easy to debate.
Shouts out to Tim Pool's dad.
Do you hear from Tim's audience, and are those the types that you're talking about? Like, do they get angry that you disagree with your son on political topics?
Oh yeah, they're the ones that call me and say I'm jealous of his success, and a lot of times I'll actually go into his video productions, and then I call out the stupid people that are making stupid comments, and they just love that. I mean, I'm just.
That's so adorable. I almost wish that my dad would come into chat and be like, "Oh, I go into her video productions. Oh, hey, I'm in your video production." I don't know. That's so adorable.
Just saying, like they'll say something like the.
Yo, Canadian Brunch with the 5 community subs. Who just got them? Kai Pewter.
You've just been weaseled.
You've just been weaseled, Kai Pewter. Did you know that? You do now. Who else just got weaseled? I'm a very hot femboy.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
It's me, Natalie Marie.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Super Lifter.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
And Rogue Red Raven.
You've just been weaseled, and that's a
Thank you, Canadian Brunch.
The alternate electors, why is that criminal? Well, because the state didn't pick them. They decided themselves. So they are fake by statute, not by my interpretation. And that's when they call off saying, "Oh, you just want his money," and I'm just like, "What are you, insane?" I mean, you know, and I did a video the other day about success. You know,
Okay,
because
I gotta say, if I made Tim Pool money by some twist of fate, my dad would have a piece of that. Easy. If I had extra money, oh yeah, it would go to my parents. Fuck yeah. My parents, my sisters, yeah, my brother.
they're comparing me. They say, "Well,
my cousins, fucking everybody's getting money."
Elon's more intelligent and successful than you." I said, "Well, first off, you don't know me, you don't know him, so you don't know how intelligent we are. And second, success is a subjective."
I can't believe that he's not seeing a piece of that, right? I can't imagine being that kid that makes as much money as Tim Pool and not sending some of that to the parents. Fuck yeah. I would spoil my parents. I would love to spoil my parents. God damn, chat. God damn.
Of interpretation. So, you know, I've got everything I need. I got a wife, a beautiful wife, my dog, my family I talk to. So for me, being a Marine and a former firefighter, yeah, I think I've been pretty successful in my life. And I think people, you know, are
More honorable life than Elon Musk.
Well, what I'm just saying is, you know, when I finally take my last breath, I'll remember all the people I was able to help when they were in their worst possible situation, and I'll find comfort in that.
NCC is a terrible capitalist, yeah.
I close those eyes. That's what I find as being successful. My kids are killers. They're not in prison yet, so I'm going for that so far.
There you go.
There you go. Well, I appreciate the sentiment, and thank you.
My mom types with her ring finger, so she's out of touch.
For being so open-minded and calling in and giving us your perspective.
Like, wait, just with her ring finger, or
on what's happening?
And for listening
with Tim, and for listening. Yeah, of course.
Well, like I say, your crews and everything seem pretty fair. I haven't had anybody MF me yet in the you know, in the comments or anything.
Chat. This could be us. If we would only put up with Tim Pool's dad's milquetoast. Like, I don't know if they're like liberal like centrist takes, really. They're like centrist takes, right? He said he was a Marine and a former firefighter, yeah. Yes, he did.
Like I say, you know, your perspective doesn't have to match mine, and that doesn't mean one's wrong, and that's what I try to explain to people. You can see something from a different side than me. We can have different perspectives, but it doesn't mean either one of us are wrong. We can discuss it and determine why they're different. That's all.
Precisely.
But
is that the problem, Chad? Did you tell Tim Pool's dad that he was wrong? It's all Chat's fault. I can't believe you drove him away, Chat. No, I mean, like, I feel like I remember him just coming in here talking some nonsense one day. My mom asked me, how is the blog you're monitoring? Yo! That's even better now, Rebel by Nature. How is the blog? I feel like the blog's doing okay. We'll check in a second and see what the blog's going to do next.
You're here.
But I appreciate you guys. I do think you are a truthful organization that puts out counter, you know, thoughts. And, you know, the problem is here, we can't discuss to find out how to fix the problem. We just want to throw rocks at the other people for having a problem. And we're not going to get anywhere until we finally decide to address the problem in a manner to try to fix it rather than making money by volleying it back and forth. And I'm not crapping on you guys. I'm just saying this is the way it goes. We go back and forth. And now you're going to have people on the left having a shark frenzy on Tim, you know, calling him, you know, a Russian asset and a Russian bot and all this, because that's the way we're going rather than address the problem. So I want America to get off their dumb butts and get back to where we used to be and discuss the problem without trying to rip somebody's trachea out because they disagree with us.
Agreed. Thank you so much for calling in.
Well, thank you guys for taking my time. I've tried calling in before, but I never get through the...
Persecuting Tim Pool's dad for being a white boy with Riz? Yeah, much more Riz than Tim. Much more Riz than Tim. Where's the Majority Report skate park, right? Well, they don't have a COO, Bennu, in space. They need a COO to have that skate park. That's how you get it. You got to be able to capitalize your channel. You got to be able to monetize your reach, right? That's what Tim was saying to Emma.
Well, some of our viewers alerted us that you were trying to call in, so I'm glad that.
Autumn was great. Yeah,
moderator Autumn.
Thank you for our mods.
Autumn was putting it out. Yeah, Autumn was I don't know gender or anything, but Autumn was putting out the shop pretty good.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Autumn. Thanks, Mike. Have a good one.
Thanks, Autumn. No, thank you guys, and stay truthful. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Chad, I'm looking at my thumbnail. It says Tim Stooge. It's got a picture of Tim Pool broadcasting. Vladimir Putin is behind him doing kind of like the Bill Cosby, you know, like that famous Bill Cosby picture where he's like, you know, he's got a look on his face like he's I don't know. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to imagine what Bill Cosby was plotting, but nothing good. And it's like it says Tim Stooge, and the stream is called it's called Tim Pool working for Putin. Right? I don't know if Tim Pool's dad would like that.
What a great call.
Great call.
I enjoyed Tim Pool's dad having kind words for the whole show, but also me specifically. I should grab that quote.
Chat, should we bring Tim Pool's dad back? What do you think? Tim is a Russian asset, just an unwitting one. Look, I feel like that's almost insulting. I feel like that's almost insulting to be unwitting, given what we've seen today, to have no idea that that's where your money's coming from. I feel like we're underestimating even Tim's intellect.
Matt Binder, very truthful, and just put Tim Pool's dad is like on my website.
We may not be on the same page politically, but it was very funny.
Go ahead, Brandon.
No, I was just saying we may not always be on the same page politically with Mr. Tim Pool's dad, but that sure was funny. So,
Exactly, but we can find
Also,
consensus.
What I thought was amazing was he was very careful about Autumn, the moderators. He didn't know their gender, and so he was careful about that. It's something that Tim Pool would not be a fan of doing. He wouldn't.
True.
No, I think if we learned one thing, it's that it's not the fault of the parent when Tim Pool makes a mistake or goes down some sort of a reactionary thing. It's on our boy Tim himself.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I also think it's indicative of the kind of people who listen to Tim Pool. Like, they're not reasonable, even reasonable centrists. They're far right. They're far right ideologues. Like, children who are being radicalized into this very young, and that's why the money is flowing to these people, because that's like you get them while they're young. I'd be interested to see if Russian money was going to any of those Manosphere podcasts, or maybe it's Chinese money.
Yes, that would be interesting to see. There's a lot of money sloshing around that I think you mentioned earlier, that anti-vax money that some people were offered and some people seemingly took.
Yeah, independent media is massively important, and it has had an incredibly big.
Here's hoping that they seize the money and he loses everything. That would be amazing. Yeah, he respects pronouns. He respects pronouns.
Impact.
We should bring him back. Chat says we should bring him back.
On the world, I think the way that American people have reacted.
We'll have to talk to Autumn. Bring him back.
What's going on in Gaza?
I feel like Autumn knows how to get a hold of Tim Pool's dad. He's been reactionary for a long time. Who, Tim Pool or
is in part responsive to that, and Mexico has had its own sort of things like that we talked about with Kurt and stuff. But like I don't know. It can be bought cheaply, and there are like a lot of those Manosphere guys. I can't remember what their names are, but the ones that appeared on Tim Pool,
Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, like one of the money issues severely. Like
Tim Pool. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, people think that he masquerades as a liberal or a centrist, right? He's got all kinds of backstories about himself. And he worked at Vice. He worked at, was it BuzzFeed? Did he work at BuzzFeed? Am I mixing him up with somebody else? There are a lot of right-wingers that have worked at BuzzFeed, believe it or not. That maybe even got radicalized to the right while working at BuzzFeed. As you could maybe imagine. Maybe imagine would happen. He wrote that bullshit. Yeah, he did. He really did. Anti-vax money, is that from morticians? Ask the Vanguard. They think that they got some anti-vax money, right? They were friends of Jimmy Dore for a long time until he just got ridiculous, and then they started making fun of him. And they said that when they started pointing out the bullshit with anti-vax, that's when that money dried up. They were getting a big lump, or not lump, but like a Patreon donation every month from somebody out there, and apparently other channels were too. But yeah, they wised up. They figured out that Jimmy Dore was somebody they didn't want to be associated with, and it may have evaporated. Was Tim Pool at Vice for like 2 hot seconds? I think so. Yeah. In the Occupy days, you're correct. Even then, I heard there were some stories that suggested red flags about him being a weirdo and not entirely trustworthy. Oh yeah, even back in Occupy. I mean, I'm sure. I feel like probably back then he just didn't know anything, right? He was like, "Yeah, I'm part of this thing," because Occupy. There was no nobody asked you to explain like the labor theory of value to get into Occupy. Let me just put it that way. President Sunday was not at the gate asking if you knew the difference between constant and variable, right? So yeah, no, they people just came in. without really knowing much of anything. It was like a big tent, and it operated by anarchist principles, in that there was like they were anti-leader, and I would say that was one of their strengths. But yeah, it also maybe ultimately a weakness too, in that there was no gatekeeping, and just anyone and everyone kind of came in. But I would imagine that Tim is fairly young. If you look back to Occupy, what is that, like 2008, 2009? At the Portland encampment we were. But yeah, I mean, my thought is that Tim was just not ideological when he went to Occupy. So he was probably there, trying to learn, trying to pick up, maybe missing a lot, and then he went to Vice. He covered the uprising in Ferguson. Still did not seem to be super right wing at that point, and I don't know. I guess it's when he went independent. I don't know. That would be interesting to trace, chat. If somebody wants to be a Tim historian, you know what I'm saying? Be like a historian for Tim Pool, you could go back and find the exact moment that Tim Pool became right wing. Because I mean, and I'm not even sure what that was. I just don't think that most Americans realize the difference between neoliberal, horrible, normal, and the Trump, even 10 times worse disaster. That's the problem. That's the problem, right? The Democrats, their biggest problem, it would be solved with actually kind of a leftist cliche, which is heighten the contradictions, right? The liberals, the Democrats, they're afraid to heighten the contradictions because they seem to, it's loser liberalism is really what it is. Look, I don't hate liberals. I'm not, somebody that like, I don't have a thing against like, non-leftists, right? But I will say that there is a lot of loser mentality amongst them. And what that is that they have this complex that Americans just don't want what they're selling. And that if they're ever going to successfully get in there, they're going to have to water it down. And you water it down past a point, and people take a sip of the right-wing Kool-Aid, and they take a sip of the left-wing Kool-Aid, and they're like, these are the same. I mean, there's a difference, right? There's a difference. Like, there's a lot more sugar and artificial colorings and flavorings in the right-wing one, but they don't notice that difference. They can't tell that difference, and so they just say, oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Let me just go with vibes. And there's a lot of people that will get sucked into right-wing vibes, right? This return to greatness, this return to tradition that the right wing always wants to do. It sucks a lot of people in. I think after OWS, some people became right-wing. Yeah, well, with Tim, I don't think he had much of an ideology at all. And, he wouldn't have been alone there, right? OWS attracted a lot of people because there was obviously something going wrong. There was very obviously something wrong with our government. The government was dysfunctional, and I feel like a lot of people could agree with that. But then when you come down to solutions, right, and you say, well, what is your solution? And Tim Pool's like, I think we should cut taxes. How are you going to deal with that, right? There's not really a way forward from there. So yeah, some people had a different idea of what would fix America's problems at the time. All right, so like I said, chat, I want to take a look at the poll. Oh my God, look at this. Okay, so I'm looking at the poll here. Now, like I said before, Fallout New Vegas is extremely overpowered right now. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to bring it over here. Yeah, Fallout New Vegas has got 151 points behind it. I may not have even counted up everybody's donos, because I know there was a lot of people donoing and saying that they wanted to see Fallout New Vegas, right? But I'm going to give everything its just desserts. We're going to take a look at it, right, and see where we're at. Plus 33 for that. All right. Plus 19 for that. Okay. 0 plus 19. And then Demon Mama, 10 plus 29. Okay, so as far as the topics go, right? As far as the options on the polls go, the clear winner, 76. All right. Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic is at 76. Chat chooses violence is at 34. Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman is at 19. Demon Mama responds to Tyler is at, what is this, 39? All right, so we got all these numbers here, right? And if you haven't let me know yet, feel free to, if you've donated and you didn't let me know or I didn't catch what you were saying as far as the topic that you want to see next, let me know and I'll add it in. But what I'm seeing here is that Fallout New Vegas is at 151. Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic is barely one half of that. Right? It looks like it's going to be Fallout tonight. And if that happens, chat, I'm still adding it up. I will like I said, if anybody hasn't gotten their donos added to this or they want to donate to try to get something to win, you're welcome to try that. Keep voting if you haven't already voted. Vote. But what would happen, right, is that Fallout would go down to 51, right? If we played Fallout tonight, we shave off 100 points. It goes down to 51. And then it's like infinitely beatable at that point. So like probably the next sub goal would be something else, but that's where we're at right now. You're sure you want to play New Vegas? I heard the Mojave is so hot it makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Look, today was so hot I almost wished. Look, I didn't wish for a nuclear winter, but what I did wish for was an ice cream, or what was it, a sorbet, like a berry sorbet with atomic Sour Patch gummy worms, just like all spread throughout it, right? And I wanted to eat it in a bowl shaped like a skull, right? Like a skull-shaped bowl with sorbet ice cream, and it's all rounded at the top, and it's actually got some grooves cut into it to look like a brain. Yeah, it's basically like it's like eating RFK's brain. That's what I wanted to eat.
When that stuff comes public, if I'm a rich person and I see, oh, that person has a platform and also might be way behind on their taxes.
Yeah.
That is a cheap asset. And I would point to Russell Brand as somebody who I think has been entirely bought because he had grown accustomed to a certain lifestyle and then a certain level of opportunity dried up. And all of a sudden he's performing for Ron DeSantis.
Worcester Gregorian says, please ask Mike why his son wears a beanie. Between the 101 and the 5.
We don't get into politics.
Tim's dad, holy shit. Mr. Spiff Twitch, very cool.
I gotta say, on the MR show, you're gonna be hearing this Gregorian meme for a long, long time. People are gonna be using that Gregorian thing.
Cool and surprising how much love y'all got from Tim Pool's gigacentrist dad. Crusty Trombone, Tim Pool, I think you mean Mike Pool's son. R in Kentucky, it's crazy that Tim's dad listens to MR. The Amazing Grando, it's important for MR Coastal Elites to experience a proper Midwest goodbye. I assume Matt's a little homesick now.
Is it more awesome, though, that Tim Pool's dad used to listen to NCC before we chased him away?
Oh, I guess that was in reference to the call.
Who did the Midwest goodbye? I don't understand.
I guess Mike.
Okay. Can't say goodbye? Is that Midwest goodbye? I don't even know that.
TSA are in Atlanta, so Tim's dad is cool as shit. Dan from Columbus, my previous IM about Benny and cruises was in reference to him complaining on Twitter that he was getting targeted ads for gay cruises.
See, I feel like most of the MR audience is like overestimating Tim Pool's dad. Tim Pool's dad is cool, but I'm not sure if I would say cool as shit. He's definitely a cool dad. He's cooler than my dad, and my dad's actually not bad. So, Tim Pool's dad's pretty cool, but he's not quite cool as shit. And if that's the standard that you have for Tim Pool's dad, you're gonna be disappointed, right? He's a centrist. He's a centrist dad, and that's refreshing coming from Tim Pool's dad. But if you're annoyed by centrists, you're gonna be annoyed by him. just like chat was.
Cruises on the Military Times or something like that. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Why?
Those are suggested advertisements, by the way, based on your browser history.
Yeah. That's why mine show like running shoes.
Hogtown. Rubin and Poole sounds like an 80s PI procedural, like Simon and Simon or Jake and the Fat Man.
It just does make it interesting that he was so defensive about Dave Rubin. Why are you guys so obsessed with fellow tenant stablemate Dave Rubin?
Yes.
Leave fellow tenant stablemate Dave Rubin alone.
Kami Tree, $100,000 per week is just a very committed subscriber.
I'd like some of those committed subscribers, I'll tell you that.
Meaningless Paul, no signing bonus for Tim. He still doesn't have a lawyer even after that lawsuit a few months.
Look, they joke about that, but that was the point I was trying to make earlier, right? As far as AstroTurf, we're already there. Chat, I've had people attempt to AstroTurf me. I just want to make really clear that I'm not talking about anybody that's in the community now. I am not complaining about, like, I don't feel any pressure. Let's just put it that way, from anyone, right? Nobody that donates, and that has donated in a really long time, has put any sort of pressure on me of like, you really need to, go harder on this, or you need to not go hard on that, or you need to be nice to this streamer. I did have that early on. Chat, I had one subscriber I shouldn't even call this person a subscriber. This was the person that was essentially, donating like over half of my subs on Twitch. And they tried to use that leverage that they had on me to get me to shut the fuck up about their favorite dude, Dylan. They were like this weird Dylan stan. And I was just like, look, everybody's letting him off, right? I've seen Dylan go on a tour of different streams where he goes on to Kevin Logan, he goes on to Chud Logic, he goes on to, I don't remember, this was back when Chud Logic was left wing. And everybody kind of challenges Dylan, and they say, I don't know about this, Dylan. Do you think that your platform might be hurting trans people? And Dylan's like, no, of course not. It's definitely helping trans people. It's very good for trans people. And at the end of the day, since they know where their bread is buttered, they say, yes, Dylan, you beat me. It's like a wrestling match. And these motherfuckers were taking the fall. And my sin, and chat, if you see hate out there from me, from President Sunday's community or from anybody's community in this space, it is like, I'll give you like 95% odds that is directly related to the stand that I took against Dylan Burns. And this was in opposition to the person that, like I said, was donating the majority of the subs on my channel and tried to use that leverage to shut me up and shut me down. Well, guess what? I'm still here. Okay? I'm still here. All right? And I've got a really awesome community that supports me because they believe in what I have to say, not because they think they can change what I'm saying, not because they think they can like lead me around like with a carrot on a fishing rod, or like a Minecraft pig, right? I love that chat doesn't treat me like a Minecraft pig, and I'm really lucky for that, because I've seen some people really get led around and led astray, because you got to be. Was it maybe Dylan's parents? This person was old enough to be Dylan's parent, but I don't think that they actually were. They lived on the opposite coast of Dylan, so pretty sure they are not. But that's a good guess. Yeah, it's like Dylan Burns' dad. And again, chat, this isn't like me like trying to blow up Dylan or trying to reignite the drama. That was like a long time ago. Obviously, there's a lot that I still disagree with him about, but it is not a era of NCC that I exactly want to relive, right? Because it resulted in a lot of harassment, and that lasted for a really long time. A lot of lies told about me, and a lot of attempts just to cut me off from every single content creator. A lot of attempts to really poison the well, and you can see that shit still going on with President Sunday. So anyway, we're not going to get to Sunday today because we got a date in New Vegas. New character, Dylan Burns' dad. You like us. You really like it. I am so happy to have the community that I have, right? Considering what I've seen from other people, and considering that I know that there are Oilers in the Vosh orbit that do exactly what I was describing. They go in, they donate a lot of money to the streamer until the streamer's like really like painfully aware that like this person I gotta keep pleased. I gotta keep, and then they put ideas in your head. They're like, maybe don't be so critical of this person, or maybe don't be so critical, or maybe like I don't really like your take on this issue, right? And they get drug around, they get pushed around. And I would much rather, have a community that supports me because they believe in what I'm doing, because they believe in what I'm saying, and they have some faith in me, rather than, one or two massive like paylords that are trying to, essentially, like I said, they're leading me around like a Minecraft pig, right? That's because usually with like the achievement with the Minecraft pig chat, do you know about this? In Minecraft, you can ride a horse. All right, most people know that, right? There's horses in Minecraft. You put a saddle on it, you can ride the horse, right? Did you know that you could also put a saddle on a pig and ride that pig? But in order to get the pig to go where you want to go, you got to get a fishing pole and a carrot, and you put that carrot out in front of the pig, and then the pig will like go wherever you want. And I am and the achievement in Minecraft that you earn with the pig and the fishing pole and the carrot is when you get the pig to go to the top of a high point in the game and to jump off, and the character and the pig die of fall damage, right? That's the achievement. You limbing your pig off of a cliff, and you both die of fall damage, and you get that achievement. So I'm so glad that I don't have to deal with that. Anyway, oh my god, chat, these noodles are so good. I was like starving today. I only ate breakfast. I only even ate breakfast. So, yeah, I believe I owe you all some Fallout tonight. All right, that is unless anybody's really got a strong desire to flip that poll. But at this point, 70. It would take $76 to get Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic there. And it would take more than $100 to make anything else win. So I'm fairly sure that where we're parked out right now. Oh yeah, Canadian Brunch. Did I get your opinion? Like I said, if anybody hasn't told me what topic they want covered tonight, and you've donated, feel free to let me know, and I'll still put your money where your mouth is. I don't think it'll change anything. I really don't think it'll change anything. You didn't know that about the fishing pole? Yeah, you ride a pig off a cliff, and you get the achievement when you die. I think the pig and you have to die. So, I mean, that's really sad. Because Minecraft pigs are the best. Do you know that, chat? Like my stream, like I've talked about this before, right? But when I started my stream, it was actually a Minecraft stream. It wasn't like a regular Minecraft stream. It was like a Minecraft and politics stream. So it would be like, I would play Minecraft and I would talk about Tim Pool. Like I would just give my thoughts about, Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and whatever chud was popping off, right? I would give my thoughts. And the map that I was playing on Minecraft was one that I like to call 30 to 50 feral hogs in Minecraft. You start off on one side of the map with like, I don't know, 5 pigs in a pen, right? And you're supposed to breed those pigs until you got 30 to 50 of them, keep them safe, and then you're supposed to get to the other side of the map, which is difficult, right? Because half of the map is like covered with obsidian, so it's all dark all the time, and there's tons of monsters. Like everything's a creeper. There's creepers everywhere, right? So you got to get to the other side of the map, and then you've got to build some kind of conveyance device to move the pigs from side A of the map to side B of the map, and that's how you beat the map. And that was the map that I started off with. Was actually, and like a lot of people, what they do is they make like a train track, right? You could either make it like underground to kind of keep it safe from the monsters, or you can make it in the air to keep it safe from the monsters. You gotta try to avoid like open areas, right? Because there's monsters everywhere. And so I made a well, it was like like Willy Wonka, where Augustus Gloop gets sucked into the chocolate river, and then it sucks him up into the tube, right? So I made like a river that goes from the pig pen to this like tube, and the tube actually transports the pigs like upwards, right? Which was a feat in and of itself. and then there's a river, a lazy river, right? And the pigs go up the Augustus Gloop tube into the lazy river, and I just built across the freaking map, like in the sky. I built this giant water slide for pigs, this giant lazy river for pigs. The pigs were like tubing. They were tubing, and there's like a basically like a deluxe pig pen in the sky on the other side of the map, right, with like glowstone and everything. And that's what I had to do. I'd get them to there with the water slide, with the lazy river, and I did it. It took me forever, right? In fact, I remember, like, you know, I started doing this when I started streaming, and then at some point I realized, you know what? People don't want to see me play Minecraft. People want me to react to videos. So I started reacting to videos. I started doing politics, and my stream started to grow. And then every once in a while, I would be back in Minecraft, and I'd be building the lazy river, and people, and then eventually, yeah, I don't know. It probably took me like 2 years, right? Because like I just didn't play Minecraft that much, and after 2 years, I moved It almost sounds like a challenge for Fallout New Vegas. It almost sounds like there could be. Wait, chat, should we do like 30 to 50? What are they called? Brahmin? You know, the two-headed cows? I feel like it should be 30 to 50 Brahmin in Fallout New Vegas, right? If I could move 30 to 50 of those cows.
TWLDA, super chatted $5. Irene homie.
Aw.
Always dropping jewels. Listen here, like thumbs up and sub.
Oh, you're so sweet, FTW all day. Thank you for the super chat. Are we missing any, speaking of super chats, are we missing anybody's donos? Like, I don't see anybody out there claiming the donos. But yeah, like I said, it looks pretty definitive that we're going to play Fallout New Vegas tonight. But I wanted to give people a chance in case anybody, it's just like a marriage or something. It's like speak now or forever hold your peace, and I will get into that Fallout New Vegas content. So the first thing I got to do is like kill like all of these tabs, right? We got so many tabs. Look at this. Look, that's the productivity chart. Got the Russian talking points. The good old USA project. And of course, Boris and Natasha. Wait, what happens if I shrink this down? Yeah, look, you can see them now, right? Should have just done that. Shrink it down a little bit more. There they are. Yeah, that's a good question, Canadian Brunch. Try to make sure I've got everybody's donos accounted for. I don't think that there's not much of it. Like I said, it would take like $76 at this point to change our fate to something other than Fallout New Vegas. But I'm just trying to close everything down right now. Close the Destiny tab. And we may talk about this again tomorrow, all right? Because I feel like there's more that's going to come out. There's more to be gotten from this. I know that the only way that we're going to be able to play Fallout New Vegas is if I, like, close, like, every tab. Wait, did we finish this one? Not quite.
Let's go where he falsely identified a mass shooter and he tried to represent himself. Oh, that's still
I
pending.
think he settled out of court, didn't he? I can't remember. Well, there's a bunch of legal issues with Tim, including the one he announced yesterday where he's suing the Kamala Harris campaign. I think lawyers
you guys
might
cover
be like,
that?
Yeah, we did. And I think maybe his counsel's like, hey, let's try to focus on the actual massive problem that is going to drop tomorrow instead of suing Kamala Harris's campaign.
Meg MCA, please someone give Tim a Russian doll nesting. Please, someone please give Tim a Russian nesting doll of the MR staff.
It'd be great to have a Tim Pool Russian nesting doll, but you just take off like the beanie on each of them, and that's where the split happens.
Hogtown work, sushi, and Putin with the boys.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
I believe myself to be impartial, unbiased when I talk about Tim. I am giving you exactly what the DOJ says. The DOJ says that these producers, Tim, Rubin, whoever, contracted with a company in Tennessee owned by two Canadians. Okay, Tim on his show said that, well, they licensed, was it Culture Wars to Tenet Media. So that basically what that means is Tim continues producing Culture Wars as he always has, but Tenet can now show it on their platform or can advertise it under their name. Now, Tenet Company is owned by two Canadians who were being bankrolled by two Russians who were bankrolled by Russia. So we don't even know if the two Canadians
Is this Tim Pool's dad? Yes, it is.
knew that the money was coming from Russia.
He should wear a beanie.
They knew it was coming from Russia.
That's why he's Tim Pool's dad, because he doesn't wear a beanie.
But we take money from all types.
Isn't it wild, though? Tim Pool's dad, I'm just noticing this, chat. Look, this is not a slam on Tim, right? I'm going to criticize Tim Pool. It's going to be for something of substance, not because of his hairline or anything like that, but Tim Pool's dad does have more hair than Tim Pool.
Of nationalities, and it doesn't mean they're being funded by their government. So we don't even know if the two Canadians knew that the money was actually coming out of Russia. Okay, so you can't hang the producers of videos that made a life.
That's what Tim's head looks like without a beanie. No, there's less hair. There's less hair on Tim's head.
License agreement to allow them to show their videos. They didn't change their perspective.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
They still had the right ideology they were selling. Okay. Now, what's interesting here is you're going to have the right side of the fence is actually probably going to be truthful for a few times and go straight from the DOJ. Okay, what Merrick Garland said about this. Personally, we need to wait until the end of the investigation to get all the facts. When I was a fireman, we'd go out on a fire, an incident, trash, explosion, whatever. And when we get back to the firehouse, we'd sit down, watch the news, and damned if the news would come on about where we were just at and handled and be completely freaking off in the la la land. Here on the internet, media, news, they want to be the first to tell you shooting at a school. Why? Because then you tune into that station and you mostly stay on that station, majority of people, for that information. That's why they want to grab you as soon as an event happens, which unfortunately means they don't really have all the facts yet. So that's what happens. So, but what we're going to have here is the left is going to attack Rubin and Tim no matter what. Why? Because that's where their revenue's coming from. All right. They make money when they attack the opposing side on views, clicks. Okay. Now, what aggravates me is when the left gets hyperbolic and just
goddamn online left
crap like the Rational National.
The Rational National? Yo! David Dayan, you just got lit up by Tim Pool's dad.
Tim Pool and Dave Rubin cry victim after getting caught being.
This is the only time I've ever seen him defend his son.
Paid by Russian-funded company. Well, see, they weren't caught. So you're saying they were caught taking money from a company.
So, okay, so I will back him up in that Tim is not the accused, right? Tim has not been indicted, right? And I think they do even refer to him as the victim. But I feel like they're assuming a lot. I feel like you'd have to be really, really, really ignorant to not see the obvious thing that's going on with that company. I feel like you'd have to be so silly to miss that.
Tennessee owned by two Canadians. Wow, that sort of means maybe Canada's behind it. Maybe this is a plot from the Rational National because he's Canadian. So this is just a plot for the Canadians who are selling out to the Russians. See what I'm saying? It's moronic to sit there and say that these producers got caught because they had a license agreement with a American company in Tennessee owned by 2 Canadians. Okay? That's the story here for the video producers. So it's kind of bullcrap for Russia National to get up there and say they were caught. They had no clue Russia was involved.
What the hell?
And the DOJ has said so, that these producers were victims unknowingly. Their product was being used because Russia liked their product. But people, where's all the money come from? We got rich people on both sides. We got people on the left making millions of dollars, and we got people on the right making millions of dollars. If I was China, if I was Russia, I'd be throwing money on both sides. Because why? You can't divide the American people from one side. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how? If everybody's left-leaning and believes one liberal show, there's no conflict. If everybody's right-leaning, there's no conflict. You have to have both sides. So Russia would have to fund both sides, even though majority is probably going for their pro-rhetoric. And believe me, I don't support Russia's attack on the Ukraine. I don't support that at all. I think Ukraine is justified in killing every goddamn, that invaded their country.
Damn, you don't have to go that far.
As we do here. Okay? My word's my opinion, folks, but wait for the whole story to come out. But to sit there and to hang these producers.
Was he going to say orc?
Of a right side? No, the problem is this. When I go against something that my son has produced, like Ukraine is the problem for Russia's invasion, all right? I don't attack calling my son any kind of names. I attack what he said, okay? That he says Ukraine is to blame. I say, no, Ukraine didn't ask Russia to invade their country, and I'll address the subject. When people address the individual and not the subject, they're just selling you a pile of crap, trying to make $1 like the other side. My word's my opinion, folks. Have a good day. I appreciate you. If you think
I appreciate you
supporting protecting my son, put my
oh my God, this guy.
I'll answer you.
I'll address it.
I'm repeating what the DOJ, the AG, Merrick Garland, said in his initial newscast. Have a good day, folks. I appreciate you.
All right, I'm getting ready to play Fallout here. Go. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. I don't think anybody will be able to change that. Alright, I've got to find my Pip-Boy, chat. I gotta find the Pip-Boy. Not that one. Where is the Pip-Boy? Where is the Pip-Boy? Oh my God, I can't find it. This is pipping me off. There it is. Video games, gaming. There we go. Can anybody tell me if my is the gaming channel active right now? The pink ship, the pink sheep. I do hope that most can see that Putin is trying to inflame both sides. He has more purchase on the right wing, but he also targets the left with disinformation. See, I mean, on one hand, like, yeah, that's the main thing that he wants. But on the other hand, if you start going around the leftosphere being like, I bet you're pretty far left. You must be Putin's bitch, right? It's like that also works for Putin. If we start to suspect everyone and anyone, right? Just watch, chat. If I start to if I all of a sudden have, I don't know, like designer glasses, or like, I don't know, like really expensive headphones, or like Waluigi's like just tricked out, like Waluigi's like dripped out, like Waluigi turns into a hype beast, that's when you know I'm getting paid by Putin. That's when you know I'm being paid by Putin. I am trying to get this video game going for y'all. Move the Discord over here. There we go. Can anybody tell me if is there a stream going on more comment check? I'm not. I was hoping I could do this without. Okay, more comment check. My God, YouTube, you're so slow. Anybody else having like YouTube slow down for them? Driving me nuts here, driving me nuts. Yeah, if the gaming, you don't see it on more comment check. Okay, so it's not working that way, which is okay. That's all right. I can deal with that. Oh, wait, let's try it now. So now I ask you. It's like it's sending data. I don't know if the data is going to get there, though. It may not work, chat. It may not work. Oh, it's working. It's working. Okay, there we go. That makes it easier for me. So yeah, you can watch it on the gaming channel or on this channel or on the shorts channel, which I'm opening up. Let's make the shorts thing work today. Let's make the shorts thing work. Oh, wait, why am I singing the French national anthem? Why am I singing the goddamn French national anthem? Go, and we go live. You see it, yay. Okay, it's working. All right, let's try this out. Fallout Vegas. Is Irene paid by the French? Possibly. War. War never changes. See, obsessive audio, I wouldn't get too locked into Putin's KGB mentality. I realized that that was his job growing up, but that'll sort of lead you down the road to being like, yeah, Putin represents the old guard of the Soviets, and he absolutely doesn't. He ate those people for breakfast, right? He is much worse than anything, and yes, I mean anything, including our boy Stalin that existed in the USSR, right? Putin's on a whole nother level of nastiness. He literally is the worst of both worlds. But yeah, I mean, what can I say? He's a right-wing piece of shit. Oh my god, come on. Oh yeah, control tab? What? Why is the music still playing? That's not usually how it works. That's not usually how it works. Okay. Let's see if we can get this. I think we can make this work. Now, how is this going to work again? Oh my god. You know, the only thing that's going to suck is I don't think I'm going to be able to check chat on my... I don't think I'm going to be able to talk to chat on my gaming channel. I control the F? Wait, is it effing? Is it effing? We're not effing. We're not effing. Yeah, yeah, and it, like, once you get into, like, now, like, I feel like some people overplay Dugin's influence on Putin. I don't think that Dugin is like Putin's Rasputin. He does look like Rasputin. He does act like Rasputin. But I don't think that... I think sometimes people overplay the amount of control that Dugin has, the amount to which Dugin, like, the Putin listens to Dugin. But what I guess I want to get across is that they've got a similar mentality. They've got a similar outlook on the world, right? And in the same way that Dugin seethes with hatred for Western liberalism, and I'm not talking about, like, economic liberalism, right? I am talking about, like, individualism. I am talking about, like, gay rights. I am talking about, like, you know, acceptance, like, right? It's like, that's where the connection is, right? Anyway, let's get started on this. If we can, let me take a look here. Ah. Interesting. Okay. Alright, I think we're good. I think we're good. Let me just make sure that... Okay, so I can see all the streams. I can see all the chat. I think we're good. Dugin is key. Okay, so let's... Ooh. See if this works. No, it won't work, because I gotta press this again. That. That. R. Okay, there we go. Yes, 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 yes. Here we are. We're in New Vegas. Yay. Amazing. Unbelievable. So here's my challenge, chat. After such a long time not playing this game, I need to do something meaningful in this game. I'm trying to remember... Freeside. Okay, so we're in Freeside. I feel like we just completed most of the silver. Is it the Silver Rush? Oh my god. Dugan. Okay, find Sheridan Cassidy and get her to follow you. Oh god. Oh god. Now I remember what this one is. Putin is a huge Honey Smacks fan. He can't get enough. What is this weapon? I like the sight. Okay, so chat, if you don't know this game, right? These are the Van Graffs. They own the Silver Rush Casino, except it's not a casino anymore. It is a shop for plasma weapons, and it is it's essentially like a very dirty cartel of a evil brother and an evil sister that operate out of here. And the evil brother has just given us the orders, has just given us the mission to go pick up Rose of Sharon Rose of Cassidy, or Rose of Sharon Cassidy. What is her name again? Find Sharon Cassidy. And get her to follow you. Okay, so let's go to Jacobstown with the dog. Kill Caleb McCaffrey. That guy's in New Vegas. Gloria Van Graff. Okay, so I feel like the next thing we got to do is Crimson Caravan.
Come
I don't remember.
Silver Rush for all your energy weapon needs.
I don't remember how to get out of here.
Lasers, plasma,
It gets through here. So yeah, here's the deal, right? The mission that we got is to betray our BFF in the whole fucking world, Rose of Sharon Cassidy.
Stuff we're not even allowed to sell, people. Only at Mick and Ralph's.
And that, I don't know how that sounds to you,
Not even allowed to sell, people. Only at Mick and Ralph's.
but it doesn't sound good to me at all. That's like the opposite of what I want to do. And you might have figured out by me saying that's the opposite of what I want to do, exactly what I've got in mind. But I'm hoping that the Van Graffs do not have that figured out. I am trying to remember the exit. Where's the exit? Wait, I think we can actually just go here, world map. Okay, so the shotgun surgeon perk negates. Oh my god. Alright, so we're back here at the Crimson Caravan.
McLafferty's a hard boss, but she knows what she's doing, that's for sure.
Really? Does she know what? Oh, am I gonna kill Rose? Wait. Well, that's what the mission is. That's what the mission is. Like, that's what I was told to do. And if you know me, chat, you know that I always follow orders. Just like I followed the orders from that oiler that told me to stand down and not call Dylan on his bullshit. Remember? Remember how I did that? Remember how I spared Dylan's dignity by not smashing him in that debate? I'm really good at following orders, yeah. Okay, so like.
Hello.
Hi. So this next part I don't actually know how to do. Oh yeah, this dude sells stuff, right?
Hey there. You looking to buy or sell? Can do.
Ooh, he's got a lot of ammo. Wait, what is the gun that I'm using right now? The laser RCW. And it takes EC pack. Okay. Prototypes takes MF cell. 9mm takes 9mm. Sawed-off shotgun. Takes 12 gauge. Service rifle. Takes 556mm. Okay, let's get some of that.
Hey there. You looking? Can do.
Doesn't look like, yeah. I don't know. They don't have our brand.
See ya.
So yeah, chat, like I said before, we should try to take 30 to 50 of these guys across the map. They do not look too healthy, do they? Are they like zombified? Are they ghouls? Are these ghoul cows? Anyway, chat, we got a little bit of a mission over here. I feel like we already did this, didn't we? I'm trying to remember if we hacked this before. Okay, so we do have the password. Okay, so yeah, I think what we find here is that like these two are in love. Yep. I had an amazing night last night, Dawn. Aren't you glad we decided to stay late? I can't wait to do it again. XOXO Angie. Yes, I found some pre-war lingerie at the market today. Wait, Angie, I guess it must be Alice's, like... You've lost karma? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Did we get into the safe already? The baseball and a hammer are left in here. Okay, so I think we need to just like wait until the morning and then it's like a whiskey bottle or something. Oh, there she is.
Welcome back. What would... All right. So...
We've already...
All right.
Already got all the...
It's been a pleasure.
Wait, is there any more?
Welcome back.
You know, more about the company? Yeah, that's it.
It's been a... Hello?
Okay, so we got our friend Rose of Sharon Cassidy, right? The one that we're supposed to lead back to the Van Graffs so that they can take care of her. And she's got two problems, right? She's got two major beefs that she needs to finish. She needs to be done with. One of them is with Gloria Van Graff. And the other is with Alice McLafferty. And so I'm gonna see.
She's been riding asses again.
She loves to ride asses. Yeah, she rode mine the other day. It was great. But I know that if I just like, okay. Chat, I'm looking for a way to unalive McLafferty. What's up, Rob Ford? Lucky wristbands? Wait, is that a thing from the game? Maybe we could just sleep a couple hours or something. Oh wait, no, actually, you know what? I need to be like in here. See what we got. Okay, so items. Stealth boy. Yeah, we got 6 stealth boys. You know what? That's probably a good idea. Wait, do I have a grenade? Okay, grenade. Is there a weapon? Frag grenade? Yeah. Wait, so how does this work? I just reverse pickpocket it, or do I have to, like, activate it? I think you're right. I think the reverse pickpocketing would be the way to go. But I gotta kind of wait until she's like detected. I'm detected. This isn't working out very well, is it?
Hey.
What's up?
Guess Jameson won't be showing his face around here again. It's about time.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I did kill him. Wait, no, I didn't kill him, did I? I think I intimidated him. Chat, I gotta admit something. Do you need a perk to reverse pickpocket a grenade? Do you? I just need to, like, surreptitiously unalive Alex McLafferty. And I haven't assassinated anyone yet in this game. I'm just like, assassination? Aww. I don't know how to do that. Wait, why are you behind the desk? You're not Alice. God, there's already people here. So I was like kind of hoping she'd be alone because I don't want to blow other people up, but I don't know how to do this. I think, do I do a stealth boy maybe? Is it a perk or maybe you just need high enough stats? I mean, I don't think I have high sneak stats. I don't think I have particularly high sneak stats. I love how you can, like, steal their crops, and that's fine, but, like, anything else, it's like, you get bad karma for it. They're like, yeah, no, just take our crops, it's fine. Harvest our freaking crops. There she is. Do I have a silence weapon? Is it possible to crouch by the safe? Oh my god, I'm so bad at assassinating people, chat. I don't even know how to do this. What's up, Tool5150? Good to see you here. So yeah, chat, if you haven't noticed, this is me trying to assassinate Alice McLafferty. And I don't know how to do it. I mean, what do I do? Just go outside, use a stealth boy, come inside, blow her away? Is that the best way? I don't even know how long stealth boys last for. You have to wait till other people aren't there or are asleep. Wait, is she ever here alone? Or does she... Oh, wait, she's got that love thing, right? She's got a love thing with this other guy. Is he here? I don't see him. Is he in the bathroom? Nope. Yeah, there's that other guy, right? And she has a love thing with him. So wait, if you could get her to, like... It has been a really long time. Yeah, God, she's just, like, looking at me, too. She's like, hey, what's up?
Welcome back.
She's like, you're gonna kill me, aren't you?
It's been a pleasure.
Oh, you gotta use it in the room. So, in other words, I would have to, like, go into the bathroom, use a stealth boy, come out here, and then just, like, pew-pew. Go through those dialogue options? Are you sure? I mean, I have. I'm pretty sure I've been through them all.
Well, people have been counterfeiting bottle caps forever, but a bottle cap press is a whole other threat. We can't have anyone devaluing our currency by mass-producing new bottle caps. Lots of little things. The paint on the label, the machining, the type of metal it's made from. I know there's counterfeit caps floating around, of course. Fortunately,
yeah.
They're very time-consuming to make.
She's horrible. She tried to kill... She like, took out, like, Cassidy's...
All right. Is there anything else I can do for you?
She took out Cassidy's caravan. She killed everybody. She's a horrible lady.
The Crimson Caravan Company has been in business for over 130 years. We're partially responsible for the progress in the NCR. Normally, I oversee company operations at the hub in California. However, the New Vegas branch has been underperforming in recent years. Given the conditions here, it's not hard to see why. I'll change all that soon enough.
After I've killed enough people. What she's thinking. Yeah, look, that's...
Well, the gunrunners continue to dominate the weapons market, and the Mormon traders from New Canaan control the majority of the northern routes.
Now, she's not mentioning the, She's not mentioning... Oh my god, I'm trying to remember what Cass's company was called. If they're not new, then no. Yeah, that's all of her, talking dialogue options. Crouch next to the safe if people aren't in the room. Okay, so, but when do they, like, leave the room? It's the only thing I can think of as far as that goes. Right, the only thing that I can think of that would get her to leave the room, or, like, that would get other people, like, the only time I can think that you'd find her alone is, like, she's got this, like, love thing with this other dude, and, like, when they have, like, a date or something, like, if you could somehow distract him. What's the next progress marker in the quest? She wants you to bring Cass to her. Wait. Well, wait, no, Van Graff. What's his name? The dude? She's explaining, I smell a fink. The guy, the Van Graff guy, he wants me to bring Cass to him. But I don't know. Like, I feel like I've brought, Cassidy to her, and, like, nothing, like, automatically, there's not something that, like, automatically happens. Favorite place for cow tipping? Is that the best place for cow tipping? Jimmy Lee Crawford, do you know how I could get, like, I want to see if I can bring a bunch of Brahmin across the map. Yeah, the energy dude. The energy dude. I don't recall them, but again, it's been a while. Well, he's like bad news. He wants to kill her, right? But I think there's a way that you can bring her out and then take her side, and then you and Cass end up fighting off them, right? And if you fight them off, then I mean, it fucks things up. Like, right? You don't get like I don't think you get like all the weapons in their thing, but yeah, as far as Alice being alone, like, I don't know if that's, I don't know when that's gonna happen, other than the, like, date night thing.
All right. Is there anything else I can do for you? It's been a pleasure.
So chat's saying, like, I crouch by the safe and, like, wait for everybody to leave or something except for her? I do not know how to do this, chat. I assume everyone is the enemy. It's a problem I have. Well, I mean, she's definitely the enemy. This lady is the enemy, right? She's bad. Like, she's being all professional and nice and stuff, but I'm pretty sure she's a turf. No, just kidding. I'm pretty sure she's like a You had insanely good stealth and sneak. Yeah, and I don't have that. I do have a stealth boy, though. Remember to quick save. Okay, so I should quick save and maybe try the stealth boy. Should I just go to the bathroom and use the stealth boy? Go to the bathroom, use the stealth boy, come out, blow her away. She's 100% a turf. Yeah, that's why she hates Cass. There's also a way to do this peacefully? Oh, I do have good standing with the NCR. I have excellent standing. You can get them to find evidence against her? Yo! That's what I need to do. That is a good plan. Yeah, like have the NCR take care of the dirty work. She's a Democratic shill, clearly, yes. Okay, so that's what we're saying, chat. So, I'm just wondering, like, that's a bit of a lengthier process. Well, I'm down for it, right? I'm like, you like murder though? I mean, but this would be a really messy murder, right? Like I said, this would be me going to the bathroom, using, using a stealth boy, then coming out, like beating her to death with Nephi's driver, and then going back in the bathroom and coming out, like after washing my hands, like nothing ever happened. Like, chat, that is the most fucking Giga Chad assassination plan ever. That is like a super Giga Chad. But I do have the glasses on of the woman that I assassinated in Novak. But then again, she deserved it too. Like, this woman sold somebody into slave, sold a mother and a child into slavery, sold them to the Legion, right? So she definitely had to. It does seem a more NCC style. Yeah, I think you're right. See if it works. Wait, see if what works. The NCR route? I feel like the NCR thing is what I want to do, right? What kind of build am I running? You know what? I am not smart enough or good enough at this game to really know what build is what, but let's take a look, and maybe chat can tell me. Maybe chat can tell me the exact kind of build that I am running. Let's take a look. Stats. It looks like my intelligence, speech. I guess perception's kind of high. Lockpick is really high. Science. I'm all about the science. Speech. I'm all about the speech. I'm not all about the sneak. I am not Solid Snake. I'm not survival. Repairs are decent. Guns. I've gotten a little bit better at guns. Wait, sorry, something about the NCR headquarters? Energy weapons. Wait, my energy weapons kind of suck, don't they? I mean, they should be better because I've got some that are really good. So science and talk your way. Yeah, basically, I fix things. You know, I need to work on my repair, don't I? Yeah, it's only 48. Pretty middle of the road build. Yeah, that's probably not great. Wait, you're saying energy weapons to blow McLafferty away? Yeah, my melee sucks, though. My melee sucks. I should pick at least 1 or 2 weapon skills and max early. Like, guns or energy. So right now, guns are okay. Energy weapons are eh. You only need to get 1 perk and strength upgrade in the New Vegas clinic. And I'd be able to use the anti-material rifle? Big MT, yeah, we're going to do that soon. Look, I've tried Big MT already, but I think I tried it too early. And people are telling me that I need to be, what is it, like level 20 to go in there? But Big MT is cool as fuck. That is, I gotta say, okay? That is the best written part of the game that I've encountered so far. I love the plot and the dialogue for Big MT. I love the characters. Dr. Dalla. I almost want to be her teddy bear, but I know she'd tear me apart. She'd use me for, what is it? Formography. It'd be easy to catch up if you dump all your points at the next level to whatever weapon skill you want. Big MT is awesome, but hard or near impossible. Yeah. So I really do. Yeah, I tried it early, and it was actually really cool. I'm glad I did. But we had to I had to go back to a previous save, basically. You blame yourself for sending me to Big MT, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was cool as fuck. And look, I almost was okay. I ran out of med packs. Or what, stim packs. Stim packs. Yeah, that's the only thing is Dr. Dalla is gonna... It's because it says requirements for starting at level 15. I thought it would be balanced. I mean, yeah. Apparently there's nothing about this game that's balanced, though. Like, you can go north in the very beginning, and you will run into Deathclaws, and they will tear you to shit. Right? You can do that. That is an option. There's nothing in the game that stops you from doing that, other than the fact that if you go north, and you get killed by a bunch of Deathclaws a few times, you probably won't go north again. I was one of the ones who thought it was okay, because the wiki said the earliest level you could try it was way lower than I would ever try it. I wouldn't do any expanded content till like level 20. That's what I've heard. That's what people have said. The Cazador? Oh yeah, the Cazador. Well, look, I've killed a few Cazadors. But yeah, they fuck you up. Like, the problem with the Cazador is like, I never realized that I get poisoned. And then I like kill a bunch of Cazadors and I die. Like, there's easier ones, like I think the one that goes to the camping ground and the easiest. I'm not sure. Okay, so chat, the thing that I'm getting from chat is that I should go to NCR. So I basically have to go to NCR and like narc on her. I have to report her or something. Cause she is like fucking around, right? She's doing some bad shit. Wait, so is chat saying I should go to New Vegas Medical Clinic? Like right there, right?
When people have got nothing left, they can always turn to the followers.
Yeah, the followers are pretty cool.
You're back. Do you need medical attention?
Do I?
Which surgery option are you considering?
It's literally anything. Luck, wait, what's the subdermal? Regenerate? Follower is mandatory, if nothing else, a loot mule? Oh yeah, we need the loot mule. Followers to the apocalypse, yeah, those followers, yeah. So what do you think, chat? I can get regen, I can get I don't even know what is subdermal? Yeah, it gives you 1+ for special, but what should I do? Make my intelligence bigger? Damage reduction? Greater strength, perceptive endurance. Is endurance the damage thing? Oh, or is it subdermal? Endurance is HP.
Take care.
Okay, so charisma would make my speech better, but it's pretty good already. It's expensive. The strength one will up your strength. You can use the anti-material rifle. Yes, that's the one. Okay. Strength.
You're back. Do you need... I can implant the hypertrophy accelerator for 4,000 caps.
4,000 caps? Yo!
Adrenal glands and quickly increase your muscle mass.
I don't think I have that.
That's all right.
That's all right? It's not all right. You won't sell it to me. Because I don't have the...
Because you're a friend of the followers, I can give you a bit of a discount.
Okay, so I got 584 caps. What can I sell her? All the expensive things I have are like ones that I want to keep. Play blackjack and fleece them? Go gambling? Seriously? Sell all the NCR cash? Really? I mean... that's like 388 caps. Let me sell Boone's Beret, just kidding. Sell the Legion Denari. Wait, do I have Denari? Okay, that's getting there. Actually, don't sell the NCR cash. Just sell the Legion Denari. Is there ammo that you don't use? You always do a sniper build. I think that's really good. I think that's really good. Like, look, I like the sniper thing, right? So far, my favorite weapon is a rifle. All right, I like a shotgun too. Shotguns are nice, but I really like a rifle. Every casino in New Vegas will transfer your funds into gambling chips. You can transfer those chips for cash. Just like Trump's dad. Yeah, just like you, Sasha, I would rather like shoot things from afar. And then if I have to, I got the shotgun. If I really need it.
Okay. Take care.
I don't know, chat. Maybe I should just go to the NCR place first. Okay, so somewhere in here, maybe there's somebody that I can talk to get them to take care of my Alice McLafferty problem. Left the irony of how even Tooney got banned in soccer, while half of the Premier League is wearing a Tony Bet Casino logo on their uniform. So what are the games that are available? You can do blackjack. Is there poker? Like, I'm pretty good at poker in real life, but that doesn't mean that I'll be good at their version of poker from this game.
Yes? What is it?
Can you shoot Alice McLafferty in the freaking face for me? Please? Best odds are at blackjack. Blackjack's pretty easy, yeah.
Bye.
Alright, he's all business. Is that the president? Yeah, that's Aaron Kimball.
Go on through, soldier.
Oh wait, this is the monorail, right? That's like the easiest way to get into Vegas. See, I creeped her out.
To say, or do you? Haven't you done enough?
Haven't you done enough? You beat our prisoner to death. I love that the NCR is like on me about human rights violations to Legion. That's so wild. Like, it fucking NCR. Like, you can piss them off. And it was chat's fault too. I was like, wait, haven't I beat this guy up enough? And they're like, no, you gotta kill him so you can get experience points. I literally killed a Legion spy for experience points. So who is it that...
Now, what kind of MP would I be if I didn't notice anything
I've had soldiers go AWOL, break-ins, thefts, you name it. Well, there's Anders. He's a ranger. That one's not suspicious so much as worrisome. He left on a dangerous assignment. Colonel Shu sent him out. Now I think he feels guilty not having any way to check up on him. Yeah. The man I'm more interested in is Corporal White. White had a lot of promise. Wanted to be a ranger as bad as anyone I've seen. But he also had some extracurricular activities going. Now he's gone. Word around the base is he'd been going regularly to visit a hooker named Dazzle at Gamora. That's a casino on the Strip. Classy place. His belongings are up in the barracks in the concourse building. First bunk on your left if you're facing it from the center. I haven't had a chance to look through his things yet, so that might be a good place to begin. Not the kind of things you like to see go missing. No witnesses yet. I've got my money on Sergeant Contreras, who's supposed to be in charge of distribution, the little weasel. But he's too slick to let anyone catch him doing it. We've searched his possessions a dozen times. Nothing. Good. The more guns you can recover, the more I'll be able to use to shoot Contreras for being inept.
I thought we already got Contreras, like, locked up.
I don't know him very well myself. I seem to remember that he was the man to call on if you needed someone to get in and get out quietly. Colonel Shu would really be the person to talk to. Maybe break-in isn't the right word. We didn't find signs of forced entry, but I've had reports of someone sneaking into the control tower at night. It's probably just a meeting spot for a steamy military base love affair. Kids today. But it bothers me that they didn't break in. It means they have an access code. Most soldiers around the base don't have that. Suit yourself. Well, there... I don't know him. Yep. See you around.
Okay, so that is more stuff.
Hello? When I got this assignment, I was hoping there'd be more gambling.
More gambling? Yeah, because fucking... Wait. It's Contreras. Yeah, I feel bad about this. Can we, like, let him free or something? Can we jailbreak him? Inaccessible.
Hey.
Something I can do for you? Yes? What is it?
As in chem fiends. Biggest gang of raiders I've ever seen. They set up shop in Vault, but every day there's more of them and less of us. I sent one of my rangers after their leader to try and destabilize them. He didn't return. Hell of a thing, losing a ranger.
What if he became a fiend?
And they come through for you so often, you forget it can happen. Calm as what could be better. We set up here with our sights set on annexing New Vegas. It's a lot of resources that could do a lot of good for us. But that hasn't happened. If anything, they annexed us. They rake in the profits from our soldiers, and we're stuck protecting them from the Legion. Not exactly the plan. Now we're trying to secure the Strip and the dam at the same time, and it's costing us. And in the meantime, General Oliver won't approve any offensive maneuvers, because he doesn't want to risk losing our positions. So we're in a holding pattern here. And Caesar's on the other side of the river, planning.
Tangerine Twist says, Revolver Magnum is my favorite weapon in the game because, shotgun pistols, yeah. Usually choose lockpick over hacking. Wait, are they separate skills? Or is hacking just science? So I do sniping. I usually do the majority into perception and agility. Oh, that makes sense. See, I don't know anything about this stuff.
I have Lieutenant Boyd on that already, and she's excellent, but I think she's hit a wall. Talk to her if you like. See if she has any use for you. Her office is right above mine, but I think she might be interrogating right now.
Science is for hacks.
On the other side of the building. It's our main base. We took it because it lets us keep an eye on the Strip, and it had already been fortified before the Great War. From here we handle most of the logistics for our operations in Nevada. Troop allocation, supply distribution, intel. Usually General Oliver runs the show here, but he's on his way to the dam now, so I've taken on a lot of his duties here. Unfortunately, no. In fact, the word from the ranger stations has been especially concerning lately. Sounds like they've run into overwhelming resistance, and supplies just aren't reaching them. It's been so bad, I asked Sergeant Reyes at Camp Forlorn Hope to look into it, and see how it is that things could be so fouled up there.
So we gotta go to Camp Forlorn Hope.
Everything was going according to President Kimball's plan at first. We met minor resistance from local troublemakers. But our two main objectives are still contested. Mr. House controls the Strip, and he won't so much as meet with our ambassador. And we're holding Hoover Dam. But Caesar's Legion is positioning itself to overrun it. If it falls, so will New Vegas. We'd be forced to withdraw. Bye.
It's like everything that I can say to him. So maybe it's somebody else that kills McLafferty. Somebody like in the tents. Fucking, I gotta be honest with you, chat. I hate going through the tents. It's like I never know where like anyone is. And I get mixed up of like which tents are where.
Wish I had a first recon guy looking after me.
Sort of makes you wish for a nuclear winter. like the fire festival worst, yeah. Well, I don't know. I feel like the tents are more. These are more. They're probably better tents. Okay, somebody's shooting. Is that normal? Like a shooting range? It's not him. Always good to come up behind somebody who's shooting.
We still haven't gotten Ranger Morales' body back from the fiends. Sure.
Oh yeah, we need to get the body back. Okay, have I like done all the other things that are to do here? Is that why there's like nobody there?
Evening.
But you're an NCR trooper.
This assignment, I was patrolling the Mojave. Almost makes
Oh my god, it makes you wish for a nuclear winter. I'm wishing for one right now. I'm wishing for one right now, seriously. Okay, so there's some way in here to get... Oh wait, maybe the dude that punches the dude, the target in the balls. Can we get that dude? The balls guy. Where's the balls guy? Also, I wish you could run in this game. Balls guy. I bet the balls guy will assassinate somebody for me. Right? He'll punch Alice McLafferty in the balls.
Yep, I'm still here. Shit, I got nothing better to do, right?
Bounty hunter, yes! We can get him to kill her, can't we? No, let's not play Caravan.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Crazy. And I need it. Simple. Once I get my... There's not as many people playing at Gamora, so that means I've got better odds of winning big. See, I thought the bounty hunting trade would be easy money, but it turns out it's hard work, so...
It would be. It would be easy money.
It was a little too tough for me. I mean, I could have taken him. But with this guy, might have cost me some bad burns or an ass rape. I'm all for risk. But I'm a about my asshole.
Yeah, okay, that's understandable. Okay. And... Alright, well, no, goodbye.
Hey, yeah. Next time you see me, maybe I'll be rolling in a shitload of caps, right?
Just take care of your asshole. Okay, so I don't know how to get this to happen. Do I have to get the body back or something? I don't know, chat. What do I do? Just do I keep doing like quests around here? He's like moist critical. He's always talking about his asshole. Oh god, you gotta look through his personal effects in the McCarran concourse. Okay, so we got that shit. Okay. Locker in the fucking Camp McCarran concourse. What's the goal? I need to get McCafferty unalived for Sharon, but I don't want to do it myself. So I was wondering if there's a way to get the NCR to, like, do the job for me. Like, couldn't we just be like, she hasn't paid her taxes or something? For the record, chat, this is my first playthrough. And I know very, very little about this game. Okay, so the concourse? Yeah. It's where his locker is.
Patrolling the Mojave?
No! Stop wishing for a nuclear winter. I also gotta save, like... Wait, how come I don't see...
Did you start looking for Esteban? I guess my...
Yeah, better directions.
No, I didn't expect nothing so soon. You're doing me a favor. I don't mean to be a pest.
You gotta tell me how to get Esteban. Okay, so something... Locker? Somebody's locker? Oh my god, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? That's... I can sleep. I can't. Okay, well... His locker in the McCarran concourse area. The only clue I have.
Howdy. If you're looking for a quick stitch, I'm your... Goodbye.
Okay. So somewhere in this concourse. Maybe down here. Okay, so I feel like I've like literally looked everywhere in the concourse. And I don't know where this motherfucker's locker is. This is one of these food lockers. Do I have the thing for it?
How about some grub?
I don't know where dude's thing is.
We won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
I got no clue, chat. This guy's like locker, go through Corporal White's personal effects in his locker at the McCarran Concourse area. That is a big fucking area that they gave me. I feel like I've searched it. And I am not finding anybody's locker. Do I just have to like break into all the lockers or something? Yeah, I didn't even think it could be a foot locker even.
I wish I had a first recon guy looking after me.
Hell yeah. We're dating. No, I shouldn't joke about that. Considering Boone's tragic backstory. Like, seriously, where is this thing? Where is this thing?
Hello?
Yo, I'm gonna wake the sleeper. The sleeper has awakened, father! Ah! I don't know.